Sorry second, Dad.
Welcome everyone once again to the Overwatch League Summer Stage Opens here on the APAC side of things. You're looking at the WTG Esports studio. It's Leg Day and it's Lemon Kiwi bringing you through Group A. Group B will be following afterwards. Really excited to get into today. I know we had this kind of nice week-long break to hopefully give the teams a chance to recover after a bunch of matches.
Yeah, the team's got some time to recover, as did the viewers, who obviously were going to be pooped after watching all of World Cup, watching some contenders, watching some opens. I know that all of you are staying up deep into every night to make sure we don't miss a single second of Overwatch action, and for the next 2 days there's going to be even more coming at you. Like you said, Lemon, these are going to be some big matches in opens, and, well, everyone's got something to play for. In all of our groups, I have 8 teams who are still here, 4 in each group, but only 1 from each group can go to our knockouts. This is a huge opportunity for every team that walks the path to pro to be able to go up, not only against our teams, but make it all the way potentially to the Overwatch League Grand Finals. That's what dreams are made of, but you have to carve through so many of your peers in Tier 2 to get there.
Yes, we start with 12 teams that have come from the Contenders Summer Series, and of course the 2 teams from the Spring Stage Knockouts. If you remember a long time ago, yeah, if you didn't make it quite far there, you got another chance at the Summer Stage Open. So we have 5 teams from Korea, 3 from APAC, 2 from Australia and New Zealand, which was different from Spring Stage, where they only had 1 representative in Honeypot, and then our 2 teams from the Spring Stage Knockouts, making a total of 12 teams split into 2 groups, Group A and Group B, and only 1 from each group can advance to the Summer Stage Knockouts, where they get to face the Overwatch League teams for a chance to prove themselves, be scouted, and we've already seen evidence of players being picked up due to competing in the Opens and Knockouts.
Yeah, we saw TU get picked up from SPG going over Vegas Eternal. We saw EasyHan and Spectra getting picked up from Dreamers after a big performance in knockouts. This is one of the biggest stages that players have, not only to get the Summer Stage knockouts, but also, like you said, to be noticed by scouts and really have their talents kind of tested in a one-to-one, especially if they can go up against those Overwatch League teams. You see players pop off in those environments who are definitely going to be at the top of scouts list to pick up, especially during our mid-season, where a lot of teams are trying to patch over holes, especially I'm thinking teams like Shanghai Dragons that really want a resurgence in the second half of the year. Kraken and SPG you can see here, as well as Zero and MFC. There are 4 teams remaining in Group A, MFC being our representative coming through from Oceania. It's going to be a particularly interesting battle down in the lower bracket. One of those teams is going to be going home today. The Kraken and SPG. This is an equally important matchup. Neither of them wants to have to go up against either the honed dives of Zero or the wackiness that MFC desire to bring to every match they play in.
Yeah, we've already had to say goodbye to, 4 teams in total. So goodbye to MDY, who almost completed the reverse sweep against MFC in that quarterfinal, and GUK, who failed to pick up any games. But really, it was a very fresh, new blood roster that barely had any experience in contenders, so I'm sure this was a big opportunity to kind of wake up and see what they have to improve. Group B, we said goodbye to ODH and Varel. Sad to see Varel not make it through. I know they were a team that competed in the Spring Stage last, and ODH only picked up 1 game, but Honeypot have to squeak their way by through the lower bracket. And I know this was a team that Avril said shouldn't even be in this situation.
Yeah, Honeypot probably could have pulled one out against Rhodes, but Rhodes have so many recognizable names from the Chinese scene, kind of the decimated ruins of what was once the Chengdu Hunters. NT as well, I think, getting a little bit upset maybe by FM. NT came in as a pretty high seed, having come in from our previous Spring Opens. But Honeypot, definitely a team that I've got my eye on. I think that this has been a very successful run for Oceania, with the exception of Honeypot versus Rhodes, which was a little bit ill-conceived in terms of Honeypot's overall strategy, maybe. But Group B will be brought to you, I believe, today by Avril and Achilleos, which is a nice treat for everyone out there. And we're going to see who gets eliminated from that group as well.
Yeah, we hope we don't have any too many delays starting off for our first match. So just to be transparent, everyone, we're hoping iBang gets online. Just having some issues tech-wise with his setup. So we hope as soon as possible we can get iBang online from Kraken, because SPG versus Kraken will be our first match, as you said. And it's very important. We're going through the this is the upper bracket final, and then we'll be doing the lower bracket semifinal of both groups today to determine who's going to the grand final, who's surviving yet another day, and we will be eliminating 2 teams today.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time, as you said, Lemon, so maybe we can draw out some macro discussion here and talk about what in the world is going on in APAC at the moment. Here's a quick look at your schedule that Lemon covered earlier. In particular, I want to drag everyone's eyes over to that teal team there, MFC, because this is a team that really, really likes one composition, and one composition in particular. It has a Junker Queen and it has a Lucio, because Frog is on this team, and you know that Frog, he only frogs. He is amphibian to the bone. He's amphibian to the epidermis. There is very few other options that are available to Frogger, and MFC kind of have created a subset of metas around them as teams try to counter out the Junker Queen. We've seen a bunch of different attempts, including both Zarya and Orisa, which have both proven incredibly successful, but Zero, they like to play the Winston, which is going to be an issue. Moving on, though, to Kraken versus SPG. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more Orisa here. SPG in particular love putting the Olgara on that for control.
What's so fun about watching the APAC Opens is the clash of all these regions. There's beef, of course, amongst the regions. You thought the NA versus EU beefery that happens in NA is bad. Well, or just on the western side of things. But here it's APAC versus Korea versus Australia versus New Zealand, and everyone has their own interpretation of the meta. Korea and APAC really love their dives, and then when it comes to Australia and New Zealand, they have this sort of rock, paper, scissors between Orisa and Junker Queen and Zarya, and every team has their own identity. So let's start with Kraken. I'm glad that iBang is still in the starting lineup for now. Hope he's okay, but these guys have brought some really interesting looks when it comes to control. R3K and Ace have been seen playing like Genji and Pharah and all types of different stuff.
Yeah, iBang ready to weave some life. R3K, interestingly, still on the damage. Not sure where High Vision is for Kraken Esports. R3K is usually the off-tank player for Kraken Esports Club, coming into play both the D.Va and the Sigma and the Ramatra when it's necessary, or something like Shambali Monastery. But there's one name and one name only that I really want to talk about on Kraken Esports, and that is Ace. If you are looking for the next Padapan coming out of Thailand, this guy is your best bet. Ace is an absolute monster on a huge amount of heroes, be it the Tracer, be it the Pharah, be it the Genji. The Genji in particular, Ace reminds me of Shadowburn. I'm going to evoke the Dark Lord of Genji's name. His neutral play with the Shurikens, second to none.
He's been great to watch, and I feel like R3K is fitting into those shoes well, temporarily. Don't hate the guy, but it's like High Vision was such an important part of this roster. But R3K has been seen mostly just playing Sojourn, the Mei in a rush, if they want to pull that out on like an Esperanza. We saw that last week against MFC, which was very successful. They full capped against MFC with 3 minutes remaining, so keep an eye on Kraken's rush. It's very good. And R2K also played some Torbjorn with your builder composition, you like to call it, on Midtown. So, and Dank has been all over the place when it comes to tanks, where he was really known for his Winston, his dive, but has been playing Orisa, Hammond, Winston, Ramatra, really flexes to all types of different things depending on his enemy.
Yeah, Dank's got a very wide hero pool to play with, so there's plenty of different opportunities for Dank to be able to try and negotiate an advantage on a map. Here's a quick look at SPG, KSJ, and Argon. Not necessarily new additions. KSJ is a new addition to Impress Gaming, but Argon has actually been on the bench for this team for a while, including through their spring stage run when they were trying to play in the spring opens, but never got any playtime. And now that we've seen him play Lemon, it's a little bit mystifying because Argon in the previous match got our player of the match playing a fantastic Pharah and generally seeming like quite a force to be reckoned with no matter what hero he picked.
Yeah, you're just sitting in Aldo's shadow, who was, yes, the Aldo from Toronto Defiant from back in those days. He found himself on SPG trying to prove himself to be to try and get back to the Overwatch League, and Argon has now been swapping in and out with Aldo on that Tracer rule, but Argon seems to particularly be their preference on Control due to, like you said, that Pharah and that Mei. KSJ had a good amount of playtime as well, even all over Aid, who is, by the way, Milgaru's brother. A little fun fact there. But KSJ can overlap with that Tracer if needed. Also a Symmetra, which they like to use on Control, especially Legion Tower we saw last week against Zero. And KSJ has been their Sombra player, and this has worked out for SPG to just have these different looks, but also give their bench players some breathing time, because it feels like Aldo was starting all the time, Aid too. So the fact that they can utilize their bench is really good for this roster.
Jinsung is someone that I particularly have to call the attention of the audience to look at. This guy's pretty crazy when it comes to offensive Ana plays. Excellent sleep darts, really good antis. We've seen multiple offenses stymied when dive tanks get absolutely wrecked by a well-placed Jinsung sleep dart. This guy's a nightmare for Winston's Everett. Doesn't even require that much peel from a Brigitte. Milgaru as well. It's no coincidence that the portrait that he's chosen in our roster screen here is the Wrecking Ball. A character that hasn't really seen a huge amount of usage over the course of 2023 or even Overwatch 2 in general, with the exception of the occasional mag pocket pick. Milgaru is someone who can definitely bring that out, especially on something like New Queen Street.
You're the one on the left, I'm the one on the right. We're Happy Bear, Mad Bear. I don't know what that says. We'll have to call up Unknown with the translations. So we're waiting to hear from iBang for the start of this match, which unfortunately for Kraken, they don't have a third support that they can just bring in. And I believe High Vision also has issues of his own, probably why R3K has been playing for the past 2 matches, even with that week break that we got. We still haven't seen High Vision, which Kraken are still winning matches. They're still here. And they're in the upper bracket, so it couldn't be that bad. Yeah,
it's a shame that High Vision isn't around because, I mean, Ace could play a third support. In the spring opens, Ace actually played every single role for Kraken Esports Club to cover multiple absences, which was another thing that made me absolutely love this guy. But I'm going to give you a little bit of a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory here. My hair is the right color for it. R3K being a tank player, while not by any means being a weak damage player, does mean that there's a little bit more to be had from putting iBang on a Mercy and just investing all your resources into Ace. We've seen pocketed Ace with a damage boost from a Mercy multiple times, and it does kind of create a hyper carry from Ace that might allow for a little bit of weakness in that second DPS slot to be accounted for. And that's not R3K's fault, because R3K is on this roster as a tank. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do for your team to get into that lobby. But it makes sense when R3K is maybe not as much of a hyper carry that you can pivot over towards that Mercy and create yourself a real tour de force in a single DPS slot.
I just like how adaptive Kraken are. Like, especially Dank, especially on the tank role, it's so important to be as flexible as you can. I think that's why a lot of Overwatch League tanks are either retiring early. It's just the pressure of Overwatch 2 to learn all these tanks, to not have someone else. There's usually not a lot of sub players when it comes to tanks. You're kind of stuck with one, including even this very team, Tuyu, who got promoted. Milgaru's now the only solo tank. There's a lot of pressure to just be able to learn at least a dive tank, so Winston or Diva. And if you are an off tank, it's really important to have a main tank on your roster. And then the Orisa, or Junker Queen, being able to understand that matchup. There's so much for a tank to know, because if there's a tank Gapplebees, as you will call it, then the DPS just have no shot of surviving or looking like they can do anything. And we've seen evidence of R3K and Ace getting folded if their tank is not alive.
Yeah, thinking of Gapplebees historically in Overwatch 2, definitely one of the prime locations that was the Junker Queen or Jotes meta. If your team had a weak Junker Queen player, then things went downhill really quickly. What comes to mind, the LA Gladiators. Unfortunately, between Space and Rhino, they couldn't quite figure out the best way to play Junker Queen, and that made for a very poor stage for them. And that does bring up a lot of what you said, that we see a lot of burnout from tanks in Overwatch 2, because, hey, if you have a bad meta, a lot of it's going to be piled up on you. It's not necessarily your team, but you are a pro player in the public eye, and that does mean that there are unfortunately going to be people who feel that their opinions need to be heard personally by you, and it does mean that if you can't quite get that done, then things are going to go pretty poorly for your team.
Mm-hmm. That's when you got to applaud players like Ace, who you've mentioned before, pivoted to different roles. The fact that he's played both support and DPS for his team, just to reiterate how crazy that is. Ace played Mei, Reaper, and Tracer against SPG. When his team went up against Honeypot, he played a lot of Brig and Lucio. And even Pally played Lucio and really just main support when Ace played on DPS. And then Oputo was on this lineup back on that time. So just a lot of variety. And the fact that you can fill up all these gaps when people just can't make it or there's tech issues. So hopefully we can get iBang online as soon as possible, because forfeiting this match, at least I hope it doesn't come to that in the upper bracket final. It's not great. At least you have a second chance, but your last life will be tomorrow if that's the case.
Yeah, and that's not the kind of pressure that you want mounting on your back as you go into that. On the other side, Simpressa Gaming, bit of an embarrassment of riches. They've got both Wu-Chan and Jinsung on this team. I talked up Jinsung's Ana, but Wu-Chan gets brought in quite a bit just to play the same thing and play the same Ana. They also can play double flex support, which is particularly important on things like New Queen Street, where they play the Wrecking Ball as well.
Yes, it's, again, so many substitutes on SPG, minus the tank, but Milgaro has proven to be more and more dependent. I feel like Tuyu got a lot of that playtime and maybe that recency bias. He really is just an incredible tank. Tuyu brought that kind of Zarya identity to SPG. Then he got picked up to the Overwatch League, so you're seeing the evidence in front of your eyes about how important APAC and knockouts are for these teams, even if they don't make it to the end or have this amazing showing where they're beating Overwatch League teams. Just being a capable player is enough to get you noticed. But Milgaro was kind of that Hammond player mostly in the spring stage, where Tuyu was showing a lot more variety in that case. Now Milgaro is the one who has to prove how versatile he is as the only tank on this roster.
Yeah, Milgara going from their specialist pick to their generalist pick certainly has a lot more weight on their shoulders. One thing that I'm particularly excited for with this roster, or at least with this matchup, is Kraken Esports bringing a lot more eyes over to underrepresented regions that we have in Overwatch, which is Thailand and Southeast Asia in general. Kraken Esports, 4 members of this roster are Thai, including Ace, the superstar. Dank, I believe, is Australian? Yes, Australian. I'm not misreading the flag. And R3K is from Hong Kong, and I believe actually he plays main tank for their World Cup team as well. But seeing this representation from our APAC teams is fantastic, and make sure that we're getting that equity in Asia for the Overwatch League.
Yeah. And both these teams are undefeated on Lijiang Tower. This is our first map. Chosen by probably SPG, if I had to guess, as a high C coming out of knockouts. I'll just throw my assumption out there. But either way, both these teams are very proficient on their rush. When it came to Kraken, we've seen Dank play the Orisa on Night Market. Gardens is a more open map where it is good to play some dive as well. So Dank's actually preferred the Hammond in that case, found a lot of environmental kills. But Pharah was the ace up their sleeve, no pun intended, for Kraken on SPG side. They had Argon play the Pharah. So excited to see if we're going to have like an aerial sky duel happen.
I'd love to see myself a little bit of a sky duel. Oh, a ping 180. Oh no. Well, we have got into the lobby, but there are still issues to be had. But opening up here on Control Center, we got plenty to talk about here. This is one of the more experimental areas in some cases. Everyone loves to play a ball here, of course. Up in the White Room and, of course, on point as well. It's very close quarters. Reinhardt incredibly good here. Even Junkrat has seen some playtime in some Western teams, but here, mostly, we see a lot of Mei, a lot of Sim, plenty of beams that can't be absorbed, so yeah, they're very good at charging off of Rhine shields.
What's important is that Kraken didn't play Control Center when they 2-0'd MFC on Lijiang Tower, but we did get to see what SPG like on Lijiang Tower Control Center, and when it was the Rhine, Mei, Symmetra, Lucio, Bap. We've seen a lot more Symmetra brawl, especially on Control Center. If you get server control, which is that little white room next to the point, you get your Symmetra turrets up there, you have immediate access to the flank, you get overview of the point, great cover here for your supports. and it's where Symmetra can hide out with, especially how limited mobility that DPS has. She needs to be protected as much as possible, and Nilgaru on the Reinhardt looked great, but what's important is that Kraken, yes, they didn't play Control Center, but you can't play Pharah on Control Center unless you're crazy and you're cooking with something. It's just
Unless
the ceilings
you're
are very
Yazan.
limited. Yeah, I mean, there's teams that'll force it wherever. Pharah's not preferred with how low the ceilings are.
Yes, sometimes the Saudi bug bites you, and you're just like, you know what? No matter what, Farah's gonna come out, boys and girls. But not very much going to be the case here. Both of these teams have a huge amount of variability to them, as we've discussed before. I think that Dank and Milgaru, definitely a matchup that means you can't really look forward to a one comp match ahead of you. If you like variety in your professional Overwatch, these two teams are ready to make it work for you. Here, I'd love to see Ace on probably a Symmetra. It's weird to try and theorycraft a comp for Kraken with R3K in, because R3K has played a little bit of the Mei. Usually Ace plays the Mei in Rush for Kraken, but that's because they have high vision playing with Symmetra with excellent tracking, but maybe Ace can get a little bit more value out of that hero.
We've seen Rush from Kraken on Esperanza, where they preferred the Ramatra, but there's different looks. I don't think Ryan is as suitable on Esperanza. It is very Ramatra Junker Queen heavy when it comes to Rush, just needing as much mobility as possible, much sustain. So R3K was the main in that situation, and then Ace preferred the Reaper, but it might be just niche for that map where the Reaper can teleport to the high bridge, while as high ground control, not important at all when it comes to Control Center. I know in your ranked games, you may like to Death Blossom from that top area of the point. You're not going to see that much in professional play. I think Reaper would be a good pick for Ace if that is his comfort. Because we shouldn't really be allowing Symmetra players to be on Symmetra if they're not good at it, because it is a very hard hero and very unforgiving since you don't have any kind of sustain cooldowns. Not much mobility besides a teleport, and it still takes time for it to summon up, so not reliable as mobility.
Bit of a specialist niche. It's also worth noting as well that our data for Kraken Esports is somewhat skewed because they played against MFC, who are a somewhat single-dimension team. They like their rush, and they like to just continue rushing. So Kraken Esports did counter a lot of that by playing Pharah, by playing some Orisa, by trying to outrush them with the Ramatra. I'm not sure if we saw what Kraken Esports prefer to play themselves, or if they simply did their research on MFC and thought, hey, we can play these rushes. Ace is a great Pharah. Why shouldn't we lean into that?
They full cap them, so I'm going to trust that Ramatra rush. But SPG are a very respectable team, so I still worry for Kraken as still kind of a new face when it comes to the summer stage or the summer open. SPG were a hard favorite, but they didn't end up impressing right at the spring stage. There were teams like Dreamers that got further than them. I think SPG still had a good showing against the competition, but we'll see if they can really impress this time around on the summer stage of things as the two teams from the bottom of knockouts coming in.
Yeah, SPG, I think the most memorable game for them was a 3-2 they lost against the Shanghai Dragons, which was when Viper really impressed us all, and we all went, oh, okay, Viper exists. This was not a random pickup, huh? That was a heartbreakingly close game for Sinpressa, but was also like a moment of elation for Shanghai Dragons. Like, hey, they ain't dead yet. It isn't a freebie year, and it might be even less of a freebie year now that they've got Fake back and actually have a tank. Good job, man. Shanghai Dragons, you'll probably be able to see them this weekend, as of course Overwatch League is back, both in North America and APAC, so make sure that you've got yourself subscribed here to the Overwatch League YouTube channel, and concurrently, if you think there simply is not enough to watch, we've got Overwatch Contenders going on as well, so follow OW Path to Pro on Twitter, and you can figure out what's going on in your region if you happen to be in EU, and you think, hey, I actually get to watch something. I get to watch APAC in the morning and EU on my time. Congratulations, I feel you, brother.
Just Overwatch League 24/7. It's what it is. We should just have a channel on TV that just plays nonstop Overwatch. Excited for the showdown this weekend. Guangzhou versus Hangzhou are going to rematch. Make sure you tune in on Saturday for that. We are still waiting on iBang and really the lobby to be connecting. We're having some technical issues, but if you are just tuning in, it's the upper bracket final of Group A, and then we'll be doing the lower semis. As like they said, only 4 teams remain for each group. Only 2 can move on, well, 1 for each group, to the knockouts, where it feels like in general, APAC needs to represent better. I was hyping them up for when it came to just the APAC contenders teams trying to face up against Overwatch League teams. How does Overwatch League APAC face up against the Western teams? And I have a good feeling that the summer stage APAC is just going to blow up in the best of ways.
Yeah, and I think that I've just about blown through everything that I've got to say, so we're going to throw you to a quick break, BRB.
Well, the sun sets on Eichenwald, but it's already nighttime here. But I'm wide awake, ready for some upper bracket matches. Welcome back. We got Group A almost ready to go. Players in the lobby. Kraken versus SPG. See, is SPG gonna make that flawless run to the grand finals? They are the favorites to really qualify to this group.
Yeah, I'd say that SPG definitely have the name value to do it. We talked about Aldo earlier. Aldo's an interesting player. He had a somewhat mixed bag of reputation on Toronto Defiant. Good Reaper play, some good Tracer play, but unfortunately, that region, the West, when he was playing, was a very difficult one to be a good Tracer, and you were going up against the likes of Kevster and just so many powerful enemies. And honestly, although while he was hanging well, the rest of the team not quite as powerful at that point. Before that, even there was a lesser known, although stint on London Spitfire. This guy's had opportunities on multiple Overwatch League teams. And it's clear that scouts continually see all those talent and try to make him the secret source for their teams. Unfortunately, the 2020 Overwatch League London Spitfire was doomed from the beginning. IMO. It was a team that was certainly constructed, and that's all I'll say about it.
Yeah,
but I think Aldo has a lot of room to come back.
Yes, and he's on a good trajectory to, I think, get promoted back to the Overwatch League. There's a lot of teams looking for good DPS, and really what Aldo needed to be is flexible, but also just be a top-tier Tracer, which the competition is so stiff when it comes to the Western regions and the Western teams. Dank is someone who's also found himself on so many good rosters and well-known rosters, even on the NA side of things. Uprising Academy, if you watch Contenders North America, Direwolves, Honeypot, Daff, Kraken, this guy's been around the block, and I'm surprised Dank hasn't found his way into the Overwatch League yet.
Yeah, it feels like there's some inertia to Australian players making it to the Overwatch League. We saw Adam happened. Unfortunately, Adam definitely a player that deserves to have that chance as well. In fact, Dank was on Up Academy for a while, which was Guangzhou Charge's attempt at an academy team. They actually had multiple academy teams, and that was a point when Up, or rather Guangzhou Charge, were looking at mixed rosters. Like they had Fraggy, they had Kib for a while, they had Nero, so there was a chance that maybe an Australian could make it onto that roster, but unfortunately, Guangzhou moved on, both from the academy scene and from doing as much of a mixed approach. Now they mostly stick to Chinese and Korean talent. And, Jesus, smile upon us! We've got ourselves a match!
Oh, jeez. Good little 25-minute warm-up to discuss strategy, y'all. Let's go to Control Center, finally. It wasn't Control Center, it was Lijiang Towers. I guess we will not start on Control Center because we had a lobby reset, so all my points about the Pharah go out the door. Kraken can finally utilize Ace on that, which she looked so good. Argon is on the Echo, seen as this kind of soft counter to Pharah in terms of the burst damage that can be utilized if you use a lot of those stickies. And then the focusing beam, that's how you can get a quick execution, while Pharah doesn't have that 100-0 finish as you have to hit all those shots throughout.
One of the things I'm definitely going to be looking for here is Argon attempting an assassination onto Ibang. Ibang, of course, now with Parley dead, is going to have to be doing a majority of the healing for so many members. Actually ignores Dank in favor of just keeping Ace pocketed, hoping that this can just come down to a hyper carry.
Oh, Dank is missing, so Kraken are just going to spray and pray around the point as they don't have a good anchor to hold the space within it. So SPG get to clean up this fight. Really took their time with it. It was patient. It was smart, and they got the point first, and it pays off.
Getting an opening down for Pally was huge. Unfortunately, standing in with sticky bombs, not good for your health if you're an Ana. And actually, Pally was very far up there, and that's going to cost a lot of time for Kraken, who are just scrambling to re-engage themselves now. Does give a little bit of space for Ace to play around the back, though. Remember that Ibang might be put out here if Ace can't maintain the flight very well.
I like where Kraken, especially Dank, is sitting because Ace and Kraken went to the point while Pally is missing, and if they didn't have someone hold that front door, Ace would have not had a route to escape if SPG wanted to move up and take space. So Kraken did a good job of salvaging somehow this fight, and now both their supports are dead, so it really doesn't matter. All this time goes in favor of SPG, and as a control game type, the more fights you win in a row, you get more ults, which turns into a snowball situation.
Yeah, and Kraken's, okay, swapping over now. Ibang moving over onto the Brigitte, Ace onto the Sombra. Actually swapping over to a full meta composition here is Kraken. Maybe trying to take advantage of Milgari being on a somewhat weaker tank, but the minefield here is going to be difficult.
Oh, here comes the mine in the back. Oh, the supports are in trouble. Ibang and Pally didn't even get a chance to use anything. Pally pulls the trigger on the Nano. It's given to nobody. 3v5 for Kraken. It's simply over. SPG didn't even have to really use much except the mines, and they still got 3 ults left.
Ace somehow died to the minefield as well. I'm not entirely sure how that happened. Maybe it was booped into them by Milgari. One fight remaining here for Kraken, and already they're being harassed by Milgari. But somehow we didn't see Milgari coming. Where are the pings, bro?
I didn't see Kraken spawn and do much at all, it seems. 85% plus for SPG, and they're in their spawn room doors! Such a Chad move! You're rallying and you're stunning a Sombra. Hyunjae, does he get away with it though? He's got the backup of Milgari, he's got the rally. Independent queen that he is. Only needing that self-healing, 99%. There's that cap from R3K, an important 1v1 Tracer matchup that Kraken desperately need to win. KSJ did get Nano, helps him not only heal, but win that 1v1. Ace with the EMP to try to get this monkey off his back. Literally, Argon with the Winston duplicate is stalling and making so Kraken reinforcements are not arriving to the point, but Pally is around providing some healing, but it's just not enough, especially with breaking line of sight of your Ana, so 100-0 goes in favor of SPG.
Ibang and Parley are eternally respawning. They're never not dead. I don't know if it's a communication issue, a peeling issue, a positioning issue, but every single time SPG seem to be catching Parley first and Ibang having no means to peel for them. Here's a quick look at this amazing minefield from Milgari.
I don't think there's any countering that because it's just you didn't scout this. He came from right above you. Maybe they could have just rotated to high ground if you know the Hammond's probably going to be in that position waiting for a pile drive on the main door. Or you should probably ult track that he has mines. Maybe there are preventable situations there, but, you know, it's probably impossible to hit a sleep there.
Am I about to see damage boosted Symmetra? just to try and break through Milgaru's shield as quickly as possible. Okay, no, Ace is actually going to swap over onto the Pharah. Okay, so they are disregarding the points earlier, and they've been bitten by the Saudi bug. Pharah everywhere.
SPG is just running them over. That's all I care about. Immediate server control. And they knew exactly the comp they wanted to use. They're dismantling Kraken from the nuts and bolts, and now all the gears are coming apart. Kraken now have to try and push through the choke on one of the most difficult maps to do so on. They have a Pharah of Ace and Ibang on the coast side, which almost got a pick onto this Lucio of Hyunjae, but all SPG have to do is really just ignore this and hold choke. And Kraken now with a 3v5 at this main door. Both Reinhardts run into each other. Fantastic immortality provided by Jinsung means SPG don't lose a single member.
Pally's sad match has begun. Just TP onto Rihanna. What's she gonna do? The other supporters are Mercy and busy with Ace. They do flip over the point for 6% with a back cap, but unfortunately at this point, Lemon, it's urinating into the wind. This Kraken, they need to try and figure out a new approach, and Dank believes it's gonna be the Winston.
I don't know about this one, Chief. Winston's just historically not great on this. Just the low ceilings, plus you brawl. How do you get past the Reinhardt? Because you do not want a 1v1 in a vacuum there. Barrage from up above denies the value of the Ant Matrix. And finally a team fight win for Kraken when it felt like they were just going to be swept under the rug. SPG are going to reset.
I'm not sure how Milgaru missed a fire strike on a static Pharah. It's okay, we're all going to forget that happened, but that should have been a kill. Anyway, Riptide. This could actually be a little bit difficult to deal with here for SPG. We don't really have that much consistent hit scan damage to try and mess with it. Jinsung's going to be the main attempt to try and counter
Waiting
this
for
with
the push, though. Here's the Riptire going to server. You might not even have time to react. The Susan was used early. Hyunjae is isolated, and you take that. But no sound barrier for SPG. 5v4 for Kraken. Valkyrie at the ready, but not even needing to invest more ultimates after that Riptire. So fantastic job Kraken to scout that, have Archman in a safe position. SPG can take that L on the chin and fight again.
Yeah, chasing out the Sombra from the backline, just making sure that info gather is going to be slightly weaker from the side of SPG. Now they've finally taken over in terms of percentage generation 2. The Valkyrie is going to be great just to allow Ibang to have complete safety from KSJ and Argon, because remember, if you're playing up in the air, those small arms not great against you.
Oh, Pally missed the sleep. But there's Peel from Kraken's side to deny Milgaru, and you got to be careful positioning on the coast side. If you are Kraken, you are prone to those environmentals. And Nano Pharah, it's just pain. The Winston bubble from Dank to protect them too. What a synergistic team. Finally, what a sleep on the KSJ. As everyone from SBG is taken out. It's 82+% for Kraken, though. They could force round 3.
Ali's on his vengeance. Argenson needs to get away, but can't. Oh, the damage boost is too brutal. That Kiriko is going to take a while to return. Milgaru, yes, will be able to pick up a health pack here. The KSJ needs to be able to get access to the EMP during this. You can see that Pally's hiding out, trying to make it difficult for his flankers to get on top of him.
Okay, good heals into R3K. Manages to escape from that ham. And last fight, Valkyrie, no tank for SPG. EMP is the win condition. If KSJ can get that online quickly enough. Argon has the pulse bomb. It's going to be difficult to hit. Pally should be a target while the rest hope to escape. Jinsung, does he have a teleport? The primal for the final hop and the stop. SPG pulling out the ultimates at the end, but Dank is just squashing them. And what composure comes out of Kraken after getting 100-0, stomped on when it came to Night Market, to now come on to Control Center as the underdog in this matchup to force the round 3 with a Pharah of all things. After on the pre-show I said that it would be insane to play Pharah here. It's just not good with the low ceilings, but Kraken proved me wrong.
And Kraken identified their issue. Pally always dying first, so they figure, hey, if we're going to do this 3-2 split with the Pharmacy and the Ana, we're just going to put R3K and Dank on Protect Pally duty, meaning that no one can get to this Ana without being absolutely destroyed first. Here's Ace's fantastic barrage. I'm not sure how this is a missed fire strike. Unfortunate, but hey, I don't think it would have won the
I don't
fight
think it
anyway,
cares.
as that
Yeah,
Ace already
nobody
did a
cares.
huge
There's
amount.
mercy there.
L plus ratio plus don't care.
Yeah, it's just, those barrages have gotten so much value. The very least you would hope, the silver lining, if you're on the victim side of that barrage, is that can you trade with the Pharah? You need enough burst damage, you need everyone to have a quick reaction, and you just didn't really see Ace die ever. We go to round 3 on Gardens, Pharah versus Pharah. Argon preferred the Echo originally, which worked out the first round 100-0 evidently. Ace wins that duel and hopes to deny the resurrect attempt, which Hyunjae disengages.
Yeah, Ace is able to take so much aggressive distance here. Actually, a damage boost onto the Ana just to make sure that Ace can't over-peak or feel overly safe in this position. You can see that Ace is consistently harried by that, but Kraken are going to be able to set up a defensive position here with control. Just a slight bit of contest. Ooh!
Keep your eyes on me, he says, Argon ended the race! What are we cooking here with that? I mean, you just knew that that fight was toast if you do not have Ace there. A free Pharah, one that is left unchecked is one that is just gonna tear you apart. Argon proves that. SPG back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, those one-taps coming through from Pharah's is all down to the setup that can be given over from these Anas. The Fariha mother-daughter duo works in tandem to get someone into a one-tap territory. iBang's so low, but no connection guaranteed.
And Ace is now on the Echo. See if they can get the burst on the Argon. If you can hit the double direct rockets, you gotta hope that you can do better on the Echo. It's a little bit easier there, and maybe Ace just has preference there. iBang is gone already, so no pocket for Ace, who has now been slept. Jinsung is 1v2ing alert, but Dang able to trade that out once Jinsung went in for the kill off of his sleep. So Kraken invests the nano. They think this fight is winnable. Hyunjae in dangerous position, goes off the map to try an LOS. That is a risky Valkyrie just to get the flight activated. Hyunjae continues to live. The flip going in favor of Kraken, where Argon is looming close to the barrage, has gotten the nano, concusses in, is there to deal with Kali, who slept his dear friend Nilgaru. Barrage just to stop the follow-up, and at a distance, Argon gets the 3K. It saves the fight for SPG.
An unfortunate recall puts them in the path of so many rockets, and Dank right now is chasing Ghost, unfortunately. Maybe can grab
Hit a
Argon.
rocket! Hit a what the rocket? No shot, he chokes that. No, that was so winnable for Argon. He can't do it all. Just needed the 4K to save this fight. But Dank, low-key the savior of Kraken, 81+% for SPG. They're still holding on to the point too. They won't have KSJ as Nilgaru buys more and more time with the Primal, put all the focus for him down. And Ace comes alive when Kraken needed to the most, but Kraken has quite a deficit to make up for.
Oh, Ace overflicking. Maybe a little bit of nervousness there, but we saw in the aim. Kraken, I would like to lodge a complaint with the entire team when I saw about 3 people shooting at the Hyunjae Mercy flying off the map and nobody could hit her. That was a major issue. Once again, back into this defensive position. The duplicate ready to go now. Likely to see potentially double Winston or double Tracer. But double Tracer in particular is really good for actually carving up an enemy Winston because she does so much damage at close range. It generates a really quick pulse bombs.
Jay bashes out. Stiggy's hit the shield. Meanwhile, SPG are not going to have healers in this, so Nilgaru has to play passive. KSJ will be able to translocate out to build towards EMP, and Nilgaru quickly woken up, jumps out. SPG on the back foot. Nilgaru almost finished off. R3K was on the hunt. Blinks forward. Argon keeps him in check as SPG manages to not drop a single person throughout that. Really fantastic healing from Hyunjae and Jinsung, but with the primal of Dank, seems very difficult for SPG to move forward. Kraken are now up by 1. Removing both supports from SPG killed their chances of winning this fight.
Bit of to me to you between Dank and Ace there on the copy. Ace going to take this opportunity to move away now from the Echo. Back over to our regular meta commentary here. The Sombra going to do well, just trying to make sure that KSJ not overly free to make egregious attacks, as now Ace can try to sound like Translocator potentially.
Okay, final fight. From 100-0, do SPG take the win, or do Kraken come from the brink of defeat? It's a rally, but Pally is missing. Nano could be delivered in time. Argon eats the stun, recalls back to full health, and Kraken 4v5 fight through this Jinsung. Nano actually gets cancelled from the stun of iBang. And his last dying breath, Hyunjae with the rally makes up for the healing deficit. Pally will be back, has to deliver this Nano very quickly, but to who? I guess it's gonna be Dank. He's the last survivor of Kraken, it feels like, but against the EMP and the entire team of SPG, Kraken just have to live and hope that reinforcements come super quickly. SPG have the primal rage too, so Nilgaru will have the sustain to outlast this fight. Why did he use it? That's insane to me.
That is very, very suspect, but in the end, it means that Kraken will be able to walk away with Lijiang Tower with a little help from their Australian, with a little help from Milgaru.
I did hear that when we had that lobby reset, I've been hearing some whispers of ping issues. That's the only reason why Milgaru would ever flood that. It's very uncharacteristic from him. He's been a dependable tank thus far. But from SPG dominating 100-0, they find themselves 0-1. After this break, we'll find out, though, where they want to go to next. Kraken are up 1-0 after getting smashed. I'm not gonna lie, on round 100-0. We had like a 20-minute lobby reset, but Kraken were just cold and they were just warming up, and it's crazy to see SPG down at this deficit because they are the favorite team coming into this match.
Yeah, Kraken finally managed to keep Pally alive, and a lot of that falls on the shoulders of the tank. And, well, Dank really representing Australia well here, with Kraken doing so well, especially on Guardian, getting multiple 3Ks, getting really huge value out of the nanos that were generated with Pally being alive longer. And honestly, I think that Dank is definitely going to be the one to watch in this particular matchup as we go over to Midtown.
Dank was a huge carry. My personal MP for Crack. I think SPG's ult usage at the last fight was what really costed them. I called out that Hyunjae's nano got cancelled by a rally stun from the other side. Nilgaru wasn't able to pop Primal, which might have been able to sustain them for reinforcements to come back. That fight should have gone way longer than it did. And Argon put in some serious work, multiple 3 or 4Ks, and then was the one who got stopped by Dank. So, crazy turn of events where Kraken ends up on top, giving SPG the map pick where we go to Midtown. And this is where we could see anything from, we've seen like those builder comps like the Orisa Tor, Bjorn, but this is going to be a comfortable moment for Aid to come in also as the hit scan substitute.
Yeah, we haven't seen Zarya here, but Aid coming in as the hit scan substitute is definitely going to be, I think, a hallmark of maybe playing a little bit more of the Hanzo in particular, because Hanzo, of course, still incredibly powerful. But Aid also a player who has played for Sombra before this roster, and they've played a lot more with Aid. They are far more used to playing with Aid in the comm structure compared to Argon or KSJ, and there's been a lot of back and forth between Aid and Aldo as a duo and Argon and KSJ. So I think that maybe there's something you could follow here, a little thread that SPG are looking to clean up their comms and play a little bit more of the classic Winston Sombra Tracer dive that seems to have remained, at least in the Twitter discourse, the comp du jour of Overwatch League.
Yeah, I did love the Winston choice on Control Center, and that's what costed them at the end. We have Aid and Aldo playing, and this was their kind of the primary starters from the spring stage, what gave SPG so much success. So SPG on the attack, seeing how they got to dive through. Really, the Winstons got to brawl their way through, as funny as that sounds, through the lower bridge, and what a collapse on the R3K, who should have been even playing that close and that accessible to the team. Usually you see a Torbjorn on the staircase and much more difficult to dive out of LOS, and that just completely blew open the void, and this is an easy walk-in for SPG.
A great setup there from Aid as well, going for a manual hack to make sure that R3K could not pop the overclock and get that additional health that gives him a little bit more ability to rebuff a dive until it was too late. R3K and Ace now going over to a double shotgun composition here. This is all about killing Nilgaru as quickly as possible, so a lot of freedom for Aid and Aldo.
Quick disengage from Dank. You got the Reaper as a counter from Kraken's side, Aid on the Ashe. If once SPG win this initial duel outside of the point, if Aiden gets set up on the bridge, this will be smooth sailing to go and cap point B. But getting there, that is the most difficult part of this point. You got Ace on the flank. I like where he is. Usually you'll see the Winston set up there, but Dank is currently appealing for his supports of Ibang and Pally on the bridge, getting harassed by Nilgaru. Aid just has to keep Ace in check. Maybe add to the fight as well. Gets a headshot onto Ace as soon as he showed himself. Ace thought that Aid was looking away. Now that that flanking Reaper is out of SPG's face, they get to move forward. But somehow Hyunjae dies to a turret, and now the ranged DPS of Kraken has taken out SPG on their approach, as Dank commits the Primal just to add more self-injury, I guess. Insult injury. And SPG will have to reset.
Dank to the turret. That's going to make for an awkward Lindholm Christmas. And Dank, oh no, oh, that messed up jump, that is going to be so bad. Not only is that going to deny ultimate charge from Pally and Ibang, but also this is a huge opening for Nilgaru to be able to move forwards and take a bit of space for free tank swapping over as well here. onto the Diva means that, yes, there's going to be a little bit more to try and shut down Aid in particular. Eating those dynamites is something you need to look out for. But this is all about killing Milgaru, who's playing a lot more reserved now, closer to these supports.
Oh, Milgaru has Banana going towards the DPS, and Dank has been slept, so he wasn't able to heal for this backline. Milgaru playing his life very well. He's at 800 HP and playing a lot more passive, less aggressive than I was expecting, but it's the space acquired that really matters from FPG. They got a leftover bot from 8-2. They got Ace set up on the bridge, and Ace wants to make him uncomfortable, close to the Death Blossom, and just loses the duel to Aid, which is insane. Aid is keeping Ace in his box. SPG invested the Bob, and this should be pretty easy. Cap B, once they remove these last 3 members of Kraken. They gotta do this quickly too, though. Kraken have respawn advantage, and you don't want to have Ace come back. The Death Blossom unleashes on the cart, and SPG could not finish this fight off quick enough, despite starting with an advantage.
Dank still gets the nano, though. That's a big economic toll to pay for Kraken. Still, hello, a swap over onto a Widowmaker. And a Sojourn. Very curious against the Winston, but Kraken continue to show us this new looks, maybe trying to strain the overall tactical depth that SPG can bring. And SPG, look at this, and they instantly go, okay, so this seems incredibly weak for the strongest composition in the game right now. This should be very easy to get on top of Ace. Ibang's going to need to be on point when it comes to peeling.
The Widow of Ace is playing at the very back, thought maybe they could get a cheeky headshot. Seeing the SPG response, puts back to the Torbjorn, which is a great anti-dive countermeasure, kind of a mini shotgun. I'd call him Budget Reaper, but with a tracer marker on top. SPG begin their dive just to establish themselves on the cart, allowing maybe Aid and Aldo to find their way to the sides of this fight. Callie's position in the back left, that'll be the target of Aid and Aldo, as Aid was more maybe focusing on this tank duel, but now slots Callie's positioning, puts pressure on those supports. You got Ace going unnoticed, puts a lot of damage into Milgaru, and there's not enough resources being dumped into that tank.
One of the things you've got to worry about here as well. Not as much healing going through towards Milgaru, because Jinfa can actually be zoned off of these areas by Ace long-range poke with the long-range rivets.
All right, a minute 40 left. SPG have EMP to worry about. Really to use in this fight. Kraken gotta be careful of this. 3-hit, I-bang down. R3K in trouble, needs to disengage, but now there's a tracer on his back, and Milgaru is nanoed. That'll be surely all she wrote for this point. SPG just in cleanup mode, but this took probably 2 extra fights than it really needed to. So this will cost SPG some time, but nevertheless, it was very easy to cap the point. They got a huge time advantage there. And now point B was the most difficult part, but it's how they approach point C that's going to matter.
And now another swap here from Kraken. Ace potentially isolated in this long tube, but down there, that is where those rivets can get a huge amount of damage done. Milgaru is going to be poked from the back. The trace won't be too much of an issue. Dank having already used the bubble is a resource that they can't afford to really play without when it comes to a proactive dive.
Uh-oh, I think needs to be careful. Milgaru spotted his prey, but we look on the other side, the counter dive of Dank, who's been nanoed. SPG seem to have gotten away. The Tracer and the Sombra are very mobile, can translocate out of dives and really blink away very easily, and Dank didn't leave quick enough, so the dive was unsuccessful and punished. SPG are missing 1 support, so it's a 4v4 as SPG invests ultimates. It's the Primal, it's the Rally, but there's, you know, a Molten Core all over the cart, so SPG just have to carefully maneuver around that, hence the lack of space taking that SPG is experiencing, especially having their supports staggered from each other. As soon as Hyunjae got back, he's dead again. SPG aren't making much progress. It's inch by inch.
Zoning Core got a touch of value now. Ace moving onto the caster. Remember, this is the new grenade, the hindrance being given over when it does impact forward. And this is pre-nerf version of an Aid as well. It's going to chase you forever and ever. Aid, almost with an EMP. That's going to be the main thing to look out for here.
Ooh! Well, the EMP with the cast, he got around the corner. Ace is so smart, he tumbled and punished Aid on the EMP. And then where's the follow from SPG? Milgaru was totally way back. I don't see Aldo anywhere close, so miscomm from SPG is going to cost them.
Yeah, and Aid, a little bit of a miscalculation getting that close to the Cassidy as well to try and go for the solo EMP. Got hit with an Aid, hindered, couldn't exit before Ace landed the shots that were needed. Although, can potentially open this up now, though. Both the Brigitte and the Torbjorn, easy targets for the...
Ooh, nice pulse bump. That'll shut him up for good. 5v4. You got Milgaru nanoed. There's just no space for Kraken Dink. I think he's contesting the card too with this primal, so this is buying some really good time for the defense to stabilize. Dank got antied. Having the bubble saves his life in that moment. You got the nano that brings Dank back up to his feet. SPG are hitting a wall, literally, metaphorically, as every time they use ultimates, they seem to be losing fights. It's the execution that we criticize even back on Li Xiong Tower that costed them that map, but there's still a fruitful push, especially after they waited for their cooldowns to be back. And now SPG find themselves at the spawn room doors of Kraken, waving goodbye as they full cap with 0 seconds left.
Moment, but it wasn't headshot after headshot. SPG found the initiative and moved in to minimize that Widowmaker's space and ability to hit those shots. Still, the cap in overtime, well, it is a good omen on Midtown. It's not so much a good omen when this is SPG's choice of map seemingly continually stymied by the weird picks coming out of Kraken, who are playing a very reactive hero style. Basic some very impressive shots, admittedly, but I think that definitely could have been fast lemon. We could have seen a much faster completion of second.
Yeah, Aid kind of put Ace in his place. That was the most like PG-13 way I could describe how many times Aid shot Ace. I like the Reaper positioning, the way that Kraken was trying to control power positions of the map, being that top right side right outside of the point. And then once Aid found that headshot, SPG were able to move forward towards the bridge, which it was almost a landslide, where SPG quickly took the point off of a positional mistake from R3K being too far forward on the Torbjorn. But SPG found themselves like losing fights that they should have won, like having these 5v4, even sometimes 5v3 fight starts, even at the end of point B, taking them a few extra fights, a few extra EMPs, a few extra ults. And honestly, this time bank could have been larger, so Kraken, they'll have to go all the way with the time bank, try and contest SPG and go up in the series.
Pharmacy out again. We've seen plenty of this in our APAC Opens, and Ace is keen to continue. One of the things that is actually interesting about the Pharaoh on this particular point of Midtown is that you can't really try and outpace it that much, because Winston can't really dive past the train. It's too dangerous to move beyond the LOS of Irana.
How is Ace getting away with this? He's just harassing these supports. If I'm Jinsung, I am screaming and eating my mic for breakfast. Hell, shoot this damn Farah. There is no response. You have a Songbird to trace it. The best you can hope for is that you hack her. Pally did get resurrected, so Kraken move towards the point. Ace starting the cap, and you do not want to mess with this. All those going to the second level. Ace with predictive rockets there, trying to hunt him down. The first tick. SPG have their reinforcements back. It's Milgaru that dives in. R3K is on the flank, almost one clips Hyunjae. Jinsung is the next victim. Flail puts that tracer at 4 HP as SPG haven't lost anyone, and I think they have not been able to remove Ace from that point, but they are contesting, denying that second tick, and SPG has salvaged his defense.
Although is squeaky clean. Still Dank taking out Milgaru. That's going to be an issue. Waiting for the mega health pack over here as R3K doesn't manage to grab it, but might not be a chance when it comes to the Tracer versus Tracer. Although just a class of his own against the holidaying tank player. But now Kraken are coming towards their own little spike in power. The Nano boost should be available soon. The Nano barrage in particular is going to be particularly difficult to deal with. AIDS, it might be the best counter for this to even try and hack him out of that Nano barrage, but you don't have easy access.
Ooh, this is a preemptive dive from SPG, and the identification that Pally had those cooldowns, or at least has missed them. Usually you don't see defense, especially dives, ever go past this Metro, let alone dive over top of it. The Resurrect is successful in the Pally, because you are supposed to be safe in that situation, but how safe do you feel? EMP from Aid versus the two ultimates. Full support ultimates from Kraken. Ace denied the barrage from Hyunjae, who does it again. SPG will deny Kraken from going any further for now.
Rally does well at rebuffing this aggression. Self-destruct should get naught. It's all grabbed by the Winston bubble here, and now Ace has moved over onto the Symmetra. Maybe hoping for a close-range brawl, try and drag Milgaru in to fight them up close. Perhaps you can just TP Pally up onto the high ground. Oh no, look at all those.
What is he cooking? Okay, that's one way to try and dominate Metro, but
so
you
good.
100% lose that 1v1. As but you does not win a 1v1 against Tracer unless you have a lucky charged up right click. So I'm not sure what Ace is thinking here. Even a Genji would synergize with Dank a whole lot better than this.
Yeah, this is a mystifying choice from Ace. Obviously, the early positioning of Ulvo to try and get a skirmish is to try and mess with Ace's potential to set up a teleporter unperturbed. And setting up the turrets here does at least keep Ulvo away from that angle.
SPG keeping Kraken at bay. 40 seconds remain for SPG. Prove that they should have never lost that last fight on Lijiang. They should have never even gone to round 3 after the 100-0 that began. And Ace, I guess we sort of saw this niche strat that they were going for, trying to teleport to the top left window, maybe establish R3K there with the supports. I'm not really sure. Kraken seemed flustered because this Symmetra is just so unheard of, at least with the dive combination around them. And Ace has a fantastic Genji, so I'm really curious.
Nothing really existing hypothetically right now. The touch is going to be difficult. Oh, the Lucio's gone. It's Jova.
The sleep onto aid was kind of cute from Pally, but yeah, this Midtown ends in very heavy favor of SPG, a flawless defense. And Kraken's offense, I think, could have tumbled into something much, much greater if they had really enabled Ace, but they didn't tunnel on all those Tracer. Everyone turned to deal with all those Tracer that was in that building, which left the reinforcements of the defense to come back in unnoticed. And Ace needs a lot more support. There needs to be a lot more scouting, a lot more comms. And Kraken, obviously the coordination isn't looking good today.
Yeah, the informational game not going fantastically thus far for Kraken. But you'll be able to find out more information about this series after our break.
We have a tie series after a dominant SPG full hold on Midtown on their choice of map. Kraken. They've been cooking. I mean, the Symmetra was cooking already, but they have chosen to go to Gibraltar. And this, I'm so excited for a mirror matchup when it comes to dive.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a little bit more even when it comes to a dive. We've seen Kraken on this map before bring out Ace's Genji. And I evoked the forbidden words, he who must not be named earlier, Shadowburn. Really reminds me, Ace of Shadowburn, just how clean that Shuriken play is. This was against MFC, where the Genji can get a huge amount of unlimited poke onto a Junker Queen. I would not be surprised to see Ace bring it out again, as R3K seems pretty comfortable slipping into that Tracer role, and Genji, of course, on Gibraltar has a good amount of verticality with the wall climb that Sombra and Tracer actually don't have, and take a considerable amount of commute time to get to their targets. So on the attack, you could definitely see something like a pocketed Genji come out and maybe create some snowballable fights for Kraken.
And that's what Kraken need, is to coordinate on a game plan, get their composure back. Because I had highlighted how composed Kraken seems when they got smashed 100-0 in their first round and ended up coming back, forcing a round 3 and winning Lijiang Tower against SPG. And they looked coordinated, and I think Dank was like a huge MVP for this roster, but the pieces around him seem to be not molding to perfection. And we do have to point out yet again that R3K is not supposed to be their DPS player. They're used to playing with High Vision, who not really sure why he's not playing these past couple of matches, but he's sorely missed. And SPG, they are the favorite team. They are probably the #1 team considered to get out of this group. So it's going to be tough for Kraken to get through this, but at least this is a dive-based map and one of the best compositions that Kraken are known for.
Yeah, this is where Kraken are going to be at their strongest, but we've seen just how easy it is for SPG to lean into a meta composition with Aiden all their in, going for some early scouting here as A just to get the information, and that'll make sure that Jinsung and Gyunjae can reactively position regarding the mobility of the enemy composition. And let me give a quick shout out to Jinsung as well, a huge map on Midtown, managing to do a lot to survive even when being accosted by a pharmacy.
Well, let's see if he can live now, because there's an Echo, there's a Winston trapping these SPG supports, but Although has been behind, harassing Dank, forcing Kraken to drop to the low ground. Dank kind of reemerges on the other side, but is out of LOS from his break and his Ana. And Dank doesn't have a dive team around him necessarily, although R2K sometimes does dive with him. Didn't dive with him at that moment. And Ace was too far out of the picture to contribute, but mainly Dank needs to be on the same page with his supports to be successful.
The problem here is that Kraken actually didn't do their homework of that engage. Often with high tier teams, you see them roll out with a Symmetra on this map to teleport the Ana up to the opposing high ground, meaning that they can have LOS when the Winston is making that engage. Ace has no idea Milgara is coming. Where's the information?
3 minutes and Kraken are falling behind. R3K is getting staggered. And that's where SPG, the initiatives that they were taking on defense to go past Metro, you're seeing the confidence show yet again for SPG. The fact that they are extending past that main bridge to dive even deeper. 27 HP, and although it might get out of this, Nano from Dank, Kraken thinks it's winnable. They've spotted weaknesses out of SPG, but not the best of jumps from Dank. And EMP from Aid comes out. Kraken are hit and are unable to escape back to spawn. Not before all, though, and hunted them all down and delivers the pulse. And Dank's not even going to pop Primal, wants to reset with the team, and Ibang and Pally are next on the hit list.
Touch the spawn door, ult the spawn door challenge. You can see that Pally and Ibang are trying to get up onto that area where a Symmetra would usually TP the supports in the initial stage of a rollout. But that's where they're continually getting surrounded by SPG, and although an Aid continually finding these 1v1s, the Echo actually a very weak duelist against both the Sombra and the Tracer, because the spread of their weapons catches huge amount of the weak hitbox.
Kraken, half their time bank is now gone. It's a good start though, brawling your way through the bridge is the first step, but R3K now, duplicate, harassing these support, Sung is dead, good sleep to both stop R3K from being more of a menace. Ibang is dead, and Pally's still just approaching out of spawn. Must be getting flanked by the Sombra Tracer. And I do agree with you that they should be trying to position Ibang and Pally at least getting them across this road, back up to the bridge. Seems like Callie's made his way to the high ground, so should be in healable range. As Dank, well, he's just tearing everyone up. And SPG are gonna find themselves stalled out if they don't deal with this. R3K gets hunted though by Ultho, and Kraken are not in a good position. The rally is popped, and you don't have any DPS. Kraken, this is not gonna be a successful fight whatsoever.
Oh, Dank eliminated. There's the nano coming through from Pali, but it's just desperation. A 1 versus 3 here for the rally, and it's going to be very hard for iBang to get any value. Kraken are falling apart at the seams. Kraken are lacking.
Yeah, this is not looking good. 37 seconds, just SPG. As soon as they Kraken even start a dive, look at that! They catch him lagging. This Widow came out on Midtown, and I still don't believe in it. Against the double flanker, you're never gonna have a moment's rest. It's never gonna be peace in the Kraken camp. They all need to commit ace. I'm begging you, unlock Genji. I don't know if it's a DLC, but this has been your bread and butter. At least the soldier will get him rotated into the fight as quickly as possible, but the EMP from Aid is hurting Kraken, but not to death. Well, at least the finishing blows come in, and SPG just have to contest this card. There's 3 members of Kraken keeping the ball rolling. You got a Nano Hyunjae that's ready to stun up R3K if he gets close enough, and that'll be all for Kraken after a map 1 win to a very slow, short, not great push on Gibraltar. I had to find the right careful words for that.
A pacifist push on Gibraltar. Yeah. Though, for SPG Lemon, peace was never an option. Kraken actually chose this map as well, which makes it doubly sad, believing this would be one of their best opportunities. Oh man, R3K kind of caught sleeping. The lack of information that was had there is probably one of the biggest issues that we see for this roster. Like, we don't see iBang or Ace really doing a huge amount to actually scout out that information. You've got the Sonic Arrow, and you can 3D peek with the Brigitte. Yeah, you've got R3K as an echo on the cart. Kraken are just feeling a little bit out of sorts right now.
It's tough, and I feel like Dank has done a good job thus far. And I think he's doing his own thing, expecting the team to mold around him, and I don't deny that. I think really the only dive I didn't like out of Dank was when he was out of LOS from iBang and Pally, when he was below the cart and jumped up on the other side of the bridge. But he needs help desperately, and I think R3K and Ace are getting mixed up on whether they need to defend iBang and Pally, or at least get them set up on the high ground, and maybe they're getting uncoordinated around what goal is most important and when those should be executed. But SPG have the Roadhog out just to pull someone off of this bridge if needed, but this is textbook how they're using all those symmetric TP.
Yep, just get Jinsung and Hyunjae over onto the high ground on the other side. This will allow Milgaru to take a much deeper dive onto those blue boxes where you can actually have LOS from the Ana. And this is what Kraken were missing. And honestly, when they were missing that much regular homework, that's what made me so surprised that they actually picked this map.
Dank is anti-force back up to the high ground. SPG are just gonna push cart and can either really get this under the bridge and then dive, or force Kraken's hand to dive towards them. You gotta be careful jumping up there if you're SPG. You got a Torbjorn that does a surprising amount of burst. And Aldo has to be careful of the Torbjorn turret that will mark him at all times. It's set up on the top bridge and in a well-hidden room that it's difficult to tear down. So Aldo says, well, I'm not going to mess with that Torbjorn. I'm just going to push card, and drops down to 10 HP. And Aid diffs Ace yet again, just like he did on Midtown. And SPG's thighs are just that much cleaner. This fight win could cost Kraken the map if they don't stabilize. And it's the box of victories right there.
Yeah, this seems pretty Jova right now. There's going to be a run for the cart from Ace. Maybe a 1 versus 4. No, it's not going to happen. That was a great response by SPG to the double knockback that the Ash and the Brigitte provide together. Instead, they play it slow. Wait for their Hanzo to get a headshot. Allow their Tracer to push the cart through, knowing that no one can really come down to contest that. But Torbjorn doesn't want to be the one to move down and touch the cart, because it takes him forever to get back up onto the high ground. And while the Torbjorn's down there, the high ground is weaker to a dive from that Winston. So great understanding of how the Kraken comp worked from SPG, and really exploiting the lax cart pressure that it had, as well as the lack of real engagement potential.
There is a lack of potential in the Kraken camp, but SPG are on match point. Kraken have a choice of map, and we'll see where they want to end up to after this break. Welcome back, y'all. It's 2-1 in favor of SPG. Match point in our upper bracket final for Group A. Kraken might have won the first map, but SPG are getting the last laugh after not only one, but two full holds on Midtown and Gibraltar.
Yeah, it does feel like Kraken's offense right now is a little bit lacking, and luckily, on push, you could argue that you're on defense all the time, if that makes you feel slightly better, but SPG ironclad when it comes to figuring out how these compositions work and not creating openings for the enemy. It feels like Jinsung and Hyunjae, they're simply living forever. It's so hard for Dank to get onto them off of control. where it's a lot more brawly and the tanks can find much easier access to that backline.
Aliseo chosen by Kraken. I'm expecting a mirror match here, where I thought this was going to be a lot more evenly matched. There seems to be something going on in the Kraken camp. I'm not sure if it's technical, mental, whatever, but I'm not seeing Ace on his best heroes ever since Control. Like, I wonder if just the echo fire gap that was happening got to him. But R3K is left on his lonesome, having to duel against an Overwatch League level tracer. And although, as an off-tank player, like, R3K is just, I just don't expect him to win that. But I think if you put all the eggs in the dank basket, Kraken can hope to have a better showing on Coliseum after 2 full holes that they experience. But SPG, like I said, are just a whole different beast when it comes to APAC.
Yes, SPG, so variable as well with what they can actually play, both in terms of heroes and play against, even when going up against an almost entirely anti-Winston comp. We saw Milgaru and Although play it perfectly with the patience, and just wait for aid to get a pick on the Hanzo, push the car instead. The knowledge of how to play the win conditions of all of their comps is second to none for SPG as we head over now on to Colosseo. I wonder if we've... Oh, hello. I'm hoping this is real. Just a new approach. On Esperanza previously against MFC, I believe, Kraken full capped using this composition.
It looked good against MFC, but SPG are just the big bros, the Chads of Group A. See how this goes. It's a double flanker that returns for SPG, something that completely dismantled iBang and Pally. But now that they're going to be playing that much closer to R3K, to Ace, we expect Pally and iBang to be a lot more safer. So how does SPG peel apart these members of Kraken who are going to be playing as this death ball? Well, I guess if you hack them and you just don't get checked, Ace still finds an assassination onto iBang, and removing that speed is going to hurt Kraken as they won't have a solid moment to engage. Though they can play off of those May walls, R3K places that behind Milgaru, who doesn't take any damage, might have just managed to LOS into those closet corridors. Beautiful post by Aldo. The first ultimate of the game comes out of a tracer. You know you're in trouble.
Oh, EMP hits even more. 4 players have their abilities, their lives, and their defensive prowess taken away. iBang still going to be hacked here. Pally, what is he doing? It's a 2 versus 5, bruv.
Said, let me go. I will deal with this problem. I will deal with this.
That is...
Farming ults, though. That was a very quick EMP impulse.
That was incredibly quick. Of course, when you're getting this close and Jingsun's pumping out enough healing that you can actually stay in the fight, against these large hitboxes, those high-spread weapons like the machine pistol and the pulse pistol is going to do so much damage.
Yeah, the snowball is turned into an avalanche. You got the nano ready for Milgaru. Really eliminates 2 people as Kraken were set up at the corner. That'll be a full team fight finish too, as Dank is anti. No shot, he wins his 1v1 against Milgaru, who has the primal in case, but he's got the whole squad laughing with him too. SPG getting the 50 meters plus, and checkpoint coming up.
Alright, Ace Death Blossom is available. There's not really a good counter for this except for a hack, but already Ace is going to be permanently visible to the Sombra due to that less than 50% HP. Ace is going to be forced away, and I don't think there's going to be a touch here. That's a free checkpoint.
Well, checkpoint, close response for SPG, who had got an EMP, rally at more, but great Death Blossom from Ace. Just a single kill can slow this momentum of SPG. But they've evened it up. They punished Ace, didn't have the Wraith, must have used it to get into position for the Death Blossom. And that's all a Kraken could really do. No sound barrier to save this. I'm not sure if when iBang got it, and R3K didn't get the Blizzard out in time either. You got Milgaru flexing his Primal Rage muscles. Because that's not a mistake. That feels like a Chad move right there.
Ace able to disengage this entire time. Timothy's pushing that barricade further and further. Remember, SPG won that with Jinsung being the first pick as well. Ace got him with the Death Blossom. That was all off the back of Hyunjae's rally healing and the overhealth that was giving over. Forward spawns have come on through, and now SPG, they can simply troll the barricade if they desire.
91 meters plus. Kraken are managing to steal the bot. So now the Blizzard is thrown right at the feet of Milgaru when he was done his leap. So Milgaru is toast, so good awareness from R3K, good reaction. They gotta escort the bot back, coalescence to spray down the ghosts if there were any there. It's an interesting angle to spy check with, but the second most useless coalescence I've seen with the first one that happened. But EMP from SPG coming up now.
Hey, second worst in this case is their best coalescence. Aid also does a really good job there of contesting the cart to make sure that Milgari gets forward spawn.
Oh, the dive from SPG, beautifully executed off the EMP, got the ice block to deal with, and actually everyone focusing on R3K's ice block allowed Pally and Ace to find their way. Maybe, actually they're not even flanking, they're playing off of each other. 5 meters and growing for Kraken, and 6 minutes left.
Disengage here, finally. A little bit of distance for Kraken. R3K swapped over onto the Sombra. I think this is the first time we've seen a Sombra from R3K, but it's the first notable time. A well-placed stick here from Aldo. Could end this early. Ivan going to be the primary target. Try and mess with that sound barrier. There's for Hack. He's already dead.
Ilvaru, nanoed as well. On the hunt. All the way to the back. Pally doesn't have Fade. And Dank just can't 1v5. Why not, huh? Why no A+? 91 meters. And that's going to grow even larger. I think Kraken have to win one more fight, though, to extend their high score.
Yeah, Kraken still have one fight to play against here, and they'll need one fight to actually activate the forward spawn once again as well. Milgaru takes the high ground, knowing that now that there's no Reaper, can't easily be dislodged from here.
Oh! I beg you for one good support ult. That's all I want for Christmas, Santa.
Just one!
But, I mean, SPG are really good at ult tracking. They've got some incredible players, experience, an all-around good team. As Milgaru's Primal swats away the flies from the cart. 91 meters is going to turn into more, and Tank is left. He's got the backup of Ibang, though. But I don't think you want to mess with the rest of SPG who are rounding this corner.
Oh, they call him Milgaru. He's got the entire squad feeding. Huge amounts of distance to be gained. That's great from Ace to move in against Aldo, and now Aid's almost got another EMP to play with.
Oh, he ain't playing around with EMP. I mean, it feels like SPG are letting them know who's the better team. Milgaru was flexing. Everyone's feeling good. Kraken, still 4 minutes. But there seems to be a level of frustration. EMP from Aid hits the backline of Kraken, who evaporate into thin air, and the rest of the Kraken team don't even know they're missing supports. They're just that far away from Ibang and Pally, which I think the biggest disconnect is just how unattended Ibang and Pally are, which is positionally up to Ibang and Pally to play closer, or Kraken to not just get too far away from them.
R3K, an EMP. This could be a turnaround. There's still 4 minutes to play with here, Lemon. Providing that it doesn't end early with SPG getting a full completion. Oh, no.
Let him know. Let him know, R3K. 1v5. Where'd he go? I think he translocated. Okay, he killed Olgo, and he's dead. SPG going for full cap, and this is some weird, like, revenge after Kraken full capped on Esperanza. SPG are looking to full cap on Coliseo. Think when I got slept, but he's back in spawn. Nice, safe place for most players to be on. You can't be killed at spawn, right, Smile? SPG are now nanoing their brig.
Tribal Rage over there. Nano wants for Brigitte. The rally's still good to go as well. Lemon, anyone who gets close is getting stunned up.
Alright, Primal from Dank. Won't let it full cap. I like that Dank always plays like the match is never over. And I hope that he and somebody on this team is talking to Kraken, especially the support line, like after the Ajax is swapped to different stuff. You got 2 coalescence that didn't net much. Kraken can still find a moment to compose themselves and at least have a good showing, even if this is the final map.
Yeah, but we'll today disable forward spawn in just a moment. Rally versus Rally here is going to be very difficult for Kraken because Aid can get rid of that 700 HP shield using the EMP, but that is risky. You can get stunned out of it.
EMP. Good execution from Aid. What I love about SPG's EMP usage compared to the other side was that the whole team is ready to jump in. It's almost like Milgaru has already begun his jump when Aid pulls the EMP.
Probably synergy.
Yeah, they played along. Aid and Aldo, Milgaru, these are all people that have played in the spring stage and found success. Didn't reach the peaks that people expected them to, but I think they've learned a lot of lessons from that and hope to really impress when it comes to the summer stage. Milgaru gets post bomb. That's what I get for talking so nice about him.
Yeah, Ace just tries to play for that 1 versus 1, although might try and equalize here, going up against the Brigitte. It's an easy stick! Damage done to Dank as well, but SPG, they've already had a little bit of damage taken. They are playing a little bit more reserved at the moment as Dank keeps them penned in.
Although Tracer was... I'm so glad it's improved and it's gotten to a level where I'd like to see how he contends against Overwatch League teams. SPG have 90 minutes more to go, and Dane killed both supports by his damn self with the help of a nano. Let's give credit to Pally in that situation. Being alive to deliver a nano is so important. And iBang and Pally surviving throughout that fight. And look what happens to Kraken's success when they all can help each other.
Yeah, Pally gets a nice, nasty nade as well onto Hyunjae, making executing that rally even easier. The long-range poke here might be good for actually keeping Jinsung from hard-peeking these angles, but the Cassidy does suffer from a significant amount of drop-off, so in these long areas, there's plenty of room to work.
Nano Nilgar. Okay, yeah, he did get nanoed. He just got antied, which puts the effect away on the UI, and goes back to his support. Jinsung trying to heal him, but the rest of the storm of Kraken had arrived. 35 meters and growing with 34 seconds left. Kraken have to go flawless from here on out, and they have to get checkpoint, which has a delay on the progress that happens afterwards. SPG have one EMP to rule them all.
Yeah, Deadeye available on the other side, but this is not going to be a hugely impactful ultimate here. The EMP easily can cancel it. You can tell that Aid is just keeping track of this, making sure that everyone knows where that brig is.
Oh, it's only a solo EMP, but yeah, hits iBang in the face. R3K with the Deadeye to stop the follow-up from SPG. They hide well, although his spotted Pally doesn't even care, wants to pulse onto R3K, knows he's the bigger threat, and Pally is left unprotected. SPG looked incredible in this match. It'll be a 3-1 victory in their favor to move on to the grand final.
Big heads-up play there from Aid, hits iBang with the E-Bang, and that's going to be SPG just looking phenomenal, honestly. I'm so surprised they actually lost Lijiang Tower to what was a weird play from Milgaru not popping the Primal Rage. You can tell that that one in VOD review is going to be very contentious later. But SPG, the second they return to Aid and Aldo, their old trusty DPS line from the spring knockouts, and go back to the tried and true meta, this is where SPG are at their strongest, playing the standard, playing the meta, and playing their strengths.
SPG are 6-2 when it comes to games. They've lost now one control map against Kraken and one escort being Route 66 against Zero, which was fairly close. Never casting that one. Your player of the match obviously had to be Aldo. The Tracer diff, against an off-tank was massive, but, keyword there being against an off-tank. But Aldo, when he's left unchecked, he was not letting iBang and Pally live whatsoever. And you're wondering, where's iBang? Where's Pally? Where's the Nano? Where's his Mercy? Gone. All things gone.
Yeah, although what a mechanical masterclass from this guy. Obvious why he's been picked up for Overwatch League on two separate occasions. I believe his move to Toronto wasn't actually a transfer from London, but a separate scout. A lot of big brains have looked at this guy and thought, this player is something special. I want him to be the secret source for my team. And together here in the APAC Summer Opens, we're all discovering why together. And isn't that just wonderful?
SPG set themselves up to go to the grand final, where only one of the teams there move on to qualify to the knockout. What awaits them, though, are three teams on the lower side of things. Up next, we have MFC versus Zero in the lower bracket semifinal, where Kraken drop down to the lower bracket final to face the winner of that. To see if Kraken have anything left in them, maybe try and get their revenge, because it definitely looked like they were flustered, maybe frustrated. They swapped off heroes after they misused ults, and you would think they were a really composed team after getting 100 0'd and being able to come back on Lijiang.
Yeah, Lijiang Tower, we thought that if it was going to be going downhill anywhere, it would be there after the extended pause we had at the beginning trying to find the correct location for Pally and iBang to join the servers. But MFC versus Zero, you are not going to want to miss this one. Group A returns after our break.
time for some more Overwatch. We got match number 2, lower semifinals between Zero and MFC. 4th seed from Korea and the 2nd seed from Australia/New Zealand. Excited to see the crowd at the WGBG Esports studio show their support. Can't read it, but I'm hoping it's nice.
Yeah, I'm sure that these are all messages of heartfelt support. A bunch of Frogger fans, I'm sure, definitely not here to support Zero. Zero, of course, being our KR 4th seed, they're definitely going to be getting a lot of hometown recognition. But hey, we've got the backline of content creators from MFC, of August and Frogger. They've got a lot of popularity. And August has actually been someone who I wasn't too familiar with before this tournament, but now I certainly am noticing. Very much an aimer on both the Bat and the Kiriko. We are in for a bloody good game.
It's been a shaky journey for both these teams, hence the lower bracket. Starting with Zero, though, was a 3-1 win over MDY, which was very, very dominant. Then they went up against SPG, who have been head and shoulders above their competition as Zero dropped down 3-1 to the quarterfinals due to all thanks to SPG. And MFC won against NGU, but lost to Kraken 3-1, and then won in a narrow game 5, denying a reverse sweep to MDY to find themselves here. Here's the Zero roster, where their identity is very centered around the Winston.
Yeah, very much a by the book team, kind of like SPG. Zero do love to just play their Winston, their Brig, their Anna. Scarlet admittedly are quite a variable DPS duo. They play a bunch of different stuff. Both of these players can play the Echo, and we're seeing plenty of that on many control maps. Scarlet is actually a breakout player for Zero, having not played for them too much before. Previously, they had a choice player named Jaywu, who who Scarlet is now replacing. And here's a look at MFC. Romani. Mr. Queen himself loves the Junker Queen, rarely swaps off it.
Yeah, that's both a success story for them and also a very clear weakness, how centered this identity is around the Junker Queen. And sometimes he does swap to the Diva, but a little too late. But MFC, it's all about the rush for them. You got Frogger and August who play either like a lot of Lucio Kiriko, a lot of Lucio Nap. But New and Olam have been very exciting players to watch. I've been a particularly huge fan of Olam's Tracer.
Dude, clock New's name, Xander DeWitt. That is protagonist energy right there. That is such protagonist energy in a name. But yeah, you're right. New and Olam have definitely been a big standout for this roster. New in particular, fantastic play on the Sojourn, as you've seen. We've seen so many good overclocks. But there's also a strange amount of Soldier 76 that comes out of this roster. And a lot of it happens on Oasis, which is where MFC have decided to take us as our higher seed coming into this particular bout. We've seen a lot of teams try to mess with MFC on this map by playing Pharaoh, but I think that Zero are not going to be among them. They don't have a huge amount of time on the Pharaoh compared to a bunch of their APAC contemporaries. They like to keep it classic.
I think this map is very friendly to both Dive and the Rush, but definitely the friendliest when it comes to Rush. The only round that, or part of the map that MSC want to avoid is ideally City Center, which is a very wide map, but as long as you rush around the perimeter of the point, you can get some nice cover from Poke. And then especially hoping you go to University on Oasis, which would be MFC's bread and butter on the Rush, hence why they picked this. A Zero don't stray away from the Dive, but the double flanker is what could put a lot of pain into Romani. Romani has shown some weaknesses in terms of how much he exposes himself to Poke, so he needs to be more careful in that regard.
Yeah, Romani was definitely the #1 target of Kraken when they managed to get one over on MFC, consistently counted out by the Orisa in particular, but also Genji getting a huge amount of free poke onto that Junker Queen, as you mentioned, and the Pharaoh doing a good job of just avoiding the Junker Queen in general and getting free access to that backline. You guys owe me $10 if you're rolling a fight. Yeah, based.
It's pure bait. Zero with the double flanker Dive. We start on Gardens. Very friendly for Rush and Dive. Interesting that Romani's on the Ramatra. He has played Ramatra before, but rolling out on this. They played Junker Queen on this map before with the Mei, so this will be a lot more successful for them, especially being able to sustain against a bit better. They've already have access to Zero's backline. Where is Zero? They're still getting set up, and this is the weakness of double flanker. It can be out-tempoed. If you don't know where that Sombra is, don't wait for her to reveal herself. Run them down. Great awareness by MFC.
Yeah, don't let that Sombra set up the fight that she wants. Just pump up the volume and find the speed that makes you a happy little frog. Oh, nice hack pack there is going to give Heesung a good amount of sustainability and gives time for Zero to get their supports back in here as Frog has been taken out.
Let's see. Although killing supports are finding themselves on the back foot of this fight. So plan A, very successful. Plan B, C, D, E, F, and G. Didn't really write that one down. Gotta flip through some more pages. That should have been an MFC fight win. And Olam's immediately off of the Mei, not finding any luck isolating targets. You know, Tracer, Sombra, and Winston very mobile.
Armin's got an EMP, it's early, and it strikes 3. Frog are cleansed by a Suzu.
And no one dies from that. MFC just feels so well. They brawl well, too, with the Ramatra at close range. So the EMP ends up not being at the greatest of calls. It is where MFC were grouped up the most, but it's not an area that Zero want to dive into.
Critically, August has swapped for this fight as well. The reason that MFC lost their first fight was that August actually got traded for the Zero backline because he was playing a Baptiste, which couldn't really join the brawl as closely as he'd like. Now, a lot harder to dive with that teleport, and of course, the dueling ability of Kirika, who is a support, by the way, but the best one in the game.
Kitsune rush from the high ground of MFC. They're rushed on forward. Frogger with the speed, but A to punch. Heesung takes him out to 4v4, and Heesung is been nanoed. So MFC has to deal with the flankers while Heesung deals with everything that is in front of him. Zero got rushed on and just pounded harder. 54%, they'll get back the point, and Zero in the driver's seat.
Scarlet still working the margins here, making sure that anyone who turns their back is going to be suffering. Romani doesn't have a huge amount of healing here, only Frogger with the tunes, and I'm afraid you're going to need more than a mixtape to make the Omnic Warlord feel better.
Zero are still brawling through the sound barrier. 5-man Romani has slept, woken up. Olam pulse bomb just to get Heesung low enough. The follow from Olam is there. There is the execute. The coordination from MFC is beautiful. And the overclock gets an important headshot into a minute before he can translocate out. Finishes off Spinel and MFC will get the point back. 85% though for Zero. This is going to be tough for MFC to come back.
Yeah, I like that Zero have actually moved over to playing their own Kiriko Lucio here, just to make sure that they're not freely rotated upon by Romani. This might actually make Romani play a Junker Queen or something similar, where you don't have to worry as much about being outed or boosted. Oh no.
Wow, Dive just stomps out New. Usually you like to have a Lucio close to your members that are vulnerable to side just to keep them away, or a Suzu or something, but New just didn't even have a chance to poke his head out. Minute. With the EMP, it hits nobody. Not sure what happened there. MFC, they still respect that space. They back away, and without a tank, MFC don't have a chance. They needed to stall this out a lot further than they did. 72%, so they'll give it up with. And Zero have one fight left to win for the round.
I got a theory about that EMP that I'll explain to you later as we head in to the final fight here. Spinel cannot mess up this sound barrier. It needs to be perfect.
Frogger speeds out, but now he's like, oh, my tank is over here. Should have just stuck to the original route. Either way, MFC 4v5 now face Zero. Sound barrier barely saves Heesung, allows him to have the primal rage if he needs so. Romani, solo annihilation, salvages fight for MFC, but it just doesn't feel possible. Frogger's just coming out of spawn now, and August is dead. There's no resources for MFC to pull through on this fight. Zero will take round number 1.
Okay, so what I think happened with that EMP is Scarlet threw out a pulse bomb. And it did miss, but I think that August actually Suzu'd the ground to make sure that anyone close to it wouldn't be taking damage, and the EMP came out during that Suzu, so they, were invulnerable when it hit them. Either that or Minute seriously messed up the positioning. Here's a quick replay. Yeah, I think it was the Suzu that stopped them from getting hit. Still, Scarlet strong when it comes to the cleanup. If you want a good tracer, this guy is definitely up there in our opens, one of the best that we have. I wonder if Romani's going to be returning to the Junker Queen. Hovering it in the spawn certainly seems to suggest so. And MFC are going to be such a bother to fight up close here, which is what Zero are going to be forced to do on University, which is a lot more brawly than other parts of Oasis.
This is how MFC can force the round 3. Olam is back on the Mei, had issues isolating targets. See if he'll have more luck this time with the smaller rooms. MFC, take shelter in the mini pack room. Zero going to take angles around this. And what's difficult is how do you peel away this death wall of MFC? Well, saw in our last series, if you get a hack, you get the right focus fire onto a squishy target like a support, it still can be successful. And Zero, but they're waiting for MFC to just be out in the open so they can find a moment to dive in. Right above them is Hisung, perching, waiting for his moment. Drops the bubble to break up some of the heals onto Romani, who instantly breaks that up. Olam got hacked. He isn't too worried, but MFC's focus fire is all over the place, but they're stopping Zero from engaging in, and it's just one by one. Hisung is full committed into this. The Mei wall misses. Hisung plays the high ground well, and MFC have capped the point. So they're being able to accumulate a solid lead without losing any members.
But now the real problem is going to be Scarlet moving up towards the pulse. And when you play in these tight areas, that makes the pulse one more and more easy to hit. You almost have guaranteed hit boxes in front of you when everyone's playing in either the underground or the side room.
Yeah, MFC, as soon as they finally expose themselves enough, Frogger got taken out, and Zero were just waiting for their prey to get out of their cave. And MFC played that well. The fact that they stalled this out, it's kind of this... You see this on Gibraltar a lot too, but the fact they got 45% out of that is kind of impressive.
It is. Unfortunately, less impressive is the fact that Zero didn't have to use anything to flip that around from a team that would love to go and fight up close. 5 ultimates now to play with EMP, good to go.
Yeah, hits 3. Frogger can't use the sound barrier in time, the focus fire, and the ult tracking. Great for Zero to realize that. 1 ult, 1 fight win, more to go.
And you've got to assume that Zero are going to continue trying to hit this first strike. They don't want New to be able to set up a turret or a safe area for August and Frogger to play from in that amplification matrix here. If they can force it to be invested early just to get Zero to back off, that's a huge win.
Oh, Photon Barrier is so great from MFC in response to the Kitsune Rush of Crescent. MFC protected themselves, and now even more with the Sound Barrier and Annihilation as Zero stepped up. Let's see how the cards, how the dust will fall. Olam wins the Tracer 1v1. Romani's Annihilation continued to do damage as Hisung's Primal Rage wasn't enough to push Romani away from Zero, and MFC remain in control.
And it's the opposite story as last time. Zero used every single ult here and still couldn't win out on that fight. August, an attempt to spawn camp, I believe, by minute. And Scarlet has now moved over onto the Mei. Just trying to back up Hisung here. Oh, Minute must have had his translocator destroyed by Olam. That's a massive miss here for Zero, but they're still going to try and make it happen with 4.
Oh, that Mei wall stopped Romani, who dropped on the other side, not able to contest, and he needs to back up his friends. Hisung not able to take space at the front door, leaves Scarlet Crescent out to try, and the backfall of MFC is next level, and Zero have had to make adjustments to deal with this, but we did predict that MFC were going to look best on University. 1 fight left to determine round 3.
Yeah, the brawl's where it's at. Scarlet swaps over now onto a Tracer, just making sure that contesting the point is going to be easy enough. If Romani can hit an early knife here, it gets Minute out of stealth. That's crazy!
Yeah, you're just very lucky for that. MFC trying to shut the door right at the staircase. Zero have to break their way in. EMP hits 3. Zero is gone before the Photon Barrier can emerge, and MFC have to rely on a Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush to salvage this fight. MFC don't want to lose any more people. They want to quick re-engage. They'll give up maybe the point cap just momentarily. And as Olam tried to stall, he loses his life. So now MFC have to full disengage instead of maybe having another quick fight. So this is more time for Zero.
August unable to disengage. Still the rampage there. He's actually blocked himself with the shield. And Spinel answers with the Sound Barrier.
Frogger didn't believe in that fight because August died early. Romani rampaged without a good healer. Frogger didn't want to drop Sound Barrier, and this has been utter chaos. And Zero comes out on top. 75% final fight. MFC starting the flip. Olam going towards the back line, wants to deny any of these support ultimates with the pulse bomb. We'll have access to the mini pack potentially. Maybe it's been hacked out. Either way, Sound Barrier, pulse. MFC bringing out all the tools. Everything but the kitchen sink. 99% and the point cap in MFC's favor. Zero down by 2 as they can stall things out. Wait for reinforcements thanks to Scarlet that can keep touching the point. It goes all the way to coast side. Not sure why they did the longest rotation ever, but either way, it's chalked. MFC force round 3.
Oh, that was a real wacky fight, but what a play from Olam to find that translocator and to also clock that Heesung had respawned using the Nemesis form to get up to the point. That meant that Heesung wasn't going to be able to actually proactively position against Romani's rush with the sound barrier and really survive it easily using the block that's available during that Nemesis form. Question is, though, can Zero now bring it back on a map that's far more topographically favored for them, with all of these high grounds to play around? This is where Olam often actually plays the Soldier 76, and MFC kind of play a kiting comp, where they just have this eternal run around. But here, the respect for Scarlet is too much. You need to keep him penned in by giving him a trace at Phil.
I like the Junker Queen because this is going to allow for more speed for how big this map is to close the gap, because of MFC avoiding poke is the #1 goal and the biggest weakness that this comp will experience. Heesung needs to find isolation on targets, ignore Romani as much as possible. He'll lose that duel in a vacuum. Heesung and Romani face off for now. Hack, though, is new, who needs to back away, has the jump available, spots the jump from Heesung, respects that space, and that's exactly why you lock in the Sojourn, to try and give yourself a chance against the dive, and Heesung gets nothing done, takes so much damage, unable to jump away. The cooldown was not up, which leaves the backline of Zero exposed. This Romani plays his life very carefully after getting antied by Crescent, so MFC won't be able to farm up more kills from that.
Well, those of you looking here for your ranked games, check out that animation counter that Romani did. The knife into the axe, just trying for max DPS on the Brigitte. Scarlet goes high, and minutes laying low by August. That's going to mean that once again, Zero just going to play for the setup here, just hoping that someone from MFC overextends themselves or misuses a resource. August is going to be a touch vulnerable here without a TP, but Scarlet dare not engage before either the Winston or the Sombra is in position.
Would have been ideal for Minute to get the EMP ready before Heesung dove in. Should have maybe taken their time with this. Heesung is just out of LOS from Crescent. This is not salvageable. If they were able to connect with the Nano, could have brought Heesung back up, but while MFC were tunneled on Heesung, you had Zero's flankers get into position, Scarlet and Minute doing everything they can, and the Nano of Spinel keeps them anchored in that fight with the flankers, and somehow, from Zero starting this fight 4v5, turn it all around. Great clutch by the DPS.
Only needing a single nano there. Went everyone to Spinel, just making sure that you can actually fight the Junker Queen up at close range. Minute still has this EMP, which is a huge resource to play with here, especially as MFC are going to kind of be forced to at least have two players engaging together with Romani and Frogger.
AMFC Kitsune rush. They can't hesitate on this engage. New's been antied. Minute's been exposed, so he'll take a second for this EMP. MFC needs a spot to translocate and act fast. MFC have out-tempoed them before, but on their way there, they get EMP'd. 4 caught in that, and Frogger Stalbear unable to save MFC in this moment. And they never had the point cap, so Zero should be able to tie up the score.
Yeah, MFC all engaged tomorrow after together after forcing out Minutes. Unfortunately, it does mean that they're all together to catch that EMP. Now, MFC, though, do have so much to play with when it comes to these defensive. You can see that Frogger's being pinged, maybe try to force an Ajax here.
Yeah, he got Suzu. Big heads up play by August. He pulls the trigger on the Kitsune rush, forces Zero to hop away, and he still has the Primal Rage. Good follow-up from NFC to force that out. Now the anti slows down MFC, but the Rampage back in, it hits no one, but it allows him to close the gap on these supports that are unprotected, and he gets the follow from Olam. Zero-man Rampage, but critical kills on these supports of Zero, which may be fight winning for MFC, and so it is. Zero back away.
The engagement gap closer Rampage does its job. Make sure that Spinel and Crescent are too preoccupied to really help out Heesung and allow those who are fighting on the point to get a good amount of healing behind them. Now the Nano, once again, going to be a determining factor in this forthcoming fight. You could give it over to Heesung to allow him to survive for longer, but he doesn't have an easy dive target here unless MFC can have some of their utility forced out in advance. That's going to likely come down to Minute.
Well, both recalls being used, Tracers have to be playing their lives very carefully. Pulse bomb from Olam. While having point control, he can jump into this backline of Zero. If you can deny the Nano from Crescent, that is big. Zero get a free flip as MFC are actually busy flanking right now. Let's take a look at what they're up to. Romani's been slept. Olam misses Pulse. New's been killed by a dive from Zero. and the Nano was delivered, so MFC couldn't deny these ultimates before it was too late. Zero's dives are simply too clean, and at 93+%, they're going to extend, find as much space as possible to deny MFC from touching the point. Frogger denied on the rollout, and Zero will be taken back number 1.
MFC made a decision, they took a risk, tried to go for that early fight and claim the initiative, so Minute couldn't set one up on them. But what a response coming through from Spinel and Crescent and Nano onto the Brigitte to make her such a hardy duelist that they simply could not be ran over, and Zero stood their ground, they stood firm, and they'll be taking away MFC's map pick of Oasis. Where are we going next for Hybrid? You'll only find out if you stay tuned through the break.
dive. Very successful for Zero at the end of Oasis. They start off our series 1-0 after beating MFC on their own map pick. Speaking of map picks, MFC can choose where they want to go to next.
Midtown's where we're going to be going Lemon versus Kraken. This was a win. This was actually against a Kraken who loved to play the Pharah here, and we actually saw Nu bring out a fantastic Ashe on this map. And Nu's hit scan prowess is definitely going to be something that we need to keep in consideration to try and slow down Zero's dives, or at least make sure that they are forced to attack with less than ideal health pools before they reach the squishy underbelly of MFC.
And Zero actually lost this map against MDY running the dive. It was Minutes Honzo and Scarlet's Tracer. Synergized well, but couldn't finish capping the point at the end. A lot more difficult with the dive there when teams swapped to Rush, especially Orisa. And Heesung doesn't really play anything but the Winston. So I think this would be friendly towards the Rush when it comes to the initial point and the capture point and point C at the very end. So, but I think Romani and friends are going to have a tougher time trying to get bridge control on attack. I think you can defend all night long with a Junker Queen Rush, but attacking is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, attacking is a lot more difficult when you're having to deal with that poke, and the defensive team can set up their dives off of high grounds. And we've seen, you called it the someone spot, Lemon, on Midtown second, and it is a big issue. The someone spot where you can just hide up in the rafters as Winston and basically drop down for free without anyone being able to truly accost you before you choose to engage can be a big issue for a team without vertical mobility. I believe that MDY were bullied a lot because of their Xayah composition, because of that someone spot, because Xayah can't really do much to force Winston off of that. Obviously, it's a little bit of a difference when you're playing up against a Junker Queen who can potentially knife you off of that area. MFC ready to roll on out, of course. Minute going to be playing both of the information and zone control here.
Farming off EMP a little bit. Take a look at the comps. We got dive from Zero. He's going to be waiting to drop down. What's interesting is that Heesung is not front facing because, well, you just don't want to mess around with a Junker Queen that close range, especially someone that can pull you in from the high ground. And you don't want to be. MSC using the Junker Queen just to have that extra speed. Like we said on Oasis, they want a quick engage and many options to gap close, but one of them has been removed. Frogger gets pounced on as Romani had left his team to maybe go up the stairs to deal with Zero's backline, but MFC still have a chance to now get through this opening. Zero have allowed it, but Zero on the high ground ready to not look at Romani, but everyone else around him. Good jump from Heesung, but Romani was close by, ready to ask him a question.
Yeah, Venanti gonna make sure that Romani unable to survive here. Nu hacked, no ability to leave. Frogger's dead again. And even though Zero did have a little bit of tank trouble there, this won't be lasting for long. What MFC are doing is, unfortunately, the reality with the Junker Queen is you have to continually walk into Zero's trap. Zero actually fighting for this bridge so hard to make sure that MFC have to use something before they roll on through, and then they're easily able to retake their positions on this surround and collapse in on a team when they've actually made it into this crossfire area.
I think MFC just have to play reactionary. As soon as they see Heesung in, everyone commits. But for now, they just have to take this L on the chin. MFC, they go into a tight hallway, and Zero cannot fall for this again like they did on Oasis Gardens of EMPing and just walking right into MFC's hands. The way that the patience that Zero have is what made this EMP a lot more successful than the one on Oasis.
Yeah, Minute almost had to EMP there just because MFC kind of managed to slip the net. They didn't go through the crossfire or take an extended duel at the choke point. Minute just continuing to be a pain here, though, could be an issue. Nu no longer able to hack them, but, well, a well-placed headshot from August is going to put that to bed.
And that's an opening. Kitsune rush. MFC run in. Olaf pulls, recalls, and knows the ante, and maybe sleep is out. So Zero go to back up their Ana. MFC want to do more and maybe start a first take or something. But they go and collapse on the supports. The ante, the rampage hits Spinel and Crescent. Romani will do it all by his damn self, but he's bubbled away from heals. And MFC don't have the sustain to not only, well, lose a fight, but they also didn't get a single hit, which is disappointing considering how much MFC invested.
August actually gets picked early due to a sleep coming through from Crescent. A huge pickup from the Ana. Removing that Kiriko means that Romani simply can't survive off of the bleed drain alone. New almost has an overclock, but with Scarlet having swapped over onto the Genji here, it should be a fairly easy assassination. That's a wide hitbox on those thighs.
1 minute left, and MFC start on the back foot. New couldn't even make it through the main choke, and he's got to jump. He's on Sojourn for this very reason. MFC have a sound barrier, but due to just a large investment from the last fight, they don't have a lot of options. You have some space to work with, waiting in the alley for New to spawn back up, and New can play it on a solo off angle with having that jump, especially with only a Sombra and not a Sombra and Trace to worry about, but walks into an EMP. Good morning, New. I hope you slept well. What a down bear from Bronger to maybe save this fight for MFC. And this overclock needs to be big, but the shield is up for Spinel. Won't be caught. And I think Heesung got slept. Oh no, he's just got killed. He's laying on the ground. He's permanently asleep. So MFC will be getting 2 ticks and more. Zero may be able to recontest.
Not just save a fight, but maybe save the map. It's a contest from the back by the Sombra. That means Heesung coming in next, and Scarlet looking to try and grab this blade. There's going to be a nano alongside it as well, but they can't get it in time.
No nano blade, but Plan B activated. Heesung with the nano at the primal coming. And all they needed was to isolate Romani. The bubble placed on top, no heals and no Kitsune rush from August in time. What a recontest from Zero. That is difficult to do through all these little chokes, and the fact that the MSC identified the Nano Blade too, it's really good heads up play.
Yeah, the focus fire gets rid of the potential for the Nano Blade, but sometimes the Nano Winston can be just as deadly, and when everyone is forced to be on that point to keep overtime going, the cleave is just too strong. As we look at a replay, there's a huge EMP coming through for a Minute. And honestly, I love that Minute reacted this way to the big rotation. We talked about how important it was to try and funnel MFC into these crossfires and get those early fights to force out resources. So when MFC managed to avoid that, you've got to make up for the deficit in kind of poking towards these fights that Zero needed by dropping a sledgehammer on them in the form of an EMP and being able to follow up after that.
I know Frogger likes to type a lot, but he clutched up and did all the talking in the game too. That sound barrier single-handedly saved MFC on top of the denial of the Nano Blade, which would have been a fight winner. But either way, MFC only get 98.8%. Zero will be attacking next, hoping to go to match point. And the dives have been clean thus far, especially the way that Heesung plays his life really well. He perches up on the high ground, doesn't look at Romani, looks at everyone else. And MFC did their best, but Zero looking like they're going to go to match point if all things go well.
August on the bat. It's got good aim on the bat, I'll give you that. But vulnerable to the hack of the Sombra in particular. This is a nasty turret to deal with. Remember that Scarlet and Minute can't really do much damage to this turret. It's going to mostly be down to Crescent to actually poke this turret down.
They're in trouble. Does get healed back up. Zero already have Heesung on the point, but they got to deal with this turret, or Scarlet and Minute are not going to be happy. And I think the split goal approach is what costed Zero their tank, not able to get the resources and attention he desperately needed. Scarlet is getting hunted by Lucio. Looks like he's able to get away. Don't want to get staggered, but maybe out of recalls and out of blinks. Olam winning that 1v1 would be huge, but I think Scarlet got out.
Big donor wall on a Minute there from Olam. Really wanted Scarlet, getting that there's a health pack in the corner of the laundromat. Still a clean escape, and Minute is going to be forced to translocate. Noting the direction of a translocator as well, they know that Minute's in the back line.
I like the prediction attempt from Scarlet. Trying to read the Olam recall. Double anti hits MFC, who don't seem too injured. Zero have to deal with this turret from New. Seems to be the biggest issue with on the high ground. They pinged it. It's tough to get up there, and Heesung's not really a turret destroyer. You gotta rely on the poke for that. I wonder if Scarlet or Minute would want to swap, because dealing with that turret is just so much wasted time that Zero taking poke on, and Romani just runs into the backline, claims the 3K. And MFC are chilling.
Oh yeah, the Queen's feeling pretty good on her throne right now. Romani goes big in the backline. And this is the big issue. Because Heesung has to make it under this train before he can really actually make a dive happen with good information, there's no way. Oh! Persona. And Crescent, Nano's good to go here, but do you really want to engage without Minute? The EMP is going to reach critical mass for overall ultimates here. This is going to be Zero's best chance in a forthcoming fight, Lemon.
And Frogger also scouted where he likes to put that translocate. So Minute has to think of a different spot. EMP at the ready, though. That'll be the win condition for Zero. We're down to minute 45. There's the Rampage. Romani pulls the trigger first, hits 2, but he is slept. It'll be up to the rest of MFC. The pulse bomb delivered to the feet of Spinel, and the EMP from Minute does nothing. As Zero left with 90 seconds and such a big ult investment for just 1 kill?
Yeah, I think that there was a great timing there from Romani. Heard the EMP going off from Minute, actually uses the Rampage to keep the remainder of Zero at bay, keep them peeling for that all-important backline. Remember, there wasn't really any... Oh, that's not good. That's actually, that's not a big issue. Easily replaced by Nu, but this is going to be more easily accessible now by Scarlet. Minute is now one more poking here as well with the Ash, so overall, turret's going to be less of an issue.
The turret has a short cooldown. If it's not shooting, if it is, it's way longer. So MFC, I mean, they win the Tracer 1v1. 50 seconds left, and Zero has Heesung by himself. He'll have the Primal, but you ideally don't want to have to use this. But he is being surrounded, forced to pop the Primal now. Sound barrier from Frogger hits 4, not Olam. Isn't isolated in the building, getting beaten the neutral by Heesung. 34 seconds, it's do or die for Zero, or MFC will tie the series with a beautiful hold, and it's all thanks to Nu's Torbjorn. Speaking of which, you got the Molten Core right out the gates, but unable to finish the ultimates. So Zero have an opening, but they don't have a tank. So how do you engage, and you have no ults?
And Nu can return fast as well, having just used the Molten Core if he doesn't want to stay on the Torbjorn, but no, the Overload's going to be used to moving in here quickly. Olam ready to go with a good stick. If he can get rid of a Brigitte, it'd be huge, but it goes wide!
Oh, but Crescent is still in trouble. Romani is diving this backline. The Doomfist, emergency Doomfist is out. And someone has to touch the point. I think Scarlet might be there, and Zero were able to trade some kills here, and it's winnable as long as someone from Zero is on the point. Minute is there at the last second, but 1 HP, and Romani, it's a 1v1. Romani comes out on top, and MFC full hold and tie the series.
Oh, Lemon, it was the turret on the left-hand screen. Oh, the turret stayed alive that entire time, and it just kept peppering Minute. He could not stand on the point. The turret would have killed him eventually.
Turret MVP.
Oh, the
I'm
turret
so
MVP.
serious.
MFC MVP equals the turret, but that was a really good early engage as well. What excellent reactive usage of the amplification matrix from August in that penultimate fight as well to keep Romani alive with a double healing from the globules through that window. MFC, they may have slightly bungled their attack, but defensively, these guys are ready. We'll see if it can carry on after a break.
cares if Rush sucks on point B if you never have to go there? What a hold from MFC with the Torbjorn MVP moment from New. MFC tie the series after a win on Midtown.
Yeah, a big defensive hold. August staying alive much longer than I anticipated, just playing so well off the turret, who we gotta say, big round of applause. The turret, the youngest Lindholm, definitely a huge MVP. It just could not be dealt with easily by Zero. Even when we swapped over onto Ashe, a new turret position flummoxed the Ashe for too long. They eventually were forced off the point by it, but now Zero finally have control of the map. MFC have picked both of the previous ones. Now we're going to Escort, and I think it'd be fairly easy to say that Dorado was going to be a pretty telegraphed pick here. It's so good for the Winston.
Yes, this fits Zero's identity perfectly around the Winston dive, but I think just like Midtown, Rush is good on the first point and absolute poo-poo dog water on point B. So I'm hoping that Romani either has his rotations figured out for point B attack, or is gonna swap quickly to Diva, because my issue with Zero on the other hand is that they didn't swap quickly enough. They clearly had issues dealing with the Torbjorn turret of New, which blocked off their rotations, and no one from Scarlet or Minute swapped to a ranged hit scan. Even the support department, you can justify a Bapper or Kiriko poking that thing down, but when you're busy healing, it's not really on them. So Zero need to adapt quicker and better, while as New, I've been a huge fan of his counter swaps this game.
Yeah, that's the thing about MFC. They are a team that, if you can adapt against them well, you can win out fairly cleanly. We saw that happen with Kraken Esports Club. They brought out a lot of the Farah to try and deal with Romani's presence on the Junker Queen. They swapped over to the Orisa to make sure the Junker Queen could not get any purchase. But Zero are a team that have a pretty cut and dry identity. They like what's currently meta. They love the Brigitte Ana. And one of the things you've got to be consistently aware of with Brigitte Ana is that you're not going to be able to out-rotate a team with a speed boost. So you've got to be able to pre-rotate and gather a lot of information. Oh no. Hello. It's the full Oceania defense.
Okay, this Roadhog is in theory supposed to be a counter to Winston, but they've now exposed themselves. It's a hook on a Spinel! Execution! A+ from MFC. What's important is that they can also contest the cart from this room, and you use the Maywall to stop the enemy team from attacking in, and the Ice Block to continuously contest it. This is not meant to be a full hold comp, but rather one that shaves off as much time as possible. All Zero have to do is swap to aerial burst characters, like a Pharah, like an Echo. This is how you dislodge this.
Yeah, you go for the anti and the, Oh, no, they missed the anti. Oh, that's the easiest one of your life, Crescent. You can't be missing that. Also, I'm going to be the first caster to tell you about the Roadhog changes on this patch. He now gets 50% more healing for 2 seconds after using Take a Breather. That is an anti.
Okay, now what? Zero, just look at him. Staring contest. You need a Pharah. I know Scarlet is more proficient on the Echo. And Minute is looking for Dynamites, but all right, you got a 3-man anti. MFC, though, they have the immortality, and someone from Zero has to deal with that, or, well, nothing's gonna happen. The cart is now still contested, and Zero more relying on now the ultimates to get through. It's the Nano on the Heesung, and he's got the Primal Rage, and he'll do it all by his damn self. And the Roadhog is a non-factor up until the end, as Zero finally gets to break out of spawn.
Good discipline there from Heesung as well, realizing there's no need to pop the ultimate. Zero, unfortunately, over the course of this for MFC, have been able to generate a huge amount of ult charge for both Minute and Scarlet. But now MFC, they've moved everyone to their kiting comp. This is going to be interesting. Heesung's going to have a lot of trouble getting onto any targets except for August, who can still kite with the vertical legs of the Exo boots.
Half the time bank gone, but Zero farmed up so many ultimates after how many attempts it did take. Those are some beautiful stickies in the back. Scarlet has to do just to save their own life. It's a Sojourn, not too bad, but also allowing yourself to jump back while he's pulled back into the loving arms of Romani. And the re-engage from FSC is clean off of the speed. Zero seems to fair bit of ultimates and are managing to poke through all thanks to Heesung. And you got the resurrect from Spinel once the fight is clear, so somehow salvaged by Zero.
Yeah, the timing of that pick onto Olam from Heesung was so imperative. If he managed to get behind that amplification matrix, frogging is occurring, and he's gone.
He's trying to contest, and Zero just dealing with the re-engage. Bob now invested, so the silver lining for MFC is you were trying to bring your death not to win, but to see what ultimates you can get out and what ones you can farm yourselves. But in retrospect, this also costs MFC rotations that they need to go to the high ground, which now I guess they spawn technically closer to the stairs, so it's fine, I guess.
Yeah, but going through those stairs is what's going to be dangerous. Scarlet here with a damage boost. You get those sticky nades. If everyone's sticking together as you'll want to do with a bat to just get the most out of that healing, this is going to be a huge amount of damage put over onto anyone who dares to brave that choke point. Luckily, on the side of MFC, not too much damage done, and there should be the high ground claimed.
Scarlet should be worried about New, but with a Mercy Pocket on top, Scarlet's gonna have a lot more freedom, but Minute didn't get enough TLC from his supports. And Olaf, very good mechanics too to find the burst damage before the supports could react. And Zero had set up on the high ground, and MFC just got around them. So good shout by Olaf.
A spawn camp here, I think, would be maybe a good play.
So.
Nah, no, but I guess they want to play where August can be safest, but this does give Scarlet a lot of room to try and find themselves a good off angle. Oh, nice nade here on the mid.
They're just stuck on the low ground. This is tough. Just the spawn camp, you expose your supports in accessible range, and then you have the healing of the spawn room doors that would favor Zero, and wishing they had more of that. The Valkyrie and Nano invested too. Zero are not getting much done.
Yeah, Manano actually went on to Spinel. I assumed that was a mistake. Oh, okay, certainly a choice made by Frogger there. Just crosses his arms, gives over the rude. Minute's definitely going on the gonna bully them in rank list. Does go
a Minute, Coach Guns away. Zero though still identified that as well. The pins were lined up for New to bowl them all down, and this is a dangerous high ground control from this MFC defense. Actually, they might have dropped, and as long as they're decisive on when they drop, it should still be okay for MFC. But if they're going to be on the low ground, I think Zero, they dive past them, go on the high ground, and see who they can isolate around MFC. Don't just dive head first into them.
Yeah, if you dive headfirst into Romani, Romani simply has more damage to play with. Amplification Matrix here may be used to give New even more bite. That's a well-placed Dynamite, which could be followed up by Heesung. Remember, Primal Rage here going to be so important for actually getting everyone off that high ground.
Oh, the Amp Matrix stops Zero from getting any high ground control. New, though, can't even use the Amp Matrix because Zero are counter-positioning away in line of in cover. Scarlet trying to 1v1 on the dupe there. As Zero trying to get some progress done. Rampage is actually earned by the dupe of Scarlet. Only returns to his normal form because the timer ran out. Zero have the Primal Rage, which has been messing up the rest of MFC. This is a good stagger onto New. And Zero already halfway to B.
Yeah, the Lamb gets a little bit of stall on the cart here, but the Bob is actually going to be one of the most important factors here. It's going to be very difficult to try and take out. New might actually have to empty a clip into it with guaranteed headshots, but that is so much that Olam and Romani are going to have to deal with. It can actually interrupt Romani's rotations, which might be a big issue.
Yeah, how long can Zero hold this choke, though? They only have one person on card, but so much time is being bought. MFC trying to ignore this Nana Winston. Smart call. 0 meters away. MFC just got poked down before they could really take a fight on their own, but Romani will just be the last one to touch, and Zero get into point C with 90 seconds.
Early engage is well done. But the time bank of Zero still is not looking healthy, and MFC didn't invest anything in that previous fight. Minute and Scarlet both won their respective duels against New and Olam. But remember, Olam here can do a lot more in terms of cart presence compared to Zero, who, if they are dedicating someone to that cart, is going to have a far weaker duelist than a Tracer is.
Zero just ready to maybe fly on the other side. You can go past that barrier if you really want to full commit in. But now that MFC are on this high ground, the Rampage goes in just as the gap closer. Doesn't anti-heal anyone. Minute reacts by placing a bomb at his feet.
Ooh.
Double pulse bomb. It's such a tight area. Major value for Olam and this mob of New to take the fight for MFC.
Scarlet taken out in the background as well by Olam, chasing them down. Escape for this Anna should be fairly easy, as no one from MFC really wants to run up that far when lacking their tank. Romani is going to be able to get back up onto the high ground at least, but decides instead to play on the low, meaning that Olam can actually play for skirmishes while Romani is responsible for the car.
Oh, Ant Matrix. He's actually going to get it off the heels of Romani, which would be a nice fight winner if New can get set up, but Romani took too much poke before this Ant Matrix could be set up, and now at the last second, you're going to get primaled away from the Ant Matrix, so you can't even use it. At least you command the attention of Easung. Couple seconds left, and Zero are pushing the car throughout this. MFC will have one last fight coming up, but they're all staggered from each other. Frogger needs to head back to spawn, but Romani's committed to contesting the cart. Sound barrier used. Frogger and Romani are not on the same page. They're not even on the same damn book. Zero are about to cap at the end. MFC can't touch because Frogger died. And MFC choked the recontest.
Unfortunately, it's a one frog barrier, but that is managed perfectly by Zero. What they do is they pop the rally to make sure that Frogger can't get in close to Sound Barrier, because he knows that he'll get stunned by that shield bash. Instead, when they use their shield bash, what they do to reinforce this is they put Heesung's bubble over the top of Romani, so that still Frogger can't use his ultimate, because Romani wouldn't get it. It would be blocked by the shield. Excellent use of the utility from Zero to make sure that Sound Barrier was never going to get any value.
Zero, just the fact that Heesung takes such great initiative. Yes, he's... I hate calling people one-tricks because it sounds so negative, but if you're the master of one thing, sometimes in context like this, when you get the map choice and it's perfect for your hero, it is better to be the master of one thing than the jack of all trades. And Zero, they cap in OT, and Heesung denied the Ant Matrix, caused so much chaos before NFC could really come up with a plan. And when they came up with Plan B, the tank and the support had two different objectives. I think that would have been salvageable for NFC if Frogger and Romani would have left, but that's not the first time that Romani has been disconnected from his team.
Yeah, things get real hectic when you reach this level. Don't know if you've heard enough of the comms from NFC. It can be a little bit here and there, a little bit memey. Frogger likes himself a giggle. Zero. Plenty of high ground to try and play with here with both the Ash and the Echo. No pocket this time though. Scarlet's going to be relying on those cookies coming through for repair packs from Spinel.
I like Frogger. I like Frogger's attempt at booping Heesung off the high ground, just become uncomfortable, forced to jump out, which gives some free space for MFC. But you know, Heesung does reestablish himself back up there, so up to that's a 4 or 5 man anti-cleansed by August. Zero now getting hit by the dive of MFC, but they're not too worried about this. MFC took so much damage on the engage that they were at a disadvantage to begin with.
Yeah, the idea here obviously here is to teleport Romani up onto Zero, but the thing is you've got to be very careful about Spinel hitting a whip shot or Minute hitting a coach gun when you go through on those teleporters and avoid just grabbing everyone off the high ground, and it makes it very difficult for MFC to actually land their TPs.
MFC with the long rotations. Defending with a rush is fine, but attacking with one whole different story. Suzu has to be used from August already to cleanse the anti-oppressant. Zero diving from behind to block off the heals. Good heal from Romani. Forces the jump back out from Heesung. Now MFC just has to cross the long bridge. Try and access people like Spinel and Crescent, who didn't rotate really fast enough back to Market's side. But looks like MFC are now hit by another anti, and I don't think the Suzu from August came quick enough, so they lose New on the engage. A lot of DPS gone from MFC's attack, and just more. Zero invested the the nano onto Heesung, which was just too much for MFC to bear.
Crescent dominating these engages, anti after anti after anti. No heals allowed. Your medical license has been revoked, but MFC do have closer spawns here, and Heesung has somewhat balked this jump. Good cover usage though. It means he's probably not going to have to expend the Primal Rage to escape, and easily gets back into the loving arms of Spinel. Crescent's respawn here is going to be an issue though for Zero. They don't want to have to use the Primal Rage, so instead they're going to give up a little bit of space here. And it's going to give Alarm time to try and set up towards this pulse bomb.
Well, who's he going to do? He's got New targeted. Be great to get the bomb on. No, hits the headshot. He's incredible. Kitsune rush pulls. Romani is slept, but MFC on the right foot. They just got to deal with this primal. The execution onto New is fantastic for Heesung as Zero. Try to turn around this fight. Major Bob minutes. Bob MVP. You thought the turret from New did it all, but it's Bob who did something.
Oh, the auto aimers coming in big today. Bob did something. My MVP for MFC, the turret. My MVP for Zero got to be the Bob. Frogger still has this sound barrier. But Scarlet didn't get used to duplicate in the previous fight. Taken out too early by New. And the rampage here from Romani. The question is it going to be a commuting rampage? Or is it going to be one that actually gets multiple players?
Scarlet
pressing?
It's taking way too much time to do. Just pick someone. I'm begging you. And also, Olam has been marked, so he couldn't backcap. Zero have their backs against the wall. And Romani wants to nail them down. The rampage pierces through all of Zero. The dupe of Scarlet gives him a second life. But this is a cap for MFC. But it took until 30 seconds to get this done. They're at a huge time disadvantage.
Heesung should have died on cart. That is a unfortunate self-stagger there.
That's fine, yeah.
Might give a little bit of time here for MFC to actually claim the high ground, but they don't seem too keen to do so. Romani finally hitting a more, maybe mechanically relevant rampage, even though I think that the commute rampages have had their moment in the sun. A bob up here could actually be useful for trying to keep this high ground contested, and there it is.
Yeah, MFC cannot contest this high ground against the Bob. New can get up there fairly easily, but definitely overstayed his welcome. MFC are going to struggle. Their only hope is to play the card, play it under the roof, and hope they don't just get poked to death. Zero just have to not feed and cycle the high grounds properly. Heesung can continue committing in after just stagger after stagger. MFC are getting farmed right now.
Yeah, put him in the courthouse, sentence him to respawn. Heesung is having the time of his life right now. If you are a good Winston on Dorado, you feel omnipotent, and Heesung, he's living his best life. Now with a nano behind him as well, he can be even more egregious with his dives. That additional damage reduction as well as for 300 HP burst heal is imperative.
The bubble from Heesung to split up the heals. He has the primal, activates it in time, and as the targets get low, Scarlet goes lower, finishes him off with the focusing beam, and MFC keep disengaging in church where they continuously get pounded. So, just Zero really good at counteracting, and just MFC are playing at a disadvantage because this is not a good comp for point B.
Yeah, it's like you prophesized at the beginning of the map, Lemon. Point A, it's okay with Rush. It's not amazing, but point B. Oh, this is a pain. Trying to get through point B with a Rush composition. Going all in now. Putting New away from the Ash and onto the Reaper. Just trying to make sure that Heesung cannot have a good time. That's going to be a nice pull.
Good pull.
Should be
oh,
easy.
and the burst! Huge! That's why you bring out the Reaper. You have to full send it. Get your Reaper on top and just be careful of the poke, because Minute on the Ash has a Bob next up, and MFC just want to maximize their push. But Scarlet is above them. The Dynamite kind of gets Scarlet's attention to see, does he have any targets he can force out? Romani exposing himself to so much damage. August, Kitsune rushes just to heal Romani as quickly as possible, and Zero ignore that. They do not want to fight into a Kitsune rush up until they're ready to go. Nano, Heesung, the antidote, or sorry, the rampage from Romani hits Minute. The bomb still comes out. He will be replaced. Zero have the dupe, the rally, and all the ultimates brought out. MFC have 15 seconds left, and it's not going well.
Not going great. August going to be falling to the duplicated Carnage. Scarlet will lose the form, but should be able to escape Romani easily enough, who's taken so much damage. 4 seconds remain, and yes, there's a touch, but is there a hope?
Nope. Obi-Wan, there is no hope. I'm sorry. MFC will drop this map, and it was a compositional difference. They attempted to go to the high ground, got tossed off by a Bob, tried to play the undercover, like the under the roof to avoid the poke, but Zero's dives are so clean, rivaling what SPG can do after, you know, recency bias there. 2-1 match point for Zero, and MFC, although being the master of one thing is nice, this is a moment where just having a second tank, a plan B in your back pocket would have really helped out. But
yeah, Dorado, not the ideal here, Lemon. But now we get to see Frogger's team decide where to go. We'll figure it out after a break.
What's up, everyone? We're back for Overwatch. 0 up, 2-1. And MFC, I was begging, like, I was begging to see the diva from Romani, especially on that point B, but I guess I'm going to keep on wishing. Keep on throwing pennies in that pond.
Oh, yeah. I'm on my knees, begging for a non-Junker Queen pick, but that's okay, because we're going to be going to push now, and nothing here is incredibly, like, abrasive in terms of high ground. Yes, it can be kind of difficult to deal with Colosseo's high ground, but the choice here is MFC's, and MFC have elected to go to Esperanza. That's such a cute sign on the right. I love the stylization of the little
Shout out to the backpack. I was just like, let's go backpack, raise it up. This is an Overwatch one, so. But it will
appropriate backpack.
It will be MFC's choice of map. They want to go to Esperanza next, which is, like we said, their bread and butter. With the Junker Queen rush, may expect some Romani, Ramatra, but you definitely need the speed, violence, and momentum to catch up to Zero as much as possible. But Zero have been accomplishing their win conditions well, ignore Romani, go after everyone else, and Crescent's been hitting very good antis that have been winning them more fight neutrals than not.
Yeah, Crescent's antis have been sublime, and while Esperanza is the bread and butter of the Junker Queen rush, last time MFC played this, the bread was stale and the butter was rancid. They got absolutely smacked about by Kraken, who went out playing a Ramatra rush. I believe they played May and Reaper, and absolutely demolished MFC's attempt. Question is, does Zero want to put that in their hero pool? We saw leans towards the Ramatra during University of Oasis, but I think that Esperanza is enough of a Winston-friendly area that we're unlikely to see Zero take a majorly divergent approach to this map.
Oh, I just thought of something bad. Last time we saw Romani and friends on Esperanza, they got full capped on by Kraken.
Yeah, it was not a pretty map.
Why did they
look
pick
at
you
those
know?
little clawy boys.
Those are some good boys, but will MFC get cooked just like them? We'll find out. Because you hope they learned a lesson or two. I mean, you hope so when they pick the map.
Oh, MFC have actually kind of mirrored what they were destroyed by last time, except with Olam playing the Sombra instead. I wonder if it's to try and hunt down Minute's Translocator and basically play a counter Sombra more than anything else.
Now having a Mei to enable your tank, but especially against a Tracer, Sombra, Winston, there is nobody to isolate. Olam and the rest of the MFC, we've applauded their counter swaps and how intelligent of a team they are. But MFC now get free space as Zero want to peel them away from each other and don't want to brawl that close range. So you're getting an initial push from MFC as these 1v1s take place in the back. Scarlet forces the translocate and goes after New. Quick reaction to turn where the focus of the fight was. And Zero, good at identifying those weak targets and when is the moment in the fight to go for. So Zero will be pushing a bot now.
Olam is getting absolutely cyberbullied. Somehow Minute doesn't even have to look at the enemy Sombra. Scarlet is absolutely all over Olam all the time, and New is having a lot of trouble actually rotating onto Zero, considering that there's a speed boost here.
Romani punches. If you're in punch range of a Ramatra, there's a bigger problem, and August almost faded into that ult. We don't talk about that. Nano Heesung, though, doesn't have any more healers, so you gotta hope that they can kill MFC as quick as possible. But now that this Coalescence is out and the late stagger on Scarlet, MFC will just have more resources due to that coal usage.
It had to happen eventually, Lemon. A successful Coalescence on a game we're casting.
I was like, wait, you was best on this match? Why are you cheering?
No, I'm just happy to see Coalescence not get absolutely nothing. Because I'm sick of it. Minute, EMP, looking to get even more here. Frogger up top is going to be one of the primary targets for this.
And EMP, well, he's already been exposed. You know exactly what he's got up his sleeve, and the rest of the squad are laughing too. Zero jump on top, but didn't actually kill anyone quite yet. Down there from Frogger! Oh, I thought it didn't hit anyone. It must have came from the top ropes on that one. Romani Annihilation gets to thrive on further. Now he's going after Crescent. Beautiful sleep. Will manage to get away, and MFC will be pushing the bot even further.
Beautiful sleep will allow Crescent to actually escape with their life. And Zero still have a little bit of Greer presence in the back here that needs to be taken away from them. But they don't really have the means to do that. Now Olam has a little bit of an advantage when it comes to this EMP that can very nicely make this Death Blossom effective.
EMP as Zero were jumping out of that, still successful. Frogger caught off guard. Olam used his EMP too, which was successful. Great move to push New's Death Blossom away, supported by the Coalescence of August. This is MFC running this down in the best of ways.
Evidently having learned from their previous altercations with Kraken, August having used that fade's going to make them a priority target, and now that Nano's gone on, Isung knows exactly what he wants.
The road ends here for MFC. You don't have any more ults and Zero's late usage. Stops the push at 78 meters for MFC. But Zero just haven't won more than one fight in a row, and push is all about consecutive momentum pushes.
Yeah, ideally they only want to use one ult to win this next fight. The EMP, ideal. Keeps Spinel with that sound barrier for a reactionary means of trying to deal with one of these rushes. Olam actually gets slept, but bad execution. They still managed to get out.
EMP, and the supports are caught. There's no answer to this yet. The dive follows up beautifully from Zero. And we needed that consecutive fight win. Spinel adds the down here on top just in case. It was only a 5v4, so I agree with just not being short. And you needed this fight win for Zero. So they invest that and move on forward.
And this is going to potentially allow for the checkpoint to be capped. You can see that Isung being very diligent here, making sure that there's no Sombra around to try and keep this contested, doing the MFC's main core of their team is going to actually have trouble approaching this without being outpoked by Scarlet. Isung can even play the Primal as an objective play here to keep everyone else away.
See if Zero can get the checkpoint. It is right there, but against the Reaper, like, Isung has to be ready with this Primal. Romani on the Ramatra is going to simply beat everyone to death. Isung is back on his feet with the Primal Rage, pushing August away from the heals who fades back towards his team. Coalescence at the ready, but you only want to use it if you're completely safe. Wondering where the Scarlet dupe is. Coalescence to support Romani on the final hold of MFC to stop Zero from getting the checkpoint. 5 minutes left, and MFC are looking great.
Yeah, only two ultimates invested as well for Coalescence, and oh wow, this entire time the bot's been moving. That's a forward spawn taken, and potentially extra meterage is going to be gained towards the back here as well. Minutes almost got themselves yet another EMP. If it's combined with a Nano, that could tear through MFC.
EMP, how is this set up? But the trigger is pulled first by Zero. Nano dive. Death Blossom from New is slept by Crescent off screen. And MFC, all their options have been squashed. No EMP, no Death Blossom. Coalescence. Oh, that was from the earlier fight, but nonetheless, MFC already have a good push though, so I guess they don't have to worry too much. 83 meters. But Zero stopping is here gives them a chance, because once it gets to 100 plus, it's just impossible, it feels like.
Minute having lost control of that health pack though is actually going to be a big deal for the Sombra. New swapped over, away from the Reaper now, onto the Torbjorn, hoping that they're not only going to be able to impact the Winston, but also weigh in on the long-range duel of the Sombras as well. There's the Overload.
Yeah, the Torbjorn worked on midtown because you didn't have to move and keep moving your turret, namely. We'll see if just the shotgun of the Torbjorn will help against the Winston. EMP from Minute. Soundbear in response from MFC. It is a 5v4 and MFC are taking the bot, and Zero gotta hope that they don't get staggered. MFC have double speed options, and Heesung is close to Primal, hence why he's still trying to commit to this, but he took so much damage. I'm surprised he even got that out in time. But it's a disengaged Primal, but I don't think Zero were really ready to fight that. Just in case.
Yeah, and Minute's Translocator here is actually incredibly close. If they play this too aggressively, they will be hunted down. Romani taken out by Crescent. What a map this has been for the Ana. So many antis, so many nanos. And once again, the tide is turning. It's in favor of Zero, but they still don't have the lead.
Scarlet. Echo is one of his best heroes by far, and this is just farming the Torbjorn, which you're seeing the weaknesses of it, the constant turret readjustment. Romani has to deal with antis, which I wouldn't mind even August going to Kiriko to cleanse this, but doesn't seem to be that big of a problem yet.
Romani going to be able to intercept any progress on the barricade here, which is important. One fight win here for Zero might well give them the lead. Frogger noted for Spinel.
Help! No sound barrier too. Zero needed a momentum push. They're at 60 meters.
I still hear you, but you don't see it. So I'll tell you that Nu is hitting so many cheesy big old rivets right now. The headshots after headshots. MFC have 4 ultimates coming into this final fight. Romani with the Rampage. There's not going to be anything here to cleanse it. Crescent can't use the sleep on everything. The Molten Core to control the barricade as well and gain that extra meterage might be everything that's needed. Welcome back.
God, I blacked out just like Zero, I guess. EMP and the Torpure turret all used, and Zero, they're just gonna lose more meterage. Yeah, the bot's stolen, who really cares? MFC 87 meters plus, this is gonna easily hit 100. Zero have the ults to stop it, but it's the ults that they need to get further. Them choking that 2.5 minute fight is what costed Zero probably this map.
I think Spinel might have actually Ajaxed to the lava. A long-range globule gets all over the skates, gums up the works. Scarlet wants to re-engage here. The copy onto the Jungle Queen would be great. Frog is chased out here by Minute, but the Cole's gonna save it.
Coalescence, yeah, Romani's supported with everything. Scarlet out of the dupe form. Zero, one option down. Minute to go. EMP from the guy himself. Great response from Frogger, who hid away from the sound or from the EMP for the Soundbear to come out cleanly. MFC just cannot be stopped.
A reversal of fortunes. It couldn't be more different than when they went up against Kraken. Scarlet looking for a victim. Can't find one yet. No one's under half HP, and Frog is the new frontline. A primal rage in the hands of Hisung. It's done so much before, but can it rescue Zero now?
MFC dead in the water, but 112 meters is more than enough to win this map. 38 seconds left. Zero need a miracle. And they don't even have the best of ults. Like a Nano Winston is cool, but not a guarantee.
Far from guarantee. Crescent's been able to make so many fights happen, but Hisung's been the same. His Winston has been imperative to make Zero a contender across all of this open. But MFC, they are a fan favorite. They are the team that chat adores more than any other. They're frogging out of their mind. Control of the bot here in the middle is going to be difficult to deal with.
Nano Romani, he needs to sustain, but he's anti, he's denied all of that. Zero with the Nano Brig. The important stuns, or just the important survivability that Zero needed to live and not drop a single member in this fight is what's important. Stagger on Olam is nice, few extra meters, but you know this EMP is coming up. How does Zero live through this?
Only a single ultimate to try and stop this as well until that Coalescence come back online. Romani might actually be up a little bit too far here. Minutes clocked it. Nu swapped over now onto a Tracer. This is going to allow for excellent cart contest, maybe even a stealing of the bot if things start to get hairy.
Zero have to go all the way in minutes! Pulled by Romani, EMP, Rampage stuck up by Spinel. Zero can pull this through. Scarlet, the second tank on the field, thanks to the dupe, knows that someone from MSC is on the top right. Hisung has removed Nu with a deep flank there with the Primal Rage, but Zero have invested every single ultimate for that fight, and it's coming down to this last one. Only a Coalescence remains for MFC.
Minute needs to hack this Coalescence. August has to be shut down. Can't be allowed to get out all of this healing and this damage. An early damage orb just forces people away for about a moment as August gets ready to set this up.
And he's doing good damage to the squishies. Might beam down Scarlet. Minute is gone yet again. The first blood for Zero that they just cannot afford. And Zero don't have any damage remaining. It got so close within what, 8 meters. Zero almost made the comeback of a century, but the real comeback is MFC forcing a game 5.
The math checks out, Lemon. And MFC are checking into a map number 5. Like you said, this is going all the way. MFC refuse to go quietly into that Australian night or day. I don't know what time it is over there, but either way, they are popping off right now. They steal away a couple of strategies from Kraken. Their push has been worked out, and we are going over to control now. This is where Lucio is at his strongest. This is where MFC can play well, but 0-1 on our previous control map, and they're going to get to choose where we go for a map 5 as well. The suspense couldn't be higher. The chat could not be more hyped, and we will be right back after this.
It's game 5. Get your popcorn or your eggs and bacon if it's the morning where you are, because wake up! This is the hypest match we've had of the day, and we're settling the score on Lijiang Tower.
It all comes down to this. Y'all have been begging for the map 5, and MFC have delivered, but Zero get to pick where we go. They won out on Oasis. MFC decided to take us there, thinking that's their best chance to win on a control map. Now we've got to go somewhere else, and Zero have decided that we're going to be going over to Lijiang Tower, which might not be the most Winston-friendly map in all of these different cases. Sometimes you see a lot of shenanigans with a Symmetra here, and we haven't seen a huge amount of Symmetra from Zero. MFC certainly a lot more sim happy, but I'm sure they're cooking up something if they've decided to stake their entire opens run and potentially a spot against our teams on this single map, Lemon. One of these teams is going home.
I promise this is not recency bias, but I'm feeling like this is going to go MFC's way. Both Control Center and Night Market, I feel, are pretty heavily in favor of the rush, especially if you can have a Symmetra TP, set up your rush on the Night Market point, or Control Center very obviously favored for the rush. But Zero's dives have been unsuccessful at dealing with the rush head on, although they've had success here and there at getting around it, depending on the map. But it all depends on what 2 rounds, what I guess possible 3 rounds we go to. But I am feeling MFC are on fire today.
And this is obviously a map that's really big for Lucio. So many opportunities to go for those environmental kills on both Garden and on Night Market as well. And if anyone's going to be going for them, it would be Frogger. Maybe this is an attempt at a bait here. Heesung loves to play a little bit of the Reinhardt, but does actually play a far more passive Reinhardt, in my opinion, compared to a lot of others. Prefers to allow Minute and Scarlet to do a lot of the work. Remember that his shield won't save him from the punches of Romani, which do penetrate barriers. That Nemesis form is something that really needs to be looked out for.
Lijiang Tower, Zero lost this to SPG, but looked really solid with the Reinhardt. Symmetra though, best setup on that server side. Like you see from Zero, they have access to the MFC backline, who are counter-rotating quite well, going over to the opposite side of the map. New is up top, but Heesung, I think, just charged into Romani. Spinel gets credit. MFC caught off guard by the Scarlet Maywa. Really well placed, and Zero gets to hold the choke.
Yeah, Zero being able to hold the choke here, especially with both a Mei and a Sim, is a nightmare for MFC. Likely to simply try and teleport past it, but Heesung, with the penetrating nature of the Fire Strike, can actually do a huge amount of damage during those unified movements by piercing through everybody with that. Romani just doing some homework at the moment, making sure that safe passage through these areas is guaranteed, and Heesung's charges here are going to be super important. That's the one thing that the Ramatra doesn't have any defense against.
Okay, MSC were able to freely move through the choke, as Zero want to make sure they hold on to server side. You never know with a Symmetra comp if they can just TP past you in the choke and cause confusion, so smart, safe move by Zero. Photon Barrier almost ready. Shatter and Blizzard 2. Zero just have to play their ults well. Starts with the Ant Matrix. No Fire Strike, but still enough damage to force MFC back. The Maywall doesn't isolate anyone there from Scarlet, but MFC just taking a step back is smart from them as well. Ant Matrix, but a response from Minute. The Photon Barrier, the slam on the flank hits 4. And it's good night to MFC and hello to Zero.
Oh, what a read there from Heesung. Just saw everyone stacking up behind the amplification matrix, trying to get maximum value of that ultimate. And without the omnipresent shield of a Reinhardt, it's easy pickings for a slam, and Heesung just puts them in the dirt. Rush versus Rush here, definitely favoring Zero, and now there's a Blizzard that has to be dealt with. This can shut down Romani and an Annihilation fairly easily.
There's the TB behind there from MFC, but they walk right into the Blizzard of Scarlet. 2-3 frozen from MFC, and the Photon Barrier of New was not enough to save them. Zero about to go flawless. No May ult sound. Interesting call out by New. Sometimes I take my headset off too, but Zero go flawless on Control Center. What a statement to make against the Rush team.
It's okay, I just heard a May ult sound. It's Olam. In spawn, having to use that Blizzard, was taken out too early, unable to get one across the entirety of that round. And yeah, what a statement for Zero. Coming out against a team that favors Rush so heavily. And now we've got ourselves yet another map where the Reinhardt and the Symmetra can live in harmony. Wow. This is Scarlet just popping off. And Scarlet's been such a breakout hero for this team. Was perma-benched before opens. They lost Jwoo. Jwoo was too young, 15-year-old prodigy. Suddenly Scarlet, ring ring, calls coming in. You gotta play, son. And Scarlet showing just how worthy of this roster spot they are. And MFC once again gonna try and match the Reinhardt with the Ramastra.
Symmetra TP though from MFC is actually late. It gets walled off, so MFC kind of hesitate on whether to take it or not. Doesn't look like it cost them any bodies though, but it did cost them initial point control. Heesung already brought down to half health as MFC try to chunk them down from all angles, and the Maywall plus the charge equals death. I'm not a math genius, but I know that adds up great for Zero.
I'm good at Dr. Maths, and I will agree. It does equal death. Here, the real difference maker does seem to be Scarlet's Wolves. Olam is not getting very much in the way of isolations on Heesung, but also that's kind of biased with our data set, being that Zero usually on the defense. Heesung doesn't have to play too aggressively, and MFC have to move into Scarlet's zone of authority. And Scarlet is making use of that every single time to decimate these MFC engagers and make sure Romani can't get any help.
No ults though, so MFC don't have to worry about that. Ant Matrix 20% away from Crescent, which you might generate if this is an extended poke battle, but Romani is taking a lot of damage. Both Symmetra's facing off, and New is very low. Great immortality from August to save that, but Minute's feeling himself. He's going past this, sees the Maywalls out of the picture, and Zero walks right into the Annihilation, but MFC don't have the damage to help Romani out in this situation. Zero are fine, they have the Photon Barrier and point control.
I think that Photon Barrier is also used as well to block off Romani's Annihilation Tendrils from the squishier members of Zero, and ends the ult prematurely. Romani re-engaging, looking for revenge, but now is in front of that Ant Matrix.
Oh, I think Romani got walled up from his team, but they managed to squeak by. Spinel, as soon as the fight takes place on Coast side, gets some great boops. Blizzard from Scarlet to take back control of the space. And Zero could be going flawless in our game 5. This would be insanity against what we called one of the better Rush teams in this match.
Yeah, MFC simply cannot win a fight, and the Junker Queen doesn't work well into these particular compositions. Can't penetrate the Reinhardt shield very easily. And we've seen Heesung end a fight in one slam before. Now he's 2% away, and MFC needs to be very judicious with where Romani puts this shield, and they need to dodge it.
Oh, but the TP could go behind them. Doesn't seem to worry. Heesung just shattered a Photon Barrier. Great reaction from New. Olam with the Blizzard, Sound Barrier, and more. MFC throwing everything because they are so desperate to win this fight, and obviously it goes their way. With the ultimates they used, Zero give this up at 96, but MFC, we demand flawless, perfect Overwatch from them if they want to live to round 3.
We demand that, but now we have to see how Zero deal with attacking into this. It's easy to defend when you have to continually move into where the Sim and the May are already set up. The attacking is truly the hard part, but coming up on these resources, the Photon Barrier in particular, is going to be critical.
Both main walls are out. Olam uses defensively after I think Scarlet might have isolated a member, so both teams at full force. Photon Barrier splits up the fight. Zero in favor. Oh, pushes Olam off the map. Heesung is so big for him, but he took so much poke on his way to the edge of the map, and Zero could not save him. And you don't have damage, especially with New May being so nerfed and Minute out of the fight. MFC live to tell the tale.
Great reaction from MFC as well to keep Romani alive. That Photon Barrier actually cut off Olga's healing from the Ramasha and required a quick reposition. This is such a fast engage!
Oh, MFC don't have August. They barely have any heals, but we'll see if the damage will make up for it. Romani is hunting with the annihilation, but took too much attention from Zero, who are back on the point at 97, 98. MFC have a stall with Olam on the point. Frogger with the rollout, chunked down by the turrets, as Zero will be ending this in their favor. 3-2 in Game 5 to move on to the lower bracket final.
Zero coming up clutch away from their comfort picks, picking up the rush. The gauntlet was thrown, and it was most certainly not well caught by MFC. The 4th seed out of Korea with Scarlet, the replacement, the new guy, the perma-benched, making it onto the starting roster, continually outperforming when it came to those May walls. The Fan Club Lemon has been disbanded. Now Zero will make it to our losers finals to play against Kraken.
Both our favorite anime girl fan clubs are out of the tournament. I'm kind of sad. I enjoyed the branding. We say goodbye to MFC and hello to Zero in the lower bracket final, who faced Kraken. But one player that stood out is obviously Heesung. Yes, he was the master of Winston, but he made everyone look like jokers on the other side.
My guy, pronouns he, him, son, because he is him in every single way. What a Winston. And what a Reinhardt as well. Just playing his life so effectively and just making sure that there was always space for Scarlet and Minute to do their work, seemingly omnipotent.
Well, not that one, but the one after this where he dives the Amp Matrix of August, that was a big win condition that they were depending on. And him, it is juggles, the way that he isolates August and multiple times with the supports, even winning, he primaled also a Tracer on Esperanza, which won them the fight in that situation, but we gotta see more looks from Heesung in terms of, is it just gonna be the Winston, or are people gonna be able to counter him? We saw the Rush expose some mistakes, some weaknesses out of his team, but ultimately we saw the Reinhardt Rush, which ended up being very successful in Lijiang. We'll see how that works in the lower bracket final against Kraken.
Yeah, Zero fans have a lot to be excited for tomorrow because, hey, we just saw Kraken go up against a team that played a lot of classic Winston. Did not look great at all. They managed to beat MFC, but they did that from playing a little bit more in terms of exploitative cheese against the Junker Queen, using the Pharah, using the Genji, things that could avoid the Junker Queen, against the Winston looking far worse.
Well, we have 3 teams remain in Group A. SPG waiting in the final. Kraken versus Zero. I almost forgot who won. Kraken versus Zero in the lower bracket final. We got Group B coming up next. Rhodes versus FM coming up, and then NT and Honeypot. Avril and Achilleos are back. Wish them luck. We'll see you there.
And welcome back. It is time to carry on the Overwatch action. I'm Achilles here alongside Avril. We'll be guiding you guys through the 2 remaining matches that we do have for you here this evening. Coming up next is going to be FM, First Movement, going up against Rhodes.
Be exciting. And also, I think this is, when was the last time you did Contenders? This has been a while. This is technically Overwatch League, but, it's Contenders teams.
I mean, it's been a while since I've done Contenders, but also been a while since I've just done Overwatch. It's almost been a month since I was on for that opening day of the Midseason Madness. So it's been a good long while. It feels good to be back. I've been bouncing around between some different Asian countries in between, but we're settled here once again in Korea at home.
Yep.
And I'm ready to carry onward. So let's get to it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see who sort of makes it through Group B. We just saw some really decent games in Group A, especially that last one that went to 5. But only the top team actually makes it through the bracket, so it's very top-heavy in terms of the cutoff for this tournament. And the competition this time around, I think we've had a decent number of close games. There's been a lot of 3-1s in there. Got a first 3-2 as well. And Rhodes, as you'd expect, Rhodes and Sim Prison impressing so far. They're the 2 teams that dropped down from the previous spring knockout, and they're both looking to see if they can make it through now into the next knockout stage for the actual Overwatch League itself. As we head into our, second qualifier of the year. This is the summer stage opens here in the upper bracket for Group B. It's Rhodes versus FM.
I just love these team icons that we have here. Mr. X couldn't have done better himself, but we'll see how these guys do fare. We'll take a closer look first. Let's start here with FM. See who they're going to be fielding and how they're going to be faring. They've got some fans here in the audience as well showing up to represent.
Yeah, seeing a Yoppin sign over there, and I think Yoppin's been the standout right for FM. It's going to be a powerhouse because a Pritter on the other side for Rhodes is going to be the standout for them as well. So this is going to be hopefully a big battle of DPSs. That's what I'd like to see on screen. We already got a bit of a feel for the meta as well. Nothing really changing too hard, I think, from Mid-Season Madness. Basically what we've seen in the World Cup already, what we've already seen over the course of the qualifiers. So, Cast will be starting today with Grace. The rest of the roster is pretty lean. This is it.
Yeah, this is it. The starting 5. Kaka Yop in there in the DPS roles. We'll see how they are going to be faring. There's some tough opposition on the opposite side as we do get ready to take a look at Rhodes. So they'll have their work cut out for them. We'll see whether or not we can get another 5 mapper. Yeah. Since we just had one previously. Rolled out of bed. I was ready to cast, but the first 2 series said, no, you have to wait a little bit longer.
Fair enough. The really impressive thing about FM is the way they beat NT a little bit earlier on in the bracket. And Rhodes themselves won their upper bracket semi-final versus Honeypot. It was actually a really close game as well. That was nearly a 6-mapper. There was a draw in there. Rhodes managed to 3-1 that series. You have Elsa back in, recently dropped from the Hangzhou Spark. He's changed his name back to Elsa, so we've gone from Elsa to 20, back to Elsa. And really, if you think about it, if you really squint and you look at Rhodes, you kind of see, oh yes, it does look like the Chengdu Hunters, like almost everybody. I think the only player on this team that hasn't been on Chengdu is Coldest.
Yeah, I mean, they've been around the block in that regard, so I mean, plenty of experience here, plenty to be respected on the opposite side. So we'll see how they do fare getting ready to go into this one, but I'm going to have my eyes trained, of course, on Britta to see how he's going to be faring, but it's always good to see Elsa back, especially with the name change coming back through. Sometimes you got a good name, stick with it.
Back to where it was.
I thought Yveltal was perfectly fine. I thought Yveltal was
Elsa was good, Yveltal was good.
So, he's not in this game anymore, but Patty Pan just went back to being called Patty Pan after a little excursion with a different name. So it's like, sometimes you nail it the first time.
I didn't even know he changed.
Didn't make any changes.
No
exactly.
reason.
Exactly.
No reason
but
for it.
He didn't need it, and now he's back. He realized the error of his ways. But now we're going to be jumping into the series. First up, it's going to be Oasis. We'll see who's going to be able to get first blood of control.
I've often thought about changing my name to Kiwi Lemon, but I just don't think it's going to work out, so I'll keep Avril for now. As we head into
please
number
don't
1.
do that.
It won't be confusing at all.
Definitely not.
I just think I'm a better representation of Kiwi as well. I still, to this day, I still don't know what the Rhodes logo is. You know what? I'm interested, but not quite interested enough in terms of actually trying to find out.
Maybe
we'll leave that for now.
maybe we could ask if we get a little interview at the end or something like that, or eventually we could ask them, what is this? What's going on with it? Because also the way that it's spelled, you know, I think like Rhode Island, but that is not the shape of Rhode Island.
Rhodes Island.
That's like a dagger with a really fat blade.
That's if you parked your car under a tree with a lot of birds on Rhode Island, that would be what you get on top of your car later on.
Very likely. Okay, it's going to be open up though, and looks like not quite Mirror going to be coming through. We do have you up in here on the Hanzo.
Yeah, put it on the Tracer. So this was the menace that really gave Honeypot a tough time in the matchup just a week ago. It's going to be FM first to take control of high ground on coast side. Rhodes will be taking opposite side around the halls. Hard Cookie for first hack and then managed to take KHD. We have a kill though, not quite.
Yeah, not going to be able to take him down. Just mentioned Persevere. Bionade very much bailing him out of that one. You know, Cass going to jump back up here onto the high ground after getting antied though. Keeps himself safe. Yoppin going to be finding the first kill though. Headshot goes across. Kaneki going to be taken down. Solid start. As they make their way over onto the point. The first cap going to be coming through here for FM. They now get themselves to the board.
Rhodes not too lost, so I mean, just the one player down in that particular fight, so pretty low engagement in terms, no ultimates really firing up ahead. Yoppin basically got the only kill so far. One failed dive coming through Rhodes and another failed dive. Yoppin staying alive. Good pocketing.
Alive, and they're going to answer back. Elsa going to be taken down. Kaka coming away with the kill. Sleep Dart disconnect there on a KHG, but he's going to be safe onto the high ground. The rest of the team now trying to disengage. Freda as well, having the dash out. Pulse Bomb nearly online, so he's going to be keeping ahead of Kaka in that regard, but will absolutely need to find value with that pulse if they want to try to break this open, because it is struggle street for them at the moment. Now Taro going to be spotted out, forced to translocate early, so cannot get his setup.
It's been taking a while to get the damage in as well, still waiting for the EMP to come through. A lot of teams actually don't run the Sombra on University just because it's hard to get that set up. I feel like there's just less ways to run around this map. It's effective overall. We start to approach now some more important offense, and Nanos I'm looking towards. Elsa's already low.
He emptied out again. Kaka's able to pursue in, finds that kill. I believe that also committed to get that elimination. Now Yoppin going to be taken down, so it is going to be a 1-for-1. A tank for DPS. Nano goes across. Inocast diving forward, will be slept by Coldus. Gets put on the floor in the meantime. Freda, as mentioned, get himself into the back line, finds KHG, taking him out. A little bit of an opening here, but Rhodes still have not gotten this flip. 70% now going to be on the board for the side of FM. Look to maintain control. The MP comes across, and the timing is absolutely perfect for the side of Rhodes. Taro shutting down Inocast, ensuring that he cannot use that primal and that the rally cannot come out. They have to now concede the point. Rhodes in control.
Raindrop could have considered the rally as well, but I guess the HP was a little bit too low. Inocast, EMP managed to stop him from using the primal. That was very important. As the primal comes on through, I think FN, they put all their ultimates in to keep the point alive. Rhodes, they'd have to commit a little bit more as well. With Elsa dying in a previous fight, that allowed Inocast to get the advantage, but now that advantage has basically been equalized. Both teams been over towards the primal for the next fight. Really important win for Rhodes. We've been waiting for the EMP for a while, so that needed to hit big.
Getting whittled away at rally at the ready. Multiple ultimates here in the fight. Nearly 3 to match on the side of Rhodes. They look to hold control. Inocast going to go diving forward. Just lands on top of Elsa. Wants access to Coldus, however. Takes him lower, but the follow-up is not going to be found, so they cannot find the elimination. Pulse Bomb out from Freda, not going to find anything. The headshot from Yoppin into the Storm Arrows. Comes up with 2. FPS Stealer is now taken away from Rhodes. Elsa dead on the exit. Yoppin with a third. Hoppin' in a big way here with this Hanzo. Flip is right back into the control. Only 51% conceded. Now they're moving up above 80.
Huge fight win. I mean, Yoppin just with the massive kills coming in through, Dragon Strike being thrown in. It's all on the regular arrows. Elsa didn't want to use the primal there. Probably a good call. Neki already burned the rally. A little bit sad for Rhodes. Modified territory now. And not enough to use for Rhodes. I think, yeah, okay, primal's good, but they really need a little bit more. They need to drag this fight out. Find the extra nano. EMP is ideal. They still need to win so many more subsequent fights. KHG's going to match his nano as well.
Bomb up from Kaka, though, finding an early kill. Kaneki going to be taking down the rally here. Still rolling from the side of Raindrop as well. Just everybody nice and healthy as they look to burn this one down. Elsa going to be antied once again for the umpteenth time. Ends up falling, and that'll be the closeout. 151% University going the way of FM.
Yeah, pretty clean there. I mean, they had first control on the preferable high ground. We start things out. I also think this is maybe, again, another weakness of the Sombra on this map. I know Sombra's getting play across the board, but for Rhodes, I think this is just a big reason why most teams would stay away from the Sombra on that particular round. Yoppin did the pop in as well. I'm sure that's been said before, but whatever ZP and Hex will do it again. And that was what was promised. I mean, Yoppin is the highlight of this team for many. Predator's the highlight for Rhodes, and we didn't really get to see as much of Predator popping off on that particular map. It was a bit of a slow one for Rhodes. Felt they need to bounce back. Gardens.
It needs to be the staging ground for it. We'll see if Tarkoki's going to have an easier time getting his setup going here on this Sombra. They're still going to be able to shut him down, because Yoppin definitely a big concerning factor given what we just saw from him on University. Also got word from production. It's Rhodes Island in Greece. So, I've never been.
It's okay,
So
we've never been there.
Yeah.
The American geography education's failed us both. I'm not even American.
I could see it failing people who aren't in America at the same time. It's pretty bad. Anyway, opening volley is going to be one here as Yoppin again finding that initial kill. The first lockdown does come through for FM once more.
Yeah. There's so much more front-loaded damage coming through from FM. They can just force this high ground. Rhodes have to capitulate. They need that opening dive hack to be so effective. Find the damage, find the frag, play the 5v4, but it's just got to be slow going for Tarakuki here. It's a much better round for somebody to play through, so that's at least good for Rhodes.
Coming across up here onto the high ground. Kaneki trying to get his way out of there. Just barely manages to make it out to safety. Back on the KHG in the meantime in the back line, but the follow-up not really being found, and Tarakuki almost just dies for that hack. Slow going, trying to build up for that EMP, only at 60%. In the meantime, Kaka way out in front as far as the ults are concerned. 94% they're passing Coldest and getting this pulse bomber at the very.
Coldest has it though. This is where the nano comes in straight on top of Elsa. Great timing. KHD can't respond. There's a kill.
Yoppin does get taken down. Nice nano out. Pulse bomb still going to be pocketed. The flip getting ready to come through. And how deeply do they want to fight for this one? Pulse did come across. Not going to be able to find anything though. It comes up shy. Stick goes in. That's going to force up the primal now from Elsa. Just to try to stay alive. There's that one rolling. A hack coming in now onto Enocast at the opposite side. Just trying to get out into the open. Sleep to connect. Now the anti out. So taking a low.
Where's the EMP?
Low, whittle down to about half HP. EMP is at the ready, as you say. Big stun coming across. Raindrop pops a rally. Shield bashes on the 3. EMP down on the back end, but it's to no good. KHC manages to lob in that nade. Takes up Tarakuki. And Elsa will eventually fall. FM, they saved them all from the back of an enormous play from Raindrop. I would love to see that end in a replay. But now they're at 80% with no end in sight here for Rhodes.
I mean, the rally as well just dissipates the effects from the EMP. You can see that Tarakuki trying to run in, find KHD. KHD was protected, goes in the high ground, doesn't die, and it's, you know, it really reminds me of the opening University where they're trying to target KHD. They can't get this Ana down. And the way this flowchart Overwatch is meant to go, the EMP is meant to be the fight winner. Now it's the final fight.
Works out on that recall there. Dragon Strike now just looking off that left side approach. Riley going to be rolling from Kaneki. Taking low, has to recall himself. Stays alive for now, but this pulse bomb needs to find value if they want to get themselves on the board. Right now, naturally ticking up, they nearly have this flip to their hands, and with Elsa coming up with 2, it seems like, yeah, they will be able to gain this one for themselves. So finally are going to get themselves on the board, but still, such a long way to go to try to close this one out.
Yeah, it's been tough going for Elsa and Rose to actually find this backline, to manage to get these dives effectively. It's one of the first few effective dives that we've actually seen. Catch FM in one of the side rooms. Decent jump damage. Get your DPSs in there and finally get the flip, but it's looking like it could be one of those rounds as well, like what we saw in University, where it's like 100 to 50 or there so. Equal ultimates on both sides. Primal's about the same timing there as well. Rhodes needs to be able to win this fight, then be able to, I was going to say, build the EMP up next. Tarakuki down, 5v4, and it's going to slow down the EMP.
I mean, that jump from Minicast and taking out the translocator, so he ends up just getting found and killed off there by Raindrop. Dive forward, will be slept. Pulse bomb goes across, but not going to be finding any kills there. Coming up shy. Kaka now holding on to one of his own. Flip getting ready to come back through. 47% here on board for the side of Rhodes, but now they need to play the point. But without Elsa there, it just seems so impossible. Nano going to be committed. Enocast getting amped up. Coldest now sending out one of his own, trying to keep Kaneki alive and in this fight, but I don't think it's going to do enough good. They managed a little touch in here, tag the point for a brief little moment. Tarakuki on the return. Just find Raindrop. Away from having the EMP, but now Kaneki's going to be gone just before the rally would come online, and this should just about do it. This needs to be a monstrous EMP. Goes across, Yoppin going to be taken down. Elsa with the Primal does manage to find one. Brings his sights over, spots KHD. Looks for another target. Enocast going to be burned down. So suddenly, this is actually going to be the fight back coming through. Rhodes managing to persevere. They're going to reflip this.
Yeah, I mean, Elsa's staying alive. They're buying space for the Predator at the same time. Despite Tarakuki going down, the EMP does, in fact, turn the fight over, and I thought it was going to be over. FM would definitely fire ahead. Rose was struggling in that fight. Elsa being disconnected from Coldest in an earlier engagement was just awful. I mean, The nail onto Kaneki at least keeps the window open a little bit for Rhodes, and it's Tara Cookie that takes advantage of said window. But now Rhodes are out. FM. Much closer to important ultimates. See if they can buy themselves in with this Dragon Strike 10% away.
Back into the back line, but takes that arrow to the chest, so has to recall out. Translocate out, I should say. You see Sleep coming across, raindrop, trying to stay alive, keeps going lower and lower, is going to pop the rally, and Kaneki is going to get pressured out. Itakas finding that kill. Taka now arriving into the back line, looking to go ahead and help peel out the rest of the team. Looks like they will be able to survive, and Itakas is going to find Coldness. Seems like they're going to get close, but just not quite close enough. The reflip comes through, the OT is going to bleed down. FM, last second tag in here from Abrita, just trying to keep this extended as much as possible. Elsa now getting ready to rejoin as well. Chris is down low. Kaka chases forward, gets a melee hit. The kill is in. The pulse is good. Kaka finds the final shot to go ahead and close out the map. The OT will now bleed away. It's a little bit of a nano celebration here from Kaka. Puts it to good use. Helps take down Tara Cookie, and they will be able to now close things out on Garden. A 2-0 victory. FM taking Oasis.
Let's just see how difficult it has been for Rose to get those hack dives going every time Tara Cookie. He uncloaks, gets a hack going, gets shot by an out, has to translocate away. Not enough support coming through from the rest of the place. We have to dive in together. The back line of Rhodes, they're folding. You see Raindrop, he stays alive, he gets rallied. He rallies rather. Kaneki, he's rallying, and he dies in the middle of that ultimate.
And we are back. Just one map so far into this series between FM and Rhodes, with FM coming away pretty damn cleanly with a win on Oasis. Rhodes now get to answer back. We'll see what their map pick is going to be looking like, as well as whether or not they're going to be able to get the win as we get ready to go into Hybrid.
A much better protected backline for FM. Less deaths on InnoCast as well. Solid damage output from Yoppen. Some good carry potential on that Hanzo. And unfortunately, Rose just struggling to get their Sombra dives coordinated and actually converting into kills. A few times we did see those hacks come through, and unfortunately to no real avail into actual kills. So slow start for Rhodes. Expected maybe a little bit more on the Gardens round in particular. University was probably a little bit more written the stars, but opportune now as Eichenwalde ends up being map choice for number 2, picked by Rhodes. Map that we actually haven't seen so far this year in the first half of the season, so this will be good.
Okay. Shift back here. Eichenwalde needs to be the staging ground here for Rhodes to try to get themselves back into the series. Never want to be in that position where you have to reverse sweep to try to come away with the W. Just took a trip down memory lane because I'm like, where did I used to cast InnoCast? You know, because that's something that's happened in the past, and I looked and it was 2018 when he was on Meta Athena, so it's been 5 long years since I've gotten to cast this guy.
He's a real veteran's veteran, I think.
Veteran on the block.
I've even covered some of the teams that he's been on.
I assume so, in 2019, because then he moved on to
Phoenix
WGS.
And all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
GC Busan, yeah.
The passing of the torch, the passing of the InnoCast as I shifted. But we'll see how they fare, because it was pretty rough. One thing in particular, I think, for Rhodes is just being able to keep Elsa alive, because there was so many times, especially on University, he was trying to go in for these dives and just sleeps, antis, everything, just lining up the side of FM, and Rhodes cannot afford to have that happen. They need him to be a just steady force in that front line as the tank.
I think it's a difficult meta for Elsa as well to sort of having to come through, learn this Winston, and you know, we're very much confirmed in the Winston meta now. Everyone's talked about it, all the coaches come out talking about it. Winston's here to stay, not going to go away anytime soon. Still seeing a decent amount of Remacho come on through. And in this particular tournament, a little bit of the Junker Queen as well. But on the defense, Elsa's going to opt for the Diva, which is really interesting. It's probably a better look for Elsa as well. That's one of his primary heroes that he's played in the past.
It's typically what you think of when you are thinking about Elsa. Some point pressure going to be coming in here from Kaka, though. Just going to draw them over towards him. Does nearly get a tick. Free to finally has to respond. Looks to pressure him off, but now the rest of the team is getting ready to join in. And I guess, however, going to be antied off screen. In danger of going down, but looks like they will be able to sustain him in the meantime. As the first tick does get surrendered, so pick up here already for free from the side of FM.
Kaneki.
Oh, just diving around the back. Yeah, putting some good pressure here on a Kaneki and Coldest, but Elsa will find the first kill as InnoCast is going to be taken down.
They've been looking for that InnoCast kill for a while now. Can they keep the rest of the team alive? Tokuki up front is super low HP, and Tokuki is just not going to stay up. And Rose, can they get enough done off that? Can they get enough done off just the one traded kill? One tick has been given away.
Swing around the back is good. They do manage to get this Bionade across onto 2, so Kaneki has to back away. Dropping, falling low, does stay alive. Again with a pulse pump, just not able to find a stick. Ends up whipping on that one, the kill not going to be found. Sleep head connected, but cannot hound him down for that elimination. In the meantime, KHD going to be taken out. Target able to get on top of him, playing off of that nade setup from Coldest, but it's going to be traded out. A support for a support. Kaneki did on the opposite side. Dive forward, Elsa now getting further involved. Does find himself a second elimination. Taking out Raindrop, and the InnoCast will shortly fall thereafter.
Crucial kill to KHD, by the way, because KHD was about to also have the nano available, died at about 98-99. Coldest managed to stay alive, puts the nano to Elsa, buys Rhodes out of a very difficult situation. I mean, InnoCast didn't receive the same level of support. His supports end up going down. Rhodes stay alive off the back of that one, and we retain the self-destruct there as well for Elsa, which is going to be very strong. However, double support ultimates online for FM is going to be pretty tough cookie. You'll be able to get past. And speaking of cookies, I think it's up to Tower Cookie now. Need to see this EMP pop off.
Right here, center point, looking for both support. Dodge around the corner though. Raindrop managing to avoid that one. Now can pop the rally. The nano as well. Going to be used. And yep, it's going to be him taken down instead. Yoppen just manages to burn him down. Kill's going to be found. Elsa going to be taken out as well. Not able to get back into the mech there. As the point lockdown will come through. FM not just waited for too much longer there. 4 minutes plus now as we get ready to go into free space.
And it's one of those situations where, you know, it would have been easy to EMP the front line, but if you do that, the nano just buys them out, the nano just saves them, the rally just saves them as well. So FM have all these bailout tools, and even speaking of the backline there, time and time again, it's a story of pulling the EMP, putting the hack onto Keishi, and they can't get the kill. Raindrop has a rally, is able to peel, and Keishi just runs behind Geometry and stays up.
Here on the low ground, just trying to pressure out Yappen, but there's just too much protection being found. Wondering if he just Dragon Strikes up to the floor, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Goes for a little bit of an off angle. He'll shove them back for the time being. Pulse bomb in, hits the shield, and the shield hits him. Pretty taken out. He's not having a good time whatsoever with this Tracer so far across these two maps. Raindrop will end up falling, so going to be a 1-for-1 rally rolling. KHD as well going to be gone, so the support's taken away from FM. Should it be the much-needed reprieve found here for the side of Rhodes, but still bloody back and forth here as Inacast comes away with 2 kills, so can't quite get it cleanly, but they will stop the cart.
Put it on the return here, gets a double kill on the exit, so FM, they lose their supports, they at least get the double supports of Rhodes, but Rhodes will have the slight defender's advantage here, the high ground to play through, and speaking of that same high ground, right, we talked about Yoppin throwing the Dragon Strike into the castle, and FM, you have to play off the back of that one and try and chase through the castle, actually take some space. They struggle to do that. They struggle to follow the dragon in. Maybe they're a little bit delayed. And Rose held onto that space really nicely and also caught the backline. Speaking of which, Keishi down again. This is what they need.
Okay, yeah, exactly what they needed for now. It's looking like he's starting to come alive a little bit more. Comes away with 3 kills here.
Nano.
It's closer and closer, but again, they went out the fight, and it's not quite there here for the side of FM. So decent pace, decent tempo set by Rhodes.
I don't know if you caught that as well, but Elsa guides Taro Cookie in, so he pushes up, puts the Matrix up, and ensures that Taro Cookie isn't going to get spotted or revealed as he pushes his way into the back line now, into the spawn. And he's got full scouting information available, given back over towards Rhodes. A little bit of extra healing popped up over towards Elsa as well. And now this should be a really good EMP setup because Taro Cookie's in the perfect position.
Sleeps in, but he gets canceled out. Predator winning out the 1v1 here, it would seem. A little bit of backup from Elsa, but comes away with a kill. Kaka taken down. EMP going to be used inside of the castle. This bench connection on to 3. Anti is out, catches both supports. Pulse bomb in this time, finds the kill. The cleanup is going to be very nice on the back end.
Yep.
Rhodes seemingly finding their foothold now in this second phase of the map.
And FM kind of got corralled into the castle as well because you remember they actually lost a player early. It was a 4v5. And FM felt like they couldn't back out. If they were going to back up, they would have backed up directly into Taro Cookie. So I think no matter what way you look at that one, Rhodes can the fight under lock. Somewhere around Taro Cookie's going to find it a lot more difficult to find that backline entrance without else to help him out. 5 ultimates online, by the way, for FM.
5 to work with. Nearly 3 for the side of Rhodes, though. Coldest can get that nano up very swiftly. Same with Kaneki, but I mean, maybe he doesn't even need it yet. Elsa just diving forward, finds KHD, who's having a very rough go of it. This is night and day difference compared to what we were seeing as far as backline defense, you know, on Oasis. It's very much been FM that are the ones getting bullied. Dragon Strike trying to clear some space. Maybe they're going to be finished off. Yep, self-destruct, not going to find any pops. And the park can now start advancing forward over the bridge. Kaka's Way coming away with an additional little kill on the back end as they have to wait for these respawns. Rhodes still will have time to recontest.
Kaneki's stuck. I mean, I don't know why FM aren't chasing this. There's a window of opportunity here where they can get the double supports. We're about to get out alive, maybe. Cut off by the bubble. You know, Kaz, right there.
Shield raised. Kaka unable to get that pulse bomb in behind the shield. Elimination not found. Bridge conceded for now. Yappen, however, with a nice headshot crossed away, does take out Taro Cookie. Now the nano is in, and Ocas can start pushing forward once more. Once the dive in, trying to get on top of Kaneki. The anti is there as well. He's so damn low. The kill is just not going to be found. He lives to fight another day. Also now going to be the focus fire. They turn their sights over towards this diva. Anti out on the Inacast, just trying to stay alive, trying not to take too much damage. Another bubble comes in. He perseveres. Still going to be alive and in the mix.
Imping's coming online. That could be the game changer. No, he's dead.
As you say that, right as you say that, it's going to be the kill coming in, but Prita manages to double up. Finds the second one. He's somehow going off the side of the map. Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe a shield bash that just took him off at a weird angle. Either way, KHD is also going to fall. That means it's just Coldest now as far as supports are in the fight. Bomb does get the stick through, managing to avoid having that eat come in. Elsa now going to be taken down. Cardigan advancing forward. Coldest has to just try to keep this one contested. The rejoin comes in. Prita as well, looking to keep this contested. A beater left to go. Coldest going to fall. The support's getting cleaned up. Connecting now going to be taken down as well. Pulse bomb in. Kill not going to be found. The cleanup can come through, and the cap will come in. Them not quite done yet, but it's only going to be a minute and a half added to the time bank.
Wow, what a stick coming through from Kaka. That was a 2v2 where FM did not have supports available. A tank and a DPS versus tank and support. And Coldest was about to come up on ultimate as well, so that could have gone very differently. Elsa was staying alive, difficult to kill, mech still up, pocket heal by Coldest. And if it wasn't for the pulse bomb coming through, that wouldn't have been a fight win for FM. Now they're trying to snowball this one through. One kill to Tara Cookie. Should be some free distance for the time being. They don't have a lot of time to play through, so we're not expecting a full cap on. They can get a lot of distance. Unless this EMP from Yoppin's good. This could actually maybe be good if it's Yoppin finishing the map up.
Looking for it. Kessel going to be taken down. Not able to use that primal. Now Raindrop as well going to fell. It's going to be an early cancellation. Right there on that rally. Not going to take it out. 38 seconds to try to get themselves back together. They still will have some ults to work with, but it's a great stagger found here as pretty good on top of KHD.
It's not just the stagger as well, but Yoppin loses all positioning, so you actually lose your setup as the Sombra. You lose all forward position that FM had, and now your EMP is not going to be well placed at all. I mean, you might have to end up wasting it in terms of just blowing it early on the corner to get your team past, unless you can brute force your way through with the nano instead. But either way, it's going to cost FM something just to break the gates open before they even get to the payload.
So much space can be bought just with that self-destruct alone. Dive into the back line. Nocast looking to open things up. Also just plays the card, keeping this one locked in position again.
The primal
the
here,
ante comes across. And okay, no, actually waits it out. Doesn't have to pop it. Still holds the ult for now, but now the EMP going to be used. Yoppin, look at this, set them up. Kaneki going to be the first one to fall. Still out here. As Credit will also get taken down. They're shoving them back to find the kills, and the staggers that are coming through right now are not looking good here for this defense. Somebody has the touch, but he's just holding the door. Cat's just beating them back. Will not allow them to get out of the spawn room. And against all odds, given how things had looked, even back, at the beginning of the Streets phase, FM managed to make it to the end.
I mean, I thought, dude, I said that FM was going to have to use something to get to the payload, but Rose just kind of chill. I thought Rose would play a little bit further forward, pressure out FM. Now that FM are going to be the team that's going to be desperate, they have to be the ones pushing forward and to spend something to make that happen. But FM got a great push on. They just brute forced their way onto the payload, waited for the ultimates. Enocast didn't even get forced front. He was purpled out by the ante on about a quarter HP. And I'm like, dude, if this guy takes even a little bit more damage, you just can't trust that. I mean, you anteed out. You're probably going to have to primal here because his last fight ends up holding it. Has the confidence to say, I'm not going to die here. Supports will get me up. The ante's about to fade. And they all get to save the ultimates. I mean, Yoppin even runs head first into the Rhodes backline and just drops in that EMP. And I think at the same time as well, Kaneki had the rally running, or Kaneki just popped the rally, but not in time to be able to get the shield bash. Because there is also the interaction where, I believe if you're Kaneki, you're looking at Yoppin running at you. Even because he gets revealed as he runs up to the support.
Right.
You pop the rally and you look for the shield bash straight away because you know he's about to EMP. But the timing was just better for Yoppin. Kaneki couldn't connect in time.
All right, well. All the work to be done now. For Rhodes, unable to set themselves up with that nice and easy win condition. Need to take this to extra innings. Do it with, say, over a minute in the time bank, and they'll be in a good position. Don't have a push from FM. For now, dropping right back over onto the Hanzo, just taking some pot shots, trying to see if he can get a straight connection. And a nice, easy headshot, but Tara trying to get into the back line, immediately revealed. Forced to translocate out.
Yeah, you need Elsa to help him out a little bit here, guide him past the choke points, but Rhodes has to actually make some forward space happen first. And that's currently not happening. They are kind of taking control of that broken down mech.
Themselves into the PC shop here, but already it's going to be wrested away from them. Break here onto the mech, they can just force Elsa to jump off the side of the map, buy some extra time. And the opening kills onto the supports is just too much to try to deal with here. Tara Cookie as well, just trying to get whatever he can on the back end, but it's not much of anything. You look at Kaka right now, 91%. He is so far ahead.
Unbelievable as well. You see the way Kaka just is able to get into the side shop over there, backed by the anti-net from KHT, which also, I believe, gets either Kaneki or Coldest. Might have been Coldest. Kaka has full confidence to run in. Usually that would be a good bastion defense for Rose to be able to just hold in that position, but not really available here. Tara quickly changes over towards Hanzo, and this is the difficulty of playing Sombra on the offense. Too choky, too hard to get past, too easy to get revealed. Look at Kaka's positioning on the left. I mean, where you're supposed to run as a Sombra, where you're not going to get revealed, it's just too difficult. So also going to opt for the Hanzo here, which I think is good.
Okay, they do buy some space, but as I say that, Coldest take it down. Kaka puts that pulse probably good use. Comes away with the kill for the delaying on the Coldest.
Clean.
And he
So
just
clean.
absolutely annihilates Aprita right there. Unbelievable.
Yeah, just the mechanics on Kaka have been so good today, and Aprita was the trace that I was highlighting coming into this, but right now, Kaka's taking him to Pound Town for sure. Maybe even the sequel, Pound Town 2. What a sequel.
Yoppin wants to get involved. As Tarakaki shifts over onto the Hanzo to try to match. Is instantly greeted with death. Does get taken down. That Dragon Strike now about to be available as well to just further grab some more space. Half the time is bled away, as you say, and they haven't even gotten a tick. Like, FM was a little bit slow to get that initial cap coming through, but they still were able to have ticks to set them up for an easier...
Shot of KHD.
KHD does get taken down, but Kaka finding one. That's going to be the supports now again, gone from the side of Rhodes. Primal rolling as well for Inocast, just to buy some extra space, and Kaka being the only one eliminated. They have very few concerns here. The reset's going to have to come through. The break on the mech seemingly inevitable, but it looks like with that Mega Pack grab, Elsa will be safe for now.
I mean, this should have been the miracle push coming from Rhodes. It's a rarity that someone like Tarakaki, okay, you pick Hanzo. This is why you have the Hanzo. The opportunity to get those one taps. You get KHD down. Now you just have to make sure your backline is protected. Play the 5v4. Now, the opposite has happened. Yoppin's taken down Coldest. So that's going to be an instant reset. Rhodes losing minimum 10 seconds here. You're hoping Elsa also doesn't get demeched in this play. Time's running out. FM, remember, they finished the entire map. Rhodes struggling to get past A.
Just trying to break through this
They
position.
don't even have ultimate advantage.
It's proving to be so difficult. Like you say, ult's pretty evened up. I mean, Kaneki getting that rally would tip the balance maybe a little bit, but just given the way that these fights have been going, I'm not sure if even that is going to be enough. Also trying to press forward, trying to pressure Inocast away from this choke. I need so much more help in order to make that happen. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an overtime cap if they're able to find one at all. Inocast now going to be diving in, just completely segregates the rest of the team away from the front line. Keeps them cut off. Now they can advance forward, though. Dragon Strike helps open things up just a little bit more for the side of Rhodes. Nano is used. Goes over to Tarakaki now, answering Dragon Strike from Yoppin, just to try to clear them back off the point. So far, it's working a treat. 10 seconds remaining. As the self-destruct gets used, but Kaneki headshot once more. Dead, 9% away from that rally, which would be so damn important for them to try to win this one out. But Tarakaki's going to fall. It's just going to be the cleanup coming in. Elsa, the last one to die. It's the full hold after the full push. FM take it up now 2-0. They take it the match point.
Masterclass coming on through, and I was even going to say maybe Rose. I could see a world with actually hold B. Just a little bit unfortunate that FM were able to cap B because Rose looked like their B defense was starting to really come online, but none of that matters because Rose can't cap A. They get full held entirely. I don't think they got a single tick there. They completely struggled. You see the Nano coming through from Cold Assault had to be deployed defensively on Tarakaki, and the only person Tarakaki can shoot is Inocast, who also got Nano. And by the way, Inocast just jumps away, and now the Nano Tarakaki does nothing. So Rhodes just had no way to actually get themselves into the fight on A, completely cleaned up. Yeah,
Inocast just left. That was the counterplay. Was I'm just gonna leave the fight. You can't kill me, and then he's right back into the front line. Brutality right now here. The hands of FM just absolutely dominating Rhodes, who now need to pull off a reverse sweep. We'll see if they can get a map win, as we will have Escort on the horizon. First, we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break, so don't go anywhere. And we are back and on the cusp of a 3-0 as FM are way out in front with 2 dominant maps, even with the map selection coming through. Rhodes elected to take us to Eichenwald, but could not hold a candle to FM and could not get a cap on A on their attacking side. So now they have one last shot with a map pick, try to turn the tides and pull off a reverse sweep.
It's really interesting, you know, thinking about why we went to Eichenwald. Like, I'm trying to figure that one out as well. Clearly, Rhodes is a Sombra Tracer, Winston dive team. That's what they kind of excel on. On the defense, the Sombra looked fine because, well, you got a lot more room to play with. On the offense, Tarakuki couldn't really get out of spawn. I mean, when I talk about spawn, I'm kind of talking about the archway. Everything before the archway is considered attacker spawn to me. Everything beyond that is the A point itself. And Tarakuki couldn't buy his way into the A point. He had to eventually change over towards Hanzo. I think about it a little bit further. It's like, well, when is Sombra good? Then Sombra's pretty much only good on B. And then on C, you're swapping off the Sombra again. So it seems weird that you'd pick a map that doesn't really look that great for the Sombra, and that's your playstyle. Speaking of picking maps, we'll be going over to Gibraltar next. This is more of a sniper-favored map. I mean, I think you could still feasibly just play Tracer Sombra dive the entire way through. But I think if you're FM, you're having a good time if you're yopping on the Hanzo again.
Almost certainly. I mean, it has been just an incredibly strong pick for him, so why not stick with it? Been a very, very good look so far, and I mean, Tarakuki trying to match on that Hanzo, it just didn't work out. So we'll see how we fare, though, as we get ready to go into Watch Point Gibraltar.
And our first Gibraltar that we've seen, for us anyway, or maybe just for you because I saw this in the World Cup, but that we're seeing in the second half of the year, that we're on board for the Summer Stage Opens. Bit of a map pool change for the back end, new Gibraltar as well. Spawns have changed, entry onto B has changed. Interested to see if any Widowmaker comes on through. We are, of course, on the patch that has quote-unquote nerfed the Widowmaker, and the reason why I add quotation marks in there is I think Widowmaker is still actually good, despite the nerfs. So maybe.
All right, well, let's see if it does rear its head, as don't be fooled. We're not going back to Eichenwald. In for Watch Point Gibraltar now. We'll see what they're going to start assembling here for us, as it looks like first at the gate on this defense. Elsa going to be coming through with that diva once more.
So, no one's doing any sort of, no one, we're just talking about FM right now. They're not going to do any roadhog shenanigans out the gate. They did set up a teleporter. And that kind of gets the team across the map. You can see some of the silhouettes running around the back there. And they're doing a big rotation. They're going to go for the high ground. Okay.
Yeah, the pressure's starting to come in. I mean, Yapin's just hopping the wall, sending some pot shots. Also, body blocking the majority of these is you have the dive in from Inocast, falls low, makes his exit though, makes his way out of there. Leap available, so Yapin not going to get knocked off the side of the map either. But everybody right now clustered at the bottom of the stairwell here is okay. Tarkovic is looking to take the fight right to him. Just up over the top, the Hanzo duel now getting ready to come through, and this D-Matrix needs to keep protected. Looks like he'll be able to exit out the safety. Elsa in the meantime, a bit isolated. Gets tagged low, but not going to be taken out. So the mech still stays intact, and for now, the cart very much not moving.
Yeah, I mean, you have a contest between a Predator and Kaka down bottom. That's what you need. Kaka had a better free push earlier, and I was thinking, dude, when is a Predator going to go for this contest? He finally has, and with that, FM take a little bit more control, and the payload pushes further forward. Rhodes have lost their high ground. They've backed all the way up the server. Also trying to hold positioning on blue box, but he's about to lose that as well.
Let's get shoved back. Leading the charge with the Dragon Strike. We'll see if that finds too much value here for them. As, yep, the Nano's good. He was trying to get over to the Mega Pack, but Inocast with that last little leap managed to shut him down, so the first kill is now going to be found. Anti-can on the Inocast staying alive. Yapin will get worked lower and lower. Elsa coming away with an elimination. Pulse bombs from both sides. Neither finding an elimination, but Inocast just looking for the juggle. Just goes ahead and mauls both Coldest and Kaneki. So even with him losing out on some teammates, I think they're still going to be fine. Drops the bubble, stays alive. Cannot deny the remake. Now is in a bit of a forward position. Bit of an awkward one, but yeah, the Nano does come across to keep him alive and in the fight. Cart still inching forward. Elsa having to move up. Keep this one contested as much as possible, but eventually has to show respect and has to just bail out because he's going to lose that mech otherwise. Anti goes across to find two on either side as the rallies roll from both of these brigs. Big disengage. FM just pull back into the server room, gather themselves, get everybody to full HP, and look to recontest.
And both teams just trade the rallies. They're both gone now. Big anti coming on through onto Predator and Nelson. Speaking of antis, it was the anti from Coldest that allowed FM to back out. They lose Tire Cookie now, so Rose in a bit more of a sore spot. Final contest, we'll give it up.
Yeah, they just have to back away. Taro Cookie, he was alive. If he had that Dragon Strike, they could buy themselves a little bit more space to work with, but picked off. I believe just a dive forward from Inocast into a chest shot from Yop, and the kill is found. And now, Cart will start advancing forward here into the newly updated hangar.
This online, you talk about that Dragon Strike, well, it's going to have to wait because once again down, and they just really need something like Dragon Strike to actually get themselves to the fight. They would like to chase Inocast, but the nade, as you say, coming through from Keishi, prevents Rose from pushing forward. Inocast lives.
Just absolutely shuts that down. I mean, Inocast just getting away with so many maneuvers here on this Wednesday. And Elsa, though, does have a nice contest here onto the high ground. Amped up by the Nano. Takes out Yapin. Now Kaka as well going to fall. Range off Antied. Will get hounded down eventually there by a Brita. So first bit here of control since the cap came in onto A. They will be able to just go ahead and hold the card for now.
I think the payload positioning is good though. 2/3 through on B, and
that was 1 minute.
Just under the final bridge. It's a reasonable amount of distance. If it got past the bridge, we'd be really celebrating for FM then, because this would be an insane push. But once you see Rose's positioning, okay, they catch the big Bionade coming through from Keishi, but they maintain control of the inside of the shuttle. So level 2 there, good position. No one's really playing for top of shuttle right now. It's the inside of shuttle. It's been majority of the action. And speaking of playing for the top of the shuttle, we have finally the Rhodes supports pushing up there.
Cookie dead again, so Yapin just hoping to open that up, and that's one of the biggest concerns there for Inocast is just the storm arrows to try to burn him down. Now he's got that primal rolling, looking to try to knock Coldest forward into the rest of his teammates, but isn't quite able to isolate him. Also with some good covering fire with that D-Matrix, just keep him alive. Nano now going to be using the back end, Sleep connecting, but I mean, Inocast is still just plus forward. He's holding down that W key. He's constantly looking for these supports. Goes down to 70 HP, makes his exit. In the meantime, in all the chaos, Kaka layers in this pulse bomb, finds Taro Cookie, and now the Dragon Strike is crashing across, and Taro Cookie, I mean, he just continues to have to hold on to his own. Hasn't gotten an opportunity to use it because he's just getting death cycled over and over again. Gold is now going to be taken down by the Storm Arrows. KHD will be a casualty, but with Kaneki dead as well, there's no supports, and likely no hope of holding this cart in position.
Raindrop has played this so well the entire series, I might add, but with the rally there, he actually bashes his way into Coldest, connects the stun onto the backline. You really see that. I mean, when do you see a Brig actually get so deep into the backline that you get a bash onto the Ana on the opposing team? That prevents Coldest from dropping in the Nano. Dies in the middle of their stun. Will die again out of spawn. And FM continue pushing on forward. B, outside of, I think, one team fight loss. One reset there. Very much FM pay with a very slow but meaningful push.
I mean, even on A, it was, you know, a bit of a neutral skirmish back and forth, build up some ults. That one disengage into the server room, and then they were straight back into it and getting the push. It's been smooth sailing this entire time for the side of FM.
Especially because Tarakoki's just been kind of on repeat dead the entire way through.
Yeah.
Getting sniped out, getting dived out. As a Hanzo player, constantly down. Now swapped over towards the Sombra. They want KHC, they'll get him.
Good opening kill on raindrop as well, just kind of getting juggled back by Elsa. Will be able to find that kill, but it's going to be traded at the same time. Yapin and Ninocast coming away with both supports here from Rhodes. Not really going to get the cart rolling quite just yet, but Elsa will be demeched. That could certainly help snowball this into a further push. Ninocast just continues to hold, jiggling in and out of this bubble. Does go low, but again, just leaps out. The kills come across.
Survivability has been insane for Inocast. I mean, credit to the sports there as well, but Inocast has just not really gone down this series, and Rose are the ones playing Tracer Sombra. They are now, and they're not even the ones that are able to really initiate these dives. They're constantly in the back foot as FM get their dives first. And Nicky Coldest repeatedly dead, but at least Inocast, okay, it takes a pulse to get him down. He is down.
Yeah, Nano didn't come across from KHG to try to bail him out. They just eat the death. Still have a little bit of time to work with, but this does become a bit more holdable from the side of Rhodes.
I actually think they should have Nano, because I was arguing in my brain, it's like maybe you're holding Nano for a better engagement, but you could have also played the engagement off that Nano as well. Fill him up a little bit afterwards. But they'll lose time and positioning. I think that's the biggest loss for FM is they don't get to play as far forward as they previously did.
Bubble down on the card background. Paul's not going to find the connection. The EMP comes into the Nano. Or rather, the anti layered in. Kaka instantly hits the floor, but then he often gets a follow-up headshot, so Coldest gets taken down. Run back for him. Those can get back to the fray here very quickly. And they will have a 2-to-1 advantage as far as the support faults are concerned. He's going to be forced to go ahead and jump back. Dragon Strike now let loose by Yapin. Sends it towards that right side of the spawn room as the rally's going to be rolling on either side. Connecting send up for a brief little moment here, just hugging against the wall, trying to stay alive. Yapin, though, finds another headshot. The Storm Arrow connects. He's taken out once more. Kaneki has to receive the Nano just to try to stay alive and in the mix.
Open wants to put up. Can't quite connect the shots, but it doesn't matter. Inocast the primal. Spice connecting to the backline. Coldest drops now. Roads are done for. It's a single self-destruct to try and keep them up.
Yeah, but they can't get the touch. They burn him down. Nice little dive in there from Kaka. Finishes off the Baby Diva, and Aprita cannot get onto the cart fast enough, so the full push will come through. Not much time remaining, obviously, here for the side of FM. 25 seconds is all they have to spare, but still they get themselves to the end, and we saw on Eichenwald that's really all they needed. So we'll see how Rhodes now fares on the attack.
I was really going to mention as well, Tarakoki, I was expecting a lot more out of that EMP. I think the connection was decent, but the resulting dive from that EMP left a little bit to be desired from Rhodes. I think they needed to win a fight off that. It's so odd that when you have the EMP advantage, I mean, it was all set up for them. FM, that was when Inocast got stuck with the pulse, didn't get bailed out by the Nano. FM had the full reset, lost the positioning. And what that means is Tarakoki gets to use the forward position that Rhodes gains from FM backing out to then set up for the EMP on the backline. He had that. It's a perfect setup for the Sombra. Exactly what you like to see. EMP lands correctly, but there's just no kills. I mean, there's not enough kills, not enough out of that. Should be a guaranteed fight win for Rhodes and another reset for FM, but that's just not what we see at all. And that's been plaguing Rhodes. I think it's been plaguing their dives, the Sombra dives specifically. And as you sort of mentioned, as far as fully finishing the map out goes for FM, it was more than they needed on Eichenwald. And for Rhodes, not feeling good about their attacking phase here. At least A on Eichenwald, there's a lot easier for the attackers than Eichenwald A. I mean, Gibraltar.
Don't worry, I got you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Tarakoki at least going to be going for an opening shot with a Widowmaker. We'll see how long he wants to stick through with this one. Don't mind it at all. If he wants to just continue onward.
I think he should stay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you should. I mean, you could Sombra here. I did mention that before we head into map, but I think I also mentioned that Widowmaker is still really good here. Outrange Yoppin.
Okay. Well, good first kill found. Inocast going to be taken down. Not quite sure what else I did to get it, but
and
they got it.
That's huge because now Rhodes gets to take full control of the opening high ground. FM fully back out. They give up all high ground actually. They're playing only server room. Taka's going to try and slow down the payload versus a Predator. Predator needs maybe a little bit of help from Tarcookie to clear that.
Recon just spotting coldest. Still in a rough enough position though that setting up a dive onto him is going to prove to be difficult. Tarcookie just continuing
Tarcookie needs to
kill someone.
He needs to stop watching the corner where Raindrop's going to be and start looking towards where KHD is going to be, where Yoppen is.
Anti on the 2. Kaneki staying alive. Elsa nearly taken out of the mech. Looks like they will barely be able to keep him sustained, though. As Yoppen just looking to inch his way out of this hallway, get through the door, but still enough pressure to keep him his own back. Still can't quite gain full control of this high ground. In the meantime, the cart steadily being inched forward, gets itself to the top of the ramp through the car washes. Okay, there's the opening kill that we've been waiting for. Tarcookie finding Yoppen, takes him down. That alleviates a lot of pressure here for the rest of the team, who can help really start to press the issue. Tarcookie doubles up, finds KHG to boot.
Great number of kills there. That should be enough to actually get this cap. Coldest probably has to ult here. They want Tarcookie down, but that's an acceptable trade. If Tarcookie dies, it's fine.
Don't have to worry
As
about
long as
it
they
too
get the
much.
cap.
Decent predict attempt there on that recall. It's a little bit off, but either way, Kaka still ends up falling. And that'll be the cap coming in. So 4.5 minutes now for this second stretch of the map.
No ults used. Tarcookie lives. Perfect, really, for Rose. That's about as flawless as you'd like. Could have been a little bit faster, but you know, you don't want to push your luck too far. That's really good, meaningful distance for Rose. Straight up, they got Inocast down early. A lot of free push off that. Gives Tarcookie the room to play with. Eventually converts onto Yoppen and KHD, as I mentioned. Those are the targets you want Tarcookie to find, and he gets them.
Not dropping down, sees Britta alone there on the cart to try to take the duel to him. A duel that he has been winning out widely here this evening, but it's whittled away at down to 75 HP. Yoppen, however, gets some sweet little revenge there. Down to the Tarcookie with that enemy Widow reveal as well off the recon, spotting out both the support.
Rhodes won't lose too much space off the back of this one. They don't have to go all the way back out, play choke again, which set up Tarcookie now also can definitely get him in two position. Surprised that Tarcookie loses the deal to Yoppen considering the Precise was available. But all the nanos and the other ultimates now severely online for both teams, so see who
5v4 in
pulls the
that
trigger
regard.
first.
Yoppen with the Dragon Strike to try to open up some space in all likelihood is what we're going to be seeing. One more arrow will get him that ready to go. So for now, I mean, it's just been a lot of disconnected fights. Pulse Bomb, lob in, looking for the attempt there on the Inacast. Even if it had gotten the stick, it would have just forced the Primal, which is going to be used either way. It's the corner there on a Tarcookie. Pulse Bomb stick. Cold is going to be taken down. And the rally is just a bit sad at the end of it all. As Kaneki's just like, well, where did everybody go? But now just looking to exit down to a sliver. The jump forward, the melee hit, the kills come in. It's going to be a very clean team kill coming across, an extended one at that, as all of FM get involved.
I mean, you know what that is? This is the Winston advantage from my POV, because you look at the actual Primal used from Inocast, it's not like Elsa can match that. Self-destruct, just a really bad ultimate compared to Primal, especially in this meta. And so FM, Inocast gets to dive on in, play the Primal, solo Primal to Tarcookie, it's fine, just get engage the kill, guarantee it. Both nanos get deployed to both of the Brigs, but I believe Kaneki still ends up, somebody ends up going down there. Raindrop nearly went down, but he survives, and well, FM with the extra Primal advantage, I think, was just more than enough to take that fight win.
Shots flying through. Elsa not up onto that high ground. Just moves up here onto the dropship, and then can offer up that D-Matrix. But for the second, it was looking like Coldest and Kaneki were going to be in a bad spot. Continued pressure being applied, just trying to keep Yoppen off this angle, but he's straight back to it. The card is contested, and Tarcookie into the back line, looking to try to set up this dive here on a KHD. Back goes across, but he's just corralled in with so many other players. He's just perfectly safe. Raindrop is there to peel. Enocast not far off either. Dragon Strike gets sent through by Yoppen just to try to clear the cart. Manages to work for him.
I mean, how do you dive
spending
that?
all their ults? Yeah, I don't know.
A Predator has to be in position.
Ooh.
Okay, a Predator's in position to get the trade on KHD. It's reasonable for Rhodes.
And now he's going to have a pulse bomb off the back end here. Yoppen as well, going to fall. Elsa able to find that elimination. Raindrop just has to die. Knows that it's not going to be able to try to stay alive even with that rally rolling. So this is going to be the cap coming through. There's not enough time to try to recontest here for FM.
Should be the cap then. Yeah, no tanks available, and I'm talking about both the tanks on FM. Rallying Brig and Inocast on the Winston. And finally, a backline dive that works for Rose. I get to really see how KHD died, but the addition of a Predator there is important. I was going to mention earlier that if you're going to go for this hack onto KHD, you have to think about how does a Predator approach that, because he also needs to be in a position you must already have second level dropship control to be able to blink on it.
Nopper with another opening kill. Nano now out of the equation. KHG can catch up and be able to match in that regard. Kaneki as well, not too far off. Which would give Rhodes 5 ults to try to utilize here. So they'd have a decent pace in that regard, but need to be able to utilize them. And Tarkuki noted, not sure if the translocator was dealt with earlier, but either way, he ends up getting taken down. So the EMP not in this fight.
That's tragic because Tarkuki managed to get all the way into the back line as well, so he had full reign. He could have even gone for a solo EMP. He has to reset the entire positioning now, but Rose as a team will at least start pushing this payload up. This is free distance that FM isn't going to be interested in competing for.
Okay,
Cast got EMP solo.
Yeah, Nano not at the ready there. I think KHG maybe just not having that line of sight onto the Winston, so can't pull the trigger to try to keep him sustained. When they get that pick, they get a little bit of extra distance, but falls bomb into the back line. Cold is going to be taken down, so the Nano still cannot come into the fray. Quick cancel there, breaking line of sight, does not get hacked out. He has to exit as Kaneki also falls. Looks like he might just die on the back end. Trying to hound him down pretty desperately, trying to keep him peeled. He does make his exit though. As they're just on the hunt, just looking to spy check as best as possible.
It's a good amount of distance though, man. Like the announcer even came up towards the end, like, okay, we're like in 13 meters of capping here. Payload just underneath the bridge.
Oh, Kaka.
And an opening pick on the Kaka. Yoppin's low as well. Can they convert? Not quite. Hidden by the shield, but that's the shield gone.
Let's get burned. Nano now going to be invested. Elsa just looking to brutally knock InnoCast out of this fight. Riley going to be rolling. Anti expiring. That's the primal rolling to keep himself safe. Sleep there does connect. Dragon Strike now going to be let loose. The follow-up hack is going to be there from Tarkuki. It's on to Elsa, but that will subside. And now the self-destruct goes up and over the top. He's looking for a pick. Looks like it. Yeah, just managed to find one. Yavin going to be taken down. Nano now going to be invested onto InnoCast. Juiced up, finds Kaneki, takes out one of the supports. Tarkuki as well, down to a sliver of HP, has to make his exit. Pulse bomb goes in, but it catches the shield, so Raindrop stays safe. Now Britta gonna be taken out. KHG finds that killing blow. Suddenly, it's looking a bit more likely here for FM to actually pull off this hold and win the series. Tarkuki looking to get his way back in. 16% awake, can build up an EMP in an extended fight, but they have to be able to persevere that long.
When he can't do it this inverse, he has to just be spamming pistol right now. And here comes the final fight. OT up. They're going to be capping this one in the OT if they can at all. And it's all going to be down to the EMP. And Tarkuki, again, he just has to spam the SMG. Looking for targets. And FM know he's going to have the EMP.
It's at the ready. He goes in. He sends it. Manages to catch 3. InnoCast looking like the focus fire, but they still haven't managed to take him down. They take him low, but it's not going to be good enough. Kaneki, however, with a whip shot, finishes off Kaka. A kill found. Prita nanoed up after swapping over onto the Genji. The kills are coming through, and it looks like they will be able to get this done. As InnoCast falls, the cap can come to completion. It's going to be 1:25 to a minute as we get ready to go to OT.
Yeah, the EMP comes on through, and despite the EMP itself not being like the thing that gets all the kills, forces FM back, splits their team up a little bit, opens up plays like Raindrop for the taking, for guys like a Predator to be able to find the back, be able to spam the triple shurikens in, get the cleanup kills, and for Rose, a close call that, man, that nearly didn't go well for them, because I was looking at a situation where, like, is this going to be another one of those classic Rose EMP or hack dives where they just can't connect on the targets, but they swiftly just snowball their way in, one kill after the other, and they flawlessly capture all 5 members of Rose stayed alive. Tarkuki, low HP, but didn't die.
All right, well, nicely done to get themselves to the end. A far cry from what we saw from them on Eichenwald. Getting those caps through, getting to the end of the map, but now they need to be able to do it again. They're going to be first on the attack. With this just 1 minute to go, but you think back to how things began, they were able to get that high ground control very quickly with that initial pick onto InnoCast. If they can do that again, they set themselves up for a good amount of distance just to start.
I will say that InnoCast plays this way safer though, so I think it's going to be much more difficult for Rose. And that if you're FM, you don't really have to challenge too hard for Tarkuki. You can slow the game right down. You know, there's only 1 minute to play through. We're not going to see B here. I'm pretty sure that this is just going to end on A for both teams. FM did a lot better in just like slowly pushing across the map without relying on kills. That's scary for Rhodes, and it's scarier now when you're looking at Rhodes and it's like, okay, well, the Widowmaker's gone. They're going to try and do this off the Sombra, which I don't hate, but I feel like the Widowmaker is part of the reason they capped A. A big part of the reason.
Yeah, a lot of those kills that were coming through were absolutely instrumental, in the build times on these EMPs has also been fairly slow from the side of Tarkuki, so it really just has to try to set up good dives off the back of hacks rather than using that EMP setup. 25 seconds, the cart now pushing forward down into the underpass. Drop down from InnoCast, looking to keep this one locked into position. Anti on the 2, Elsa taking a bit low, but I guess not looking to overstay his welcome as we were kind of teeing up. Wants to play this a bit more cautiously, so just gives that space, keeps himself alive.
When does FM actually dive on him? Because they're allowing free push at the moment. Taro Cookie might be forced backwards soon. I think at the, the top of the hill here, out of the car wash, is where FM have to make their last stand. You can't allow the payload to get much more distance than this.
We're looking to hold this now right here in this position. Critter falling low, dips back, grabs the mini pack, goes back up to the high ground. Actually looks to recontest here, pushing back up, just inching forward. And Kaka noting this, does get hacked, but he still wins out the fight. Pulse Bomb now going to be online. He goes chasing forward. He's looking for the supports and knows that they are corralled into the side room. Pulse Bomb's in. Kaneki cannot get the shield raised in time, and the sleep dart is far too late to try to save him. Also going to be broken out of the mech, and it seems like this is going to be the end of the line here for the side of Rhodes. Now needs to defend this position, 66.79 meters. Otherwise, FM are going to be walking away with a 3-0 sweep.
And that was one of those situations as well that it basically is only available to you in the overtime where Elsa can't give up the payload, has to solo push that one. And with Rhodes being as split as they are, Kaneki in the bottom room, caught out by 2 members. Kaka then to follow, and this is Kaka winning that earlier duel versus Predator, assisted by Yoppin. And the follow-up pulse where Kaneki just wasn't able to get out of range or hold the shield up. I think shield might have been broken. And I was going to say as well, for that specific play, you know that Elsa is not going to come in and save Kaneki. No way. Because he has to stay on the payload. Predator's already dead. He can't take control of the payload. So there is no support for Kaneki. The game is, at that stage, if you can't get any more trades and there's not really enough left, just coming down Taro Cookie to get the kills. Once Kaneki dies for Rhodes, essentially game over.
Well, everything to play for as FM get ready to go on the attack. Looks like Taro Cookie just going to be out the gate with the Widowmaker and needs to find value with this pick. Shut people down nice and early. Because if he's not a consistent force, if he's not being a thorn in their side, then this Widow is not going to be finding too much value.
And I think the Widow is better on offense in a way because you can really force positioning. You can allow your team to kind of get high ground or push below everything, and FM have to respect the Widow, knowing that Taro Cookie actually 1A with it. On the defense, I mean, I think it can still provide a lot of value, but well, he won't necessarily be challenged too heavily just yet. It'll be up to Enocast to find these dives in, with Kaka also flowing in. FM this time aren't doing the big rotation that we saw them do last time on the left side stairs. Stacking payload, I think, so it's a bit of a new strat from FM.
Shots flying his way, but neither Yoppin nor Taro Cookie really finding too much connection quite just yet. Anti on the 2 will expire. Kaka on raindrop staying safe for the time being. 48 seconds now remaining. Onto the high ground, instantly greeted with an anti-nade as Enocast has to pop that bubble just to try to stay alive. The dive in, looking for the kill. Fruta won't be able to find it, but Elsa in the meantime does get Yoppin. So Bonzo dealt with. Another anti onto both Kaka and raindrop once more.
Yoppin was playing solo. He was on the bridge. You can see on the right side. He was there before Elsa took him down. I was thinking either Elsa or, more importantly, Taro Cookie needs to be challenging that angle. Can't allow Yoppin just to be freely shooting. Yoppin hasn't been. He's only got 22% for the ult charge, so he hasn't been hitting anything really. Gonna come down to nanos, and Coldest is first.
Car has to be inched forward, but Aprita's here to match. Looking to keep this one in place. Taro Cookie as well. It's just got a straight line. As the OT needs to be forced out. There's the contest. We'll be able to make it happen, but also the ready now need to come into play. Nano on either side. Elsa with the self-destruct can buy themselves a decent amount of space, especially as this gets more into the open. It's gonna go diving forward. Nano is alongside him, but will get slept, put on the ground for the time being. Now gonna be woken up. Kaka down to 70, pops the recall nice and early, keeps himself safe for the time being. Pulse bomb, he is available. Dive in, looking for one of his own, but ends up going wide, doesn't find the connection. Nano now goes out. Enocast getting amped up, was chasing forward, dive onto the high ground, just looking to zone back Taro Cookie. Forces him away, denying him line of sight. The Saps as well, looking to get that elimination. He will be able to find him, but now raindrop dead on the backside. Kaka throws in the pulse bomb. D-Matrix comes in, gets the E onto that. Kaneki gonna be taken down. 3v3, as you say, Enocast 6% away from having that ult available to Primal. It's gonna have to be everything. He builds it up, he pops it, and now needs to keep this contested as he waits for the rejoin to come in, and he jumps away from the cart. Oh, he C9s it. Aprita immediately sends it out. Still though, winning the fight might not have happened, might not have been possible, but that is certainly not the way you want to extend this series. If you are FM, Rhodes will hang on by a thread and take this now into a map 4.
That's actually a legitimate C9 as well. I'm usually annoyed when people incorrectly state the C9s, so that was a real That was a real deal, C9. I give that one the stamp of approval for sure.
That's a dizzy moment for a deep cut.
He did not need to do that. He didn't, and I think that was winnable. That wasn't like, oh, I think FM were losing anyway. No, I think FM, they had a foot in that race, 100%. I think that was totally winnable. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed, but Rhodes, they do stay alive to fight in yet another map. This time, though, it's going to be FM's pick as we get ready to go into push. We'll see where they opt to take us, whether or not they can finish the series from there, or if Rhodes are going to be able to carry on their merry way, trying to pull off a reverse sweep. Action will continue in just a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. We are back, and we are not done yet. This series carries onward. A map win coming through now for the side of Rhodes after a bit of a Charlie Niner happening there on Gibraltar in the extra innings. FM not going to be able to get that 3-0 sweep that they so desperately wanted, and Rhodes keeps the hope of a reverse sweep alive.
Yeah, just barely, I think. Again, I don't think it was guaranteed that FM were going to win that. Maybe Rhodes would have won anyway. Possibly Intercast just eventually dies. The respawners come in for FM and it's not enough. But FM didn't do themselves any favors, unfortunately, by having the C9 happen. I think everything up until that stage was really good because payload positioning was great for them. Their defense on A and the time bank was extremely well played, except for their own attack at the end. But now map 4. So let's see if Rhodes can take us to map 5 and really get us into reverse sweep contention, because I'm still waiting for Rhodes to really make me believe. I'm starting to believe a little bit more, but Gibraltar was only the beginning. I need a bit more convincing.
Well, straight back into it here, just looking to play off that Winston advantage as much as they possibly can here, going to Coliseum. We did see Esperanza earlier in the previous set. Not to be, so back to good old Rome for us. Where some idiot can carve their name into the side of the Coliseum and get arrested and fined $15,000 or whatever it was.
But they didn't know it was ancient.
Oh.
So
that excuses it.
Shame on you. Huh? What if it wasn't ancient?
How do you go to Rome and not know that the Coliseum is ancient? How does one do that? I mean, just look at the damn thing. You think they designed it like this in current year?
You get pulled over, you're definitely speeding, and the thing you say to the officers, oh, I just didn't know I was speeding.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, you know.
I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Anyway, we'll go in. But truly, the stupidity of people sometimes is just.
But the thing is, the Coliseum is like a noteworthy landmark or something, because otherwise you wouldn't bother writing your name on it, because it's important.
Exactly.
So that much was clear. Let's see if the Elsa Diva is going to be good enough on Coliseum, because it's you don't normally see this. You normally would see either the Ram or the Winston, so a bit of a different look. And for Rose, again, I need a lot of convincing here, because this is not a typical composition.
Dark Cookie right back over onto the Sombra. Just hunting for a target here in the back line. Looks like he's going to decide on Yopban, and he has chosen wisely. Follow up there from Elsa. Yeah, he just got absolutely pounded. Nice early kill found here for the side of Rhodes. Just how far that can go, though, is Intercast in the moment kind of zoned off onto the flank. Managed to make his exit. Gets back over to safety and allows for his supports to top him back up. Elsa, in the meantime, maintaining this frontline control, is looking like a bit of a beast and already at 60% towards that self-destruct.
I just don't know that they're going to get Yoppin down again, but let's see if Rhodes can do it. One can hope. This is ahead of KHD for now, but you can start to see the FM. Oh, there it is. A different dive. A hack dive that works out. KHD's dead. That's been a rarity, but it works out the same.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of that. Kaka's still slightly in the lead towards this pulse bomb, but unless you can get that stick to come through, might not matter too much as Tarkuki starting to feel it a little bit more. He's looking to set up yet another play here, and he opted for a second. I thought him going up over top of that wall was going to cost him his life, but he just managed to survive.
He thought better of that. He's like, I probably shouldn't. So good call there. Now the first nano's online. EMP's not that far behind. Rhodes are doing well on this opening offense for sure. Unless the pulse bomb can change something.
Kaka looking for it. Actually just kind of dodges past them. Gets rid of the translocator. Sends the pulse. Doesn't find too much of anything there. And now the rockets come through, and Elsa sets up for 2 quick kills. KHD and Intercast knocked out of the park. This push will continue. Rhodes getting closer and closer to that mid checkpoint now.
It's actually capable as well, because you have the EMP available now. So despite the fact that double support ultimates are online for FM, that usually would be enough for Rhodes to stop for FM rather than stop the cap. If the EMP lands properly, and it not quite didn't catch the back line, that's unfortunate.
He does not find him. Just force out the nano. As for now, the bot will be evacuated here from the side of Rhodes. Still looking to just keep it locked into position here on the low ground. Dives up onto the high ground alongside Taro here. Manages to find KHD. Kaneki going to be traded out at the same time, though. But the bot not really rotating back, but now that they've lost the second support, the mech as well. Okay, FM can find some semblance of control. But 63 off the first push is still pretty damn good.
Nearly a good recovery from Rhodes. Yeah, they kind of got lost in the source. Elsa ended up in the middle of nowhere. And the supports were left alone as they tried to find the secondary kill and couldn't quite get there. I think if you're Taro Cookie to rewind slightly further back, You have to get the supports. I don't know how he missed Raindrop on KHD, but specifically, if you get KHD, you prevent the Nano from coming through at least for a little while. If you get both, that's how you win the fight and actually get the cap.
It's the hack once again, but no follow-up to be found, so just makes his exit. Just the reset and go again. Elsa going to be the mech that's going to be up the truck now, forced out from him. Not going to find a kill, and it's actually going to be the Dragon Strike claiming the Baby Diva, so cannot get back into safety. So for now, FM can continue to up the pressure and continue this push, but ults few and far in between right now for them. Meanwhile, Rhodes, another EMP, as well as both support ults about to be online.
Okay, he needs to make sure not to die here, and then they can engage. Giving away a little too much space here. FM likely don't have the resources to finish this cap, but Rhodes will have to spend something themselves to get in, and Else was flying away. Oh, that's a little unfortunate.
Oh, okay. Last second shot there from Coldest finds Kaka right before he was dashing out, so let's get that delayed little kill coming through now. They're going to look for a little bit more as the majority of FM widely corralled around this right side. In the window room.
Yeah. There's enough players on the sidelines that they can definitely get the cleanup. Rhodes just have to catch them out.
Just keeping them able to push so far forward here. Shield Bash will take down Inacast. Big anti, but there's just no way to follow up off the back of that one. Kaka will only come away with a single kill. Does get one, yeah, a little bit of a seal locks it in place, but now the resume can come through here for Rhodes.
It's important that Kaka did that because Prida needed to take control of the payload and start running it away. So as Rhodes are winning, if you're a Prida, you actually don't play the dive at all. You just start pushing the payload because you have to threaten this cap, and I think they would have been able to successfully do so if they didn't waste a little bit of time and allow Kaka to get it away. Now the payload's been taken back again. This is a... What is that? Well, look at the payload. Roads are resetting. Roads are fully resetting.
It's out of there, but Aprita is not scouted at the moment.
But they need to set up for EMP, so...
Oh, gonna say cue the Jaws music. Nano comes in though, and oh my god, he whip shots Aprita into oblivion. The tagging from Yapin as well. Hits him in the chest, the whip takes him out. What a turnaround on that one. Such quick reactions from FM. I'm genuinely impressed.
Well, they knew something was going to happen. They're like, we don't know where the Sombra is. We don't know where the Tracer is. Something was going to happen. They read that entire play. Open book. I don't know why Rose did that. Just play for the EMP. Why back out? You're in the lead.
Okay. Well, they still might not be able to get too much distance here. And the cat's going to be taken down as he goes diving forward. Instantly punished. Just around the back, just looking for the hack. Gets that across, so holds onto the EMP. And connects on the two. Rally rolling before raindrop.
They're missing the timing. Inocast is coming back, and they're not winning this fight. Where's the cleanup? Here we go,
now
finally.
They pull the trigger. They managed to find Grape. That's going to be one taken down. Yapin dead. Raindrop desperately trying to keep KHD alive into this fight, but they cannot do it. Too much pressure being exerted here. Rhodes going to be able to win this one out. And again, gain control of this bot. Not allow for FM to gain more distance.
Should be a cap this time around. No, actually, it won't be Inocast as Primal. So they didn't really get enough kills here, and the respawns are going to be back in time. And yeah, we're just waiting to see what Rose can do to get this cap, and both DPS ultimates have, well, they got played in, and okay, the EMP got them a fight win, but you're trying to cap, and, well, neither of the ultimates are allowed them to cap. Gonna come down to Nano.
There goes. The Elsa up onto the high ground. Good amount of damage being pushed out. Kaka sends out the pulse bomb, not going to be able to find anything there. Zinocast is taking a brief little nap there through the primal. Eventually wakes up. Just trying to stay alive. Just managed to exit the bot again. Now they're looking to try to steal this away once more as the Dragon Strike finds both supports.
That's unusual.
You see their positioning must be out onto the side room. Just no way to get away from it either way. Big value found from Yapin. Turns the tide of the fight for damn certain, but now the bot still a good amount of space that they have to pick up themselves as Raindrop. I mean, you can only spy check for so long. You got to join in with the rest of the team, son.
That was really unusual. You don't normally see that as well. Dragon Strike somehow just killing both supports, and as you say, maybe they were caught out on the side somewhere, but that will definitely give FM the advantage on a push on through. First bit of distance maybe in a while, not quite actually. For his respawn in time, you would if Rose are to win this map, they have to make sure that EMP gets played for the cap and not for the regain of the control of the payload now.
Rally rolling, shield batch in, the whip shot takes him down. Yapin way too aggressive. Messes around, finds out, that's for damn certain as the anti goes across and Connect, he will evaporate. Raindrop finding that kill. KG, however, going to be traded out, so that's just going to be one support left standing, but now the tank is gone. 4 members strong as Yapin looks to rejoin here. The push can finally continue for the side of FM.
And now Tarkoki's going to have to EMP. Well, not right now, but once the respawns happen. Raindrop played that situation so well. He actually rallies 4v5. FM make the call. They say we can win this. And he got 2 kills in the middle of that as well. So brilliant job by the Brig player in FM. Fully stacked up, 5 alive. Hard for them to cap because, again, we're expecting Taraku to drop this. Especially now that 2 players are dead. What is going on?
3. Kaka just takes out both supports. One with the pistols, one with the pulse bomb. Finds the kills, also just trying to keep it contested here from the high ground, but as he drops down, yep, she's about to lose back, and that is going to be the lead getting taken here, you would suspect.
No, they're about to lose the scap. Tarakuki's like struggling now. He doesn't want to drop the EMP without support, but they need someone alive. A Pritis touched. Where's Elsa? Elsa's just respawned now. They have to stop the scap.
4 meters left to go. There's the contest coming through. 3 more now. EMP let loose.
Solo.
They do get the kill here. Yep, solo on the Kaka, but they still need to win the follow-up. For the 5v4, that's Tarakuki taken down. Intercast with the Primal, finds Kaneki as well. Nano still at the ready, but I think they might just have to pocket this one. Frida will get away with his life, barely so. Bot stolen away for a brief little moment, but now again getting shifted back up the ramp. Just a couple of meters. They have the lead, if not also just the checkpoint. Response coming through. Nano onto Elsa. Pulse bomb lobbed in. A pretty looking for the pick. Manages to find one. Yoppin going to be taken down, but Cold is traded at the same time. Hack in. HD will fall. That's going to be the 2-for-1 trade up now. 3 is Elsa. Guns down Raindrop as well. And somehow, some way, Rhodes actually stopped this bot from getting across the line. They maintain the lead. Now there's just 38 seconds left.
Oh, yeah, I can't believe the solo EMP onto Kaka ends up working out, and they even lose a play afterwards for it as well. Tarakuki dies to Yoppin, but in the subsequent 4v4, closer respawns from Rhodes. Nano eventually been playing in by Coldest towards the end there, and Rhodes survive. If Rhodes lose the flip there and FM take the lead, I'm pretty sure FM win the map. And now there's a good shot. Reset the payload all the way back in FM territory. Time is on Rhodes' side. They can play the slowly now. Play for the timer, put it into the OT, and even if they fail to get this cap here themselves, you can just defend.
Bot being worked away from them once again. Over to window room. Kaka dealt with right off the rip. Nanocast now dropping the bubble, trying to stay alive. The Nano has to be used. HD dumps it to keep him in the mix. Here with the recall, trying to stay safe. Shot into the chest. He's looking for the follow-up. Not under too much damage. He's actually trying to solo Dragon Strike the Tracer, and he gets him.
He works.
He ends up getting taken down, however. Tarakuki with a quick reply finds him. Now the EMP is going to be online. Pulls the trigger on that with the anti in. Anocast gets taken out of the fray. Pulse bomb in, not going to find the stick. Only gets the shield of Kaneki. As right now, FM, the few remaining members that they have are fighting through the nail, trying to get themselves in this one with Raindrop going down. It's all on Kaka, trying to keep this thing contested, and he will fall.
Wow.
I do not believe it. Some of the defenses that Rhodes came away with here were so very narrow, but they get the win on Colosseo and they take us all the way into a map 5.
Man, Rhodes, what a nail biter. That one was nearly in the bin. If it wasn't for the fact that they rescue a fight that was looking pretty dire, it was looking like FM was gonna cap, and well, a solo EMP from Tarakuki into a 4v4. In fact, it was a 4v3 because I believe Inocast got a fault kill as well. What a situation that Rhodes just scraped by on. It's been a hard journey, but they do take us from that 5.
That they do. The reverse sweep dream is still very much alive and well as they look better map over map here in this latter half of the series. But FM, a last crack at it, their choice of control map to try to finish things off with here and get this win locked in. See if they're going to be able to do it. But for me, I think the highlight play of the day has got to be that solo Dragon Strike right at the very end. Either way, we'll see it in the replays as we go ahead and roll the highlights, and we'll see you guys on the opposite side of this break for map 5. We are back and going into a map 5. That's right. If you tuned out, I should say, after the first two maps, we're still going. FM have been letting this one slip through their fingers, and Rhodes have been rallying back, which means that we now go into this final map to see who is going to be walking away victorious.
If you tuned out, then tune in right now because I got some analysis for y'all at home. You're not gonna see any of it, and there's no fancy telestrator. I'm not gonna walk up to a big screen and start drawing it. You just have to open your imagination for me right now. You remember the fight, the one critical fight on Coliseum, the one where you're thinking, there's just no way Rhodes win this. It's FM about to cap the point. There's something like a minute left to go. If FM cap, I guarantee you they win Coliseum. But they don't cap. What happened? They had every advantage going for them. It was a 4v3 as well. Tarakookie solo EMPs Kaka out. Yoppin then trades Tarakookie. Inocast kills Kaneki. What happens? What actually happens, scrubbing the footage back, Aprita steals the payload. He steals the payload away. FM get a little bit desperate. Because Kaka, the tracer player, is dead, Inocast has to go for the contest on the payload. Otherwise, Aprita just runs it all the way back. So Inocast jumps back, and because Inocast jumps back, FM loses all positioning. It's only supporting Yoppin in the front lines, not enough. FM can't do that. They pull their entire team back, and as that happens, Elsa cleans up supports, Aprita lands a pulse bomb. And that's how Rhodes win. Because Aprita pulled the payload away, and because there was no Kaka tracer to contest, Inocast loses positioning, FM loses positioning, they lose the fight.
Well, there you have it. Either way, it was slim margins, but what was not was our first map of control. That was very widely in the hands of FM, but they have been slipping, allowing for Rhodes to get themselves back into the series. See if they can be as dominant as they were on Oasis here as we get ready to go into Ilios for map 5, or if Rhodes are actually going to pull off this reverse sweep.
I'm certainly believing Rhodes a little bit more after that last map, especially looking at that play as well, because, I mean, that was, it was a miracle for Rhodes to make their way back in. We're going to have our first substitution for the entire series as well. Grace coming in for Inocast. Grace is the off-tank player, Inocast is the main tank player. Playing Ilios. Eva favored, which is a little bit risky, by the way, for FM. So if you consider this, it's like FM, it's their map choice, and picking a Diva map, and Elsa's like, all right, bet this is exactly what I want.
Having faith here in Grace to be able to get the job done. Certainly fair for now. Scouting up onto this high ground, trying to see if that pesky Sombra is going to be making any appearances. But as we can see, Tarakookie right here, lurking in behind KHD. Does get the hack through, but can't really stay for too much else. Just has to go ahead and jump out of there.
There's no echoes on this map either. Yoppin's still on the Hanzo. I think Yoppin might have actually been better off trying the echo here. Don't think Tarakookie really plays it here, so not on board for Rhodes. Very ground focused game this time around. It's open.
One thing into the skies. Pressure here onto the flank. Yoppin, about 70 HP. Nade's gonna be lobbed in. Not gonna find a connection though for Coldest. Yoppin right back to just taking some pot shots here with these arrows. As the neutral fight continues, neither squad able to lock down this point quite just yet. Tarakookie though gonna be noted around the back. Kaka just trying to keep him honest, try to keep him zoned into that position, and the cap will come through. FM, that little mild distraction from Kaka, do manage to come away with the point, and the pulse bomb gets built up, used instantly, and Coldest is taken out.
And Tarakookie to follow through, so Rhodes, they are losing big time now after the cap already came on through. We saw Elsa pushed away, unfortunate for Aprita. He dies as the pulse comes through. Anna gets eaten by Grace, and it's just insult to injury. I don't think the pulse is worth it anyway. Aprita, honestly, Rhodes, they already lost the fight. Why throw in an extra ultimate? Wouldn't have really helped you. That's just going to be one less ultimate available for Rhodes, but Aprita will just match parity with Kaka. They both don't have a pulse now.
So Grace was looking hungry, so we'll give him a little bit of a snack.
Okay. What a hungry divas.
Yeah. Push around the side, Yoppin. Just trying to honest here on the high ground. Anti goes across, Tarakookie dumping that EMP into the back line. Just managed to find Grief. The kills are not being found. At least not quite yet. Now the rally going to be popped. Move up onto the high ground. Elsa trying to get rid of Yoppin, but Nano's actually going to be committed here to the Hanzo just to keep him alive in this fight. Storm arrows coming across. Tarakookie going to be taken down. The Baby Diva's dealt with. And they're going to maintain control. Now 60% online for them as they have to wait for these respawns and try not to get staggered.
Yeah, brilliant defensive play there. Nano from KHD onto Yoppin. Fight's cleaned up now. I don't think Rhodes is going to be contesting any further. They survive the EMP. It's another perplexing moment where for Rhodes, the EMPs have, I mean, they land 3 targets, but they just need more kills. They need a little bit more Tarakookie's instantly revealed there as well, so no movement from Sombra. Rhodes failing to get their way back on the point.
Bomb lob and attempt. They're not going to find coldness this time around. Rally now rolling for Kaneki, and Yoppin taken down by Aprita. Finds that kill. Done with a Grace. Doesn't have that self-destruct, wants to hold it just in case he does get demeched here, but for now they're just looking to take this up to 99 at the very least, if not just win out the fight. Sleep Dart connects Aprita on the ground, but they can't kill him off. They don't have Yoppin there with him to get that instant headshot. So he just managed to recall out the safety, and now has that pulse bomb online as Grace is going to be hacked. Demeched, okay. Self-destruct. Moves in, they have to dip around the corner, and then all of the chaos. Raindrop is going to be taken down. Elsa comes away with 2 before getting demeched himself, but the damage widely is done. The flip is there. Rhodes now in control as Elsa goes for the reset.
They can look for a demech again. Grace managed to get the mega, so not quite, but they would love to have had that. Would have been tragic for FM. And I thought the hack timing was good because the hack should have prevented the self-destruct, but I think the hack timing was just slightly off. 1 second. Grace survived it. Retains the mech as well. A lot of ults traded there, but Rhodes come out just barely ahead. Notably for Rhodes, they did enough damage that they'll have more ultimates coming online for the next fight.
It's all an Oasis, them get the point under their control at, when it was already at 99% for FM, and they were able to run it back decently well. Couldn't get the win, but so made it all the way up. EMP about to be online here for Taro Cookie. What value he can find this time around. Pulse bomb going to be dropped in, but Kaka again going to be coming up shy. Doesn't find that kill, doesn't find that stick. Elsa nanoed, but still down to 160. Makes his exit, goes up over the top. Comes back to try to further protect his back line. EMP goes through, managing to find multiple players on the side of FM, but the rally's rolling now. Raindrop going to be nanoed up. Goes charging forward, gets rid of Tar Cookie, and Prita's dead as well. Dragon Strike kills off the Baby Diva. Raindrop will give its life over to the self-destruct, but the damage should be good enough. Support's alive here as Tar Cookie's going to be sprinting back, and yeah, they cannot touch. OT now bleeding down. Can anybody get themselves in? Looks like the answer is going to be yes with the help of this Sleep Dart. Grace hits the floor. Kaneki gets attacked. Instantly pops a rally as it becomes available.
Rally?
But now they need to run this one out.
It's possible. Rhodes are getting themselves back on the point here. And the rally is really good for the final contestant. They have numbers. They have all 5. Just 2 supports. And they somehow survive.
Keeps him in this one. Taro Cookie down low. Gets zoned back. Prita sends in the pulse, and he finds 2! Raindrop and Yoppin both going to be taken down. Now Prita finds a 3rd. Kaka eliminated by the melee hit. That's going to be a clean sweep coming in. They managed to get the team kill. They gain control. 30% left to go.
I don't know what gods Rhodes prayed to earlier today, but they are taking miracle fight wins after miracle fight wins. That was not looking good for Rhodes at all. As I mentioned, they were down to only connecting coldest. They basically lost. I mean, that was it. The map should have been done. The round should have been done. We should have been going over to the next round already, but they stayed alive. Kaneki touches, the bounce between him and Taro Cookie, and then the rest of Rhodes managed to get back on, find the rally, and Aprita gets the stick of the entire map. It's online now, for sure.
The solo fight went away, but Elsa now nanoed up, goes forward, does find Yoppin, takes out that enemy Hanzo right at the beginning. Grace as well receiving the nano just to try to keep him alive and in that mech. Still holds onto the self-destruct, but now we're forced out at 99 to 99. OG is gonna start bleeding away. EMP goes across Taro Cookie, instantly dead. Kaka shuts him down. Elsa gonna be demeched. 6% shy of that self-destruct, and this might all just be unraveling for the side of Rhodes. 5 members still strong. Rally on the way. Kaka falling low, but Grace now charging forward. Just looks to shove this Tracer off the point. They can get this flip into their favor, and they do so. OT gonna start plummeting here, and they have gotten it. Oh, so close again for Rhodes. It looks like they have it. A clean 5-0 fight to get themselves up to 99, but they just can't hold it from there.
I'll tell you what, man, it's some real crazy irony for Rhodes because it's the hard fights, the impossible fights that they somehow miraculously win. You're thinking there's just no way. There's no way Rhodes get this, and they do. And then it's the easy fights they somehow fumble. Like, here's an EMP fight for you. Taro Cookie set up. Catches some good members. Oh, what's that? No one dies on FM. Crazy. Don't know how that happens, but Rhodes... They win when they don't have anything, and their backs are completely against the wall, and they lose when they have everything. And it's like, EMP should be a free fight win, and it's just not.
Yeah.
Perplexing, really. I couldn't explain it to you. Really perplexing.
Well. Now the chance to try to extend this into 3 rounds of Ilios. As, I mean, Taro,
instant
good
boot.
God.
Oh, it's so good.
What a jump scare. Just instantly knocked off the side of the map. Has to just get himself out of there with the translocator.
That was so clean.
Swift. It's all the same kind of response, back on Colosseo. That turnaround that just shut down Aprita after he got that stick on a raindrop. Group effort. Everybody very much synced up here, it would seem, for the side of FM, at least for the moment. Zelsa just switching over to the side, grabs that mega pack, keeping himself sustained. Gray's still hacked down to about half HP. As the neutral fight continues. Either side finding a pick, and either side really getting close to one either, it would seem. As KHD and Coldest are just kind of going back and forth, trying to see who can get that nano up faster, but Yapin will find the first kills. Kaneki gets taken down. Tarokuki again, having to jump out of there, gets tagged low, makes his exit. Grace, as low as he is, means that Raindrop is going to get so much charge and get close to that rally.
And it's crazy because Rhodes, they can't get the trades. I mean, if you're going to lose a play, you have to get the trade into Grace at least. Super low HP, not enough damage to swing in there. At least Tarokuki, speaking of damage, is doing decent. Got boot back early on. The pulse comes through. Brilliant by Kaka.
Nasty stuff, and I mean, in his dying breath, Coldest does another nano boost over to Elsa. But man, without having the Ana, it's just that much more difficult to try to get any use out of it.
Well, they know the nano's gone, so the target has to be onto Raindrop here. Rally is available. If you're Tarokuki, you have to assume it. And assume that, well, you got to go for the backline regardless, and, well, Anna's no longer the tastiest target. It should be the Brig. Where's Tarokuki? Hasn't been revealed, I don't think.
Oh, there he is. Okay, goes for the solo. We'll be able to find it, but Yapin just trades it back! He shut down 3! A Brita, Tarokuki, and Coldest all die! 2 with the storm arrows, 1 with a natural headshot, and that is just brutality.
The
What
Yoppinator.
in the hell?
Damn. Like I said, man, it's the quote-unquote easy fights that Rhodes can't win. Is it time for EMP? I guess Rhodes just lose. I guess I don't make the rules. Just how it is. Yoppin gets 3 in that. Oh, what a monster. What an unbelievable play. Real DPS monstrosity from both Kaka and Yoppin.
Like, we don't have collat kills in this game, right? Like, did I miss something in a recent patch?
Yeah. Only when the overclock gets used, but no one's playing Sojin, so.
Unbelievable. Okay, we'll get antied off the angle. Also clips on the Raindrop, but I mean, Onus very much here on Rhodes to try to get themselves any kind of foothold on the point. But getting tagged low. Yapin again finds Kaneki. That just delays the rally. Being able to come out, the push around the back, looking for Coldest. 3 calls away, does dodge out on that sleep dart. Coldest lives to fight another day, at least for now, as Elsa sends this up the structure.
It's looking
He's dead.
There's no one really left. Kaneki is about it with Tarokuki. Saw a hero rally before. It's going to have to be that again.
Yep, Grace sends out the self-destructors to try to zone them back. No one's going to be able to touch. It's 100-0 perfectly here at the end to close this out. FM not going to allow the reverse sweep to come through. They let the series get away from them a bit after Gibraltar, but they put their foot down, they find their footing, and they managed to get it with a 3-2.
Honestly, I think it's at least admirable that for Rhodes, they started to turn up the heat a little bit towards the end. Kind of reminds me of the Honeypot series in a way where, you know, like FM and Honeypot, we're leading at the beginning, and then Rhodes start coming back over towards the end. It's like from map 3-ish onwards for that series about map 2, Rhodes start turning up the heat. They start showing up again. The big difference was, well, Rhodes ended up finishing that series versus Honeypot. Here, FM, final map, Elios, big cleanup, especially last round, Ruins, 100-2-0, at least on well 99-99, but that only came through because of a giant hero pulse bomb from a Brita. Seemed like those are the only times that really Rhodes come out alive, and seems like Rhodes able to make plays happen to keep them in the game. But when that doesn't, when you don't have those hero plays, the general standard gameplay, going through the cycles of EMPs, the nanos, your standard ultimates, far less attractive. And well, here's a player of the match, man of the match, Yoppin. He do be popping. I said it twice.
Yeah, I mean, we went for Kaka actually a while ago when it was looking like a 3-0, but I was feeling like changing my vote over towards Yoppin, and I'm kind of glad to see that he's able to get this, because that last round especially, if he doesn't get that triple kill, it's probably not, 100-0. Yeah, they probably still take it, just given the way that things were looking for Rose today on control maps, but good lord, what a performance from him here with this Hanzo, just consistently running it, kind of like Jimmy says, you know what, I'm comfortable with this pick. I can dominate with it, and dominate he did.
I don't know if we're going to get the 3K to end there. We'll see if the replay operators manage to add that one to the highlight reel. I guess we'll find out at the end of this highlight reel. I would have also said, just while we're on the topic of players, I mean, we mentioned Kaka, we're looking at Yoppin now. If I was to change my pick towards the end, I want to do a real quick honorable mention towards Raindrop. Played super well.
Oh, yeah.
Like, honestly, insanely well for a Brig player.
I mean, if you remember all the way back to the start of the series on Oasis, he got a triple shield bash after popping the IMAX screen to help turn the fight on Oasis.
Oh, here it is.
They're on Garden, so... Oh my god.
Yeah, there it was right there.
So
and
swift.
Even just the small stuff. I mean, you see the boop at the start as well when Tara Cookie gets the manual hack on the Mega Pack on a help on the post side of Ruins and instantly booped away. Just the heads up play by Raindrop to know, yeah, that's the Sombra spot. That's the Sombra positioning. And
Yep.
you just ruin Tara Cookie's positioning off the rip and reset the translocator. I mean, just small stuff like that makes it that much more difficult to play Sombra. And I think a lot of the failed dives, Raindrop kept his team alive, kept KHD up.
Well, that's that series done and dusted. Another 5 mapper, but we're not done yet. We still have one more set coming your way. It's going to be Honeypot going up against NP when we come back from the break, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Overwatch League continues here in just a couple minutes. And we are back, and we have one more series for you here this evening. We're going to see Honeypot taking on NT. See who is going to be walking away victorious here to round out the evening.
And are we going to see our second Australian team exit the tournament today? MFC unfortunately did not make it past zero in a very tightly fought 5-mapper. Group 8. Now it's Honeypot versus NT, where NT, by the way, is the first seed from Korea. So, very stacked team. Very powerful team. It's going to take everything for Honeypot to stay competitive in this series. Honeypot didn't make it past Rhodes. Now, I dare I say, their next target, I mean, NT, realistically could be even more difficult, maybe.
WTF2 Junkrats.
Yep.
I'm not sure how we
Total mayhem mode.
I'm not sure how we've settled on the portraits here, but either way.
How about, can I interest you in a color hex roll swap onto support?
See, I've been seeing this,
on
and it still feels very weird to me, because obviously cast color hex many a time, years and years ago, but yeah, this is a very much bizarre one for me. And apparently, the players were polled and asked what their favorite hero is, and that's how we get these portraits. So color hex roll swaps, and then says his favorite support is also Moira, so that's super weird to me.
They've been playing a lot of Moira, actually. They've been playing, I don't know if they'll play it today, but Lucio Moira was a kind of like, you know, that was that Dallas backline that was happening in the last patch. So that gets played again. There's a sign card for Hidden, one of the DPS players on NT, and to me, really the highlight of this NT squad, Hidden and Premier, they go well together for sure, but everyone on this team is well known. If you paid attention to Contenders Korea at all over the past year, over the past few seasons, everybody's a veteran at this stage. Arpen notably used to be on T1 as well. And yeah, they had some good results, some reasonable results back on T1 back in the day. So, notable Winston player. So he's going to have a really good meta. This is a brilliant meta for Winston. One of my criticisms for Arpen in previous metas was like, okay, this guy seems to only play the Winston. Today in 2023, that's not an issue.
No, definitely not, given the current state of things.
Unless you get a Circuit Royale, then it's an issue.
Sure, that would definitely be a map that they're going to try to stray away from, but might not have the option, depending on how things are going in the series. We'll have to just
If
wait and see.
Honeypot lose map 2, they should definitely pick Circuit Royale, because Adam plays a really good Sigma, and Arpen does not at all. That's where they should go.
We'll see if that is going to be how everything breaks down here. From Kaka to Maka. The rest of the team, we'll see how they're going to be faring. But
you finally get to cast Adam. You know, two years in the Overwatch League. I say 2 years. It has been actually. Is what the 2021 year and the 2022 year. Didn't get to play in either though. And he was there in the preseason for both. And I get to see him.
Yeah,
I think this technically counts as our Overwatch League Summer Stage Opens East. Yep. Okay, so he's here. We out here.
You know, you do a little preseason stuff. You get that Avast treatment. You get the bag. It all works out, right?
Yep.
Both names start
And
with
Adam's
A's.
been good. It's. I feel bad because Adam's played well. I feel like he's always consistently been one of the best players. Looking over in Contenders Australia as well when he was playing, and in a lot of these games when Honeypot's playing, Adam generally is the best player on the team for Honeypot. You got guys like Color Hex who show he's on a roll swap. I think the DPS on Honeypot are pretty decent as well. The supports, they run up good. Bertlogs, I believe, one of the most winningest players of Contenders of all time globally. But he's won 7 titles in Australia. So, which is a wild amount of Contenders titles to win.
Quite dominant. That's a lot of Macas. As looks like
Yes,
we
sir.
are going to have an
2000
instant
NS.
pause.
Woo!
1700 MS.
So the bigger number, the better it is, right? Like you want a high number.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
That means things. That's your
it's like
internet
bowling,
space,
not
things-
golf. You know.
It's the bigger the number is, the faster your internet is. Right.
Yeah, exactly. That's
That's how we
just
do that.
MS 1700 MS means 1700 many speed for your internet.
Yeah.
So,
Many speeds, much speed.
well, hopefully this is something that can get rectified pretty quickly here, and then we can get underway with the series. But we might have to do a router reset or something like that. So perhaps we get to go into a silly little
Tell you what.
silly little movie podcast or something like that.
before we do that, there's been a few moves that have come out recently. But Niang is not going to have any internet issues today because he is Korean and he's going to be playing on low ping. So good on Niang. He'll be having a great time. All right, we're going to get into it. So no movie talk. Some fresh buns there. No one's cooking it. That pot's going to boil over. Someone check on it. There's no one here.
I would kill for a... Nope. It keeps going.
That's a great way to end. I would
All
kill
right.
no.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I would kill for a Balbun right now. That sounds...
How readily available would that be for you?
Not very. I mean, actually, there's
Really?
a couple different... There's a couple good
I was
Chinese
gonna say, I should
restaurants
sell
near
them
my
around
house, so...
Korea.
Yeah, I did go to a place with my my wife a couple weeks ago that's near our house, and it said Xiaolong Bao on the menu, which, you know, for those who are uncultured, is a great pork soup dumpling.
Yep.
But this was actually made in like a bun, so it was kind of like a
It's just wrong.
I mean, but it was delicious.
It's just false advertising.
It was absolutely delicious. So, you know, not exactly what I was expecting when I ordered it, but when I bit into it, I was like, you know what? I'm no longer upset about this.
This is not
I'm quite
Xiaolong
happy.
Bao, but whatever it is, I like it.
I
The
mean,
best
is that
Xiaolong Bao I had was in
Xiaolong
to no
Bao
one's
bun, I
surprise,
guess.
It was in Shanghai, and I had it while it was on an Overwatch event, Pacific Showdown back in the day, and it was so readily available. I had it daily. I'm pretty sure we ordered it every day.
Oh, I did the
And
same.
it was so good. It was like, if I can just have this every day, I'm gonna do that. I will do that, and I did.
Yep. I went to got to go to Taiwan with my wife for a quick little trip, and or at the beginning of the year, and yeah, pretty much everywhere you go, Xiaolong Bao. And I was just like, all right, I'm just going to try every different one that I possibly can and see which one is best. Turns out I still kind of preferred the Din Tai Fung ones at the end of it, but there was some great
Okay.
food, and it's also so cheap. It's like, oh yeah, I'll take
Oh,
8
yeah.
pieces for $1.
Round one.
Well, looks like everything's
Sign me
fine
up.
though.
Taking flight.
We can end the
Adam on
bout talk.
the Doom. By the way, Hidden's read
Well-
the situation well. I don't know if NT did their homework or something, but Hidden's like,
in
I'm
the
gonna roll
drop
out
shit.
Echo, and with the Echo coming on out, Soggy instantly swaps off. Once none of that heat, good call. And Honeypot have changed the strat. They were going for some Pharah strat, but now that there's just an Echo on the other side, they instantly swap up. But that does mean NT, they get first dibs on point.
Well, that they do. First lockdown getting ready to come through. We'll see if the contest is going to be there. Quick tag in from Young. But eventually has a recall out. Now the chase is coming through from the side of NT. Just to hound them down as best as humanly possible. Into the back goes Soggy. I'm just
that
build
nade.
up towards that EMP, though. Still a ways away. Unable to find too much damage. And Lego is going to be perfectly fine. Not going to be taken down off the back of that sleep dart. Good answering nade from Color Hex. Can't really play off of it, so now the chase forward. Bertlock going to be taken down. Lego going to be traded, so that is going to be a break for a break, with Maka still under a bit of fire here. Sleep Dart onto our pen, and now it looks like the tides is shifting here as Honeypot do find some opening kills, and Control gets taken down the boot. So yeah, they get their way over to the point. 31 or 30% set up here for the side of NT before they have to surrender it, and just going to die shortly. Yes.
Yep, low HP. That is about the maximum range that I've seen this
Tracer
song,
can
and Tracer get a kill. That's incredible, but Hidden was on incredibly low HP, and we saw from Hidden's POV as well, he was struggling to find targets while the rest of his team was falling by the wayside. A break for break trade, Marker going down, and everyone else to follow eventually. So Honeypot will be able to equalize here, and Honeypot, this was before anyone had ultimate, so a very clean neutral fight, and now they lead on ults. But can they
Nade
get
into the
past
back,
Nade?
though. They find both supports with that one. Bertlock will end up getting taken down. Hidden, however, going to be traded as
Color Hex
Young
is
again
doomed.
somehow as a Tracer. Kills off an Echo, but into the corner is Color Hex, who will get picked off. So now supportless here are Honeypot. Adam still holding onto the Primal, but fighting off the point. Looks like he's going to be jumping over to try to contest it, but the flip will be there. NT back in control, and will be able to regain the lead.
That's unfortunate. I think Adam went Primal for the contest, but now that that's gone, Primal's mostly wasted because you're not really getting a kill out of this. And it's just one ult went down, -1 ult. And for Honeypot, look, if you know your backline is just doomed, I mean, Bertlock's dead, Collex knows he's dead, you have to trade the opposing backline. I think they tried, but the Nana from Marcus just saves Lego's life.
Well, now jumping forward, continuing to press the issue. Hidden just going to be broken out of that dupe, but already 2 members, now 3 going to be gone as they look for a little bit of an extended team kill, and actually they will be able to find it. Point going to be held firmly now, cresting past 60%. Limited ults to work with on either side, but that EMP with the rally on the way could be huge for Honeypot.
It's super tasty because now you have a lack of support ultimates, no one to bail each other out. Rally's the big one that's off the table. No Primal either, so an EMP can absolutely burn our pin down. They confirmed that there was also no duplicate that also got used in the last fight, I believe. So with the pulse gone, that's all ults from NT down, but we are heading to final fight.
Into that territory. Nano nearly there for Maka. Color Hex under a bit of fire.
You can't get both.
Rally comes out to try to escort him forward. EMP goes out. Lego instantly disappears. Armando down to a sliver of HP. Still some health. Kills off Color Hex. He's still in this fight. Grabs a health pack. Leaps back over to the side. And now he's trying to kill him off, but just hasn't managed to make it happen
My God,
quite
he's
just
still
yet.
living.
Maka's going to be going lower and lower. And we'll just opt to hold on to that Nano. Flip already into their favor. Honeypot now in control. Getting ready to move past 50%. But they win this fight. But can they hold?
It's tragic they don't kill Arpin, but they get Mark, and that's a really good final kill on the stagger that will buy Honeypot some time. EMP ultimately not the prettiest one you've seen, but it works out. Now comes a Nano online for Color Hex. Nano for Nano once again. Where does this go? Likely onto both the Winstons, Eden, or receive for NT.
Goes to hit him. That means that Adam is in dire straits here. The beam would finish him
Adam
off,
has no
but
Primal.
no, Heal's getting pumped out. Yep, Primal's not available, but he still could not confirm that kill, even with that execute damage coming through. Big Anti goes across now, catching on to 3. Maka going to be taken down, Lego falling as well. This is suddenly looking very winnable for the side of Honeypot. The Primal's still rolling, looking to bat them off the side of the map. Our Ben just gives into his fate there. As the chase comes through on a control, who will be a late stagger.
Expect that from a scientist.
Yeah, good play there. Final fight now. NT. I don't have to go for the touch just yet, but really late respawn. That final kill to control hurts. Control's the one you want to go for the touch.
Okay.
Eden will find on the back lines. I'm a little surprised it should have allowed him to do that. Oh, no way. If Adam dies here, that'd be tragic.
Yeah, does manage to stay alive. Pull time up from Young, however, does get Maka. Takes him out. Sleep Dart over on Arpen, but I don't think they're going to be able to kill him fast enough, and no, they cannot. So the Primal still comes through, and he instantly uses that to go ahead and take down Color Hex. In the meantime, the point has been flipped. We're at 99 to 99. Lego, however, felled right before the rally would come online.
Gone.
That's both supports completely cycled out of this one. Hidden, able to find Adam with the sticky bombs before Sagi arrives to finish him off. Looks like the counter flip is going to be coming through, and Honeypot might just still be able to inch out with this win. Control, re-arriving. Arpin here, bubble drop down, pulse bomb into the back, not going to be able to find anything. The rally now going to be popping.
They need
Shield
Lego.
bash goes across. Arpin
need the rally.
taking lower and lower. The flip is there. Honeypot now in control. OT forced out. Control instantly dealt with. Color Hex finds the headshot, and they will take the opening round. Night Market goes the way of Honeypot.
Wow, what a competitive opening round there as well. The final shield bash from Bertlog, just pushing NT away. Lego tried to touch with his own shield bash, not quite. And I think of Lego touches, could be an interesting further engagement in the OT where the rally was running through. But it's this play from Adam, this series of kills, the final kill to control is huge again. Your ideal target for the touch is the Tracer, but he's the last one to die.
Sensitivity this guy's playing with. Quite high. I mean,
skill
the way
here.
that he's just doing these 180 flicks is nasty.
Just tank player stuff. It's alright, we're not playing Zarya in this meta. You don't need the super small sends for the tracking.
Shout out to Geggery, though. High sense player since the very beginning. Arpen, though,
Arpen hack.
instantly isolated. The hack into the nade. It's just a beautiful combo. Soggy will find the opening kill
What an
here on
opening.
Gardens.
That's
stay
like
up there in the
the
sky.
most ideal kill you could opt for right at the beginning.
As good as it gets. Slows down any throughput from the supports. And
Oh,
now
wow.
Hidden in control. Both get picked off.
What a shot.
Fantastic start for Honeypot.
Further farming to come through. Soggy's just getting free farm here. He'll be trading that damage for a little bit of healing output from ideally Maka, but I think Lego got a bit of that. But in either case, Color Hex is way ahead of Maka, and that's exactly what Honeypot need. Get themselves ahead in terms of the ult trade. Color Hex, by the way, got that kill to Hidden and unassisted, I believe, as well. So, and the timing of that meant, like, as soon as Arpin was about to respawn, Hidden goes down. Beautiful stagger.
Couple six there. From the bombs over towards Color Hex, but he's just dead again. Is Eden Vertlog this time going to be the one that takes him down? Control of the sliver. Arpen again being focus fired, cannot exit. Color Hex will find that elimination. As Adam now goes diving into the back line, just put some further pressure in, get some staggers here onto the supports, and we'll be able to find at least one. Maka's still in a bad spot. Looks like he will be able to stay alive. Not
Tell
get
you
death
what.
cycled.
First 40% here for Honeypot has been a slaughtering. Arpin can't catch a
Pulling up 5
break.
ults.
He just got slept at the tail end of jumping away, and that confirms his death 100%. I mean, this Honeypot is they're so hungry for kills that Soggy still doesn't have an EMP because everyone's getting a piece of the pie. Now the Nano comes in.
He doesn't have it, but he might not need it, just given the way that things have been going. Nano does go across, Pulse Bomb out. Not going to be able to find an elimination on either side. Now on to Lego. The rally online, but as he pops it, or no, he actually doesn't actually pop it. Wisely holds onto it. I was expecting him to pop it, but yeah, Anti on the 2 sets up the kills there onto the DPS players, and I mean, we're looking at 100-0 right now.
And really, it's going to come down to Hidden finding the EMP in time, which should be able to happen given the amount of time left. But notably, Bertlog didn't rally. It's super important that Bertlog holds on to rally because that's your one big tool versus the Nano. Not the Nano, the EMP coming through next. A little bit of advanced scouting by Adam on the side. You're trying to prevent Hidden from getting any sort of distance here, and finding out where Hidden is will be pretty important soon.
EMP is available. Has that one ready to go? Sleep Dart here onto Adam, but I don't think you have any way to kill him. Still holds on to the Primal. EMP now going to be used from Hidden. Does catch on to 3. Anti out on a Soggy, but the kill's not found. Adam with the Primal finds Maka, looks for a little bit more, dives back over to the point. Lego has that rally rolling, just trying to offer up any healing that he can, but it's not nearly enough. Control gets taken down. Lego now going to be dealt with. And it looks like this should just be it. Yeah, the cleanup comes through. The OT is going to bleed down. Maka will not be able to arrive fast enough, and it's a 2-0 closeout here on Lijiang. Honeypot taking the opening map in style.
I mean, the first round could have been anybody's, but that second round on Gardens was 100% to 0. I mean, quite literally 100% from start to finish. Did Arpen get an ultimate at the end? I can't remember. NT barely got anything done there. Hidden's EMP, it lands, but the rally was still kind of there. I think the last vestiges of the rally was still there. But Adam with the Primal just solos both supports. He gets Maka, then instantly runs after Lego, and NT have got nothing in reply.
Yep, just absolute dominance there on the opening map. So another one-sided start here, much like we saw in the last series, but that still was able to go to 5. So it's not over yet. NT will have their map pick as we get ready to go into hybrid, so we'll see where they decide to go when we come back in the break. And we are back. Honeypot taking the first map of Lijiang Tower with a 2-0 and in very dominant fashion. Gardens 100-0. NT not finding their footing at all and just constantly getting death cycled back into the spawn room. Now they have their map picked though, as we get ready to go over to Hybrid, and we'll see what NT is going to land on to try to turn the tides of this and get themselves a map win.
And like I said, even if Honeypot lose this map, they get the next map pick. And guess what? As I suggested, I think Circuit Royale should be at the top of the list for Honeypot. Given Arpen's hero pool or lack thereof. But I can roll first. Just saw this from the Rhodes FM game, and Rhodes did not look pretty here. Full held. FM full capped. So that was how one non-Korean team went up against a Korean team on this map. We'll see how this now differs between Honeypot and NT. But I do think both these teams, despite seeing plenty of Soggy Sombra, they don't have to play it. Soggy he wanted to come out on the far initially, got tripped up by the hidden Echo, which I think was actually part of the reason why it was a much closer first round, because of the whole early swap shenanigans that Honeypot had to get over. For a map like this, I'm expecting the Hanzos to come back through. That's definitely within the hero pools of Yang and Soggy. They're very flexible in that kind of way. Yang is also one of those rare hit scans that plays a mean tracer as well. Those seem to be a rarity these days, and that's important for the team and opens up their flexibility options a lot.
All right, well, again, Voldan, I mean, you know, if NT do get that win, perhaps that Circuit Royale will come through. I mean, this is kind of a catch-22 for NT, honestly. Would you rather have a map pick on... Would you rather have a map pick going into Escort so you don't have to play Circuit, or do you want to tie this up in 1-1?
You definitely want to win. I'll make it easy. You definitely want to win. No matter what, you just win. And then you go to Circuit. Who cares? Maybe you still win. Maybe Honeypot don't know. Maybe Honeypot are not as smart as I give them credit for. They're not even going to pick the map that would give them a really easy one in map 3. Who knows?
Okay.
Okay. Well, there it is.
Well,
goodbye control.
Yep, Young is up over the top, gets the shot of the control, and seems like still somehow players don't realize that there's probably going to be a Widowmaker going for a pop shot. Plays out in the open.
How much distance does Honeypot really get off this? Can they convert further onto another kill? Because Control's coming back, and he's a tracer as well.
I mean, everybody's trapped right now. Look at this. Everybody's in the stairwell here in the PC shop. Young going to be taken low. Makes his exit to stay alive. Gives himself a nice little lead over top of Control for the time being for that pulse bomb, but kills are not found despite everybody being clustered up. Made across the way, catches both the supports. Color Hex going to be beamed down. Control right back into the mix of things. Finds that kill as Adam's going to be taking a nap here into the back line. Anti-nade not available, but not necessary. Maka with the help of teammates will go ahead and clean him up. And, well, yeah, they get the opening kill, but they're not going to be able to get anything off the back of it.
And it was looking bad, though. Honeypot, they failed to be able to get any further kills. NT were trapped in the side room, and Ironclad defense, they survived just on these stairs, corralled together, didn't go down. Credit to Mark Resolve that once they broke out of the shop, long-range nade lands on the double supports of Honeypot, confirm those kills, and that's enough to push Honeypot backwards. And by the way, out of all of this, Hidden is nearly on an EMP. One fight.
Yeah. Building up very quickly. Adam needing to make his exit as Young gets around the backhand side here. Soggy comes up with one. Control going to be taken down. And in the meantime, second tick getting ready to come through. And NT, they're going to have to try to contest this sooner rather than later. Arpen does arrive and instead will dive into the back line. Look at the supports and he will be able to find them. Excellently set up here. Decent amount of control though surrendered on this point. So not a bad starting position for the side of Honeypot if they can get themselves back over there. It's half the time just about ready to be drained as Adam will get taken down to the back end for a little bit of an added stagger.
It's hard for me to call who won that. I mean, okay, in a technical fashion, yes, NT won the fight, but they used 3 ults there. And Honeypot got 2 ticks. So Honeypot lose the fight, but they get 2 ticks and they get 3 ults out of them for the price of, did Niang use a pulse in that fight? Possibly.
Yes.
Maybe we'll say it's a 1-for-3 trade. That's huge for Honeypot.
1-for-1, hidden for Furlong. Pulse bomb goes in. Control not going to be able to find a kill. As Arpen is taking a nap and just wants to go ahead and make his exit. In the meantime, they back capped it. They capped it. Young just kills 3 people and they capped it.
Arpen was sleeping. He got caught napping.
Oh dear. Well,
you got caught napping. Literally sleeping.
Gonna hurt
and
a little bit
there. That's
there.
what happens. You 2 ticks are gone. 2 ticks are gone, and NT went for a very aggressive dive.
Well, they still are, as Adam's got no way to get out of here. Doesn't want to pop the primal, so it does get punished, and that's going to allow for NT to get back into a control position here before the carts even made it through the archway.
Another cheap fight win for Honeypot. Okay, they lose the follow-on, but they got the cap. For what? Just an EMP. That's a bargain. So it's a slow map. Look, Honeypot are not making any like quick distance here. But it's a slow, meaningful map where even when they lose these fights, it feels like they're getting something out of it. So losses don't sting too hard for now. For sure, but can they really get more done here? Not on Bertlog's POV, sadly.
Yeah. Just antied out. Maka just solo takes him down. Is under a bit of pressure here, but looks like he's going to be just fine. Oh, whatever. Killed. Never mind. Lands on the platform.
Wow.
Right back into it. Tries to kill off Nyang. Takes him down low. Pulse bomb now at the ready from him. Adam has to jump back over the rest of the team as the cart starts moving forward just a little bit here. Control with the pulse. Let's see when he decides to use this one. For now, hidden on the hunt. Pops the EMP. The dive call comes through. Maka's going to be traded, but for long taken down. Color Hex sends out that mana over towards Adam. He looks to try to get rid of Lego and will be able to do so with relative ease. The cleanup's in. Cart still inching forward. Chase continues. Just going to shove them back into the castle walls.
They're not going to overchase here. Looking for some free push. Honeypot got to get their move on.
Oh my God.
Goodness, Hidden. Oh, Jesus, Hidden should not have lived there, but he does. And Adam is upset that he didn't get that kill. Hidden should have died.
Must have been actually
he was
1
on
HP.
no HP. Now,
Absurd.
anyway, Soggy's going to
way.
have to set up here. Soggy's set up here is where the EMP is going to actually come through from, but he's quite far away. Still catches 2.
Sends it out. I believe he actually catches 3. Either with that or the follow-up hack was insta there on Arpen. Control taken out. It does manage to get away, but Adam's going to fall, so front line's still going to be broken down. Pulse bomb out from Young. It's the stick. Maka going to be eliminated. They still need more than that to try to get themselves across the bridge. They'll get traded back. The rest of the team now, a couple more inches, meters built up, but widely. Might have to just disengage here, especially as Soggy's down low.
Yep, sure. And they need something because Honeypot are now freshly out of ultimates. 2 more. Rather come online. They'd like to get a catch here, but Honeypot have struggled to find just a neutral catch out of a manual hack, nothing like that. See that Hidden is on the back line as well, trying to go for something in the back lines.
Nade thrown down, Color trying to keep themselves alive. Soggy low. Adam in the meantime just dips in. Wants to grab that mega. I actually don't think he grabbed the mega pack either way. Makes his exit. Cart's still locked here at the end of the bridge though.
He was forced to climb over.
Oh, the whip shot. It's gorgeous. It's
my God.
absolutely gorgeous. Lego sends him into the depths, and that's the nano. Cut down as well as Adam drops, oh my God, in the chat. Yep.
That was disgustingly good.
And Lego doubles down, gets another one there with a whip shot. Gorgeously played, and that might just be the play that saves this defense here on B.
I mean, that was a humongous play. If there was an individual play that you could do that completely single-handedly wins your team fight, that would be it right there. That is top tier brig. Whip shot coming through from Lego. And that actually might prevent Honeypot from now capping this point, given NT's positioning with the EMP coming through. Honeypot's lack of ultimates. The Spurtlog rally again has to be really good versus the EMP. That's all they got.
Everything they have needs to be good. Okay, good spy check. They nearly get rid of Hidden. Still very low, but the heals do manage to come through. That would have been a massive opening here for the side of Honeypot, but now the pulse bomb goes in. Color Hex going to be taken down. Adam as well, eliminated as the EMP gets used, and a little bit minor tag in here onto the cart, but Lego is just deadly with these whip shots. How many kills has he gotten so far in this map? Hard to count. Either way, EMP used in desperation, but the cart will go no further. NT, they let Point A get away from them a bit, but they have a very solid control of the bridge here.
Yeah. Again, I go back to that Lego whip shot. Unbelievable. I mean, that seals the deal for me. Which one? You know, the big one.
Yep.
We saw the on the kill feed a few times, but we know which one we're talking about. The one that sent Adam straight off the map. And that's the risk you take as well. He went for that. He went for the site. Here we go. We'll watch it again. He went for the dive. It's a bit of a risk. Off the side as well. And just an insane shot from Lego. My goodness. Although I gotta say, I will state one other thing though. Adam did blow a primal earlier for, I'm not too sure what reason, but losing that primal I think did him sadly no favors, because having an extra primal means, oops, I'm about to die in the ravine. Let me pop primal and get myself out of the situation.
Sure. And used that, I believe, he was just trying to pressure backline inside of the castle walls.
Yeah.
You know, we saw it from him, and then he was using the because it was moments before that that whip shot comes through to kill him.
Exactly.
Where it
Yeah.
had expired. So
and he looking back on the footage now, he wasn't pressured. So I think he was just going for play. He's straight up going for a play. And then that play means, well, you're minus primal, minus ultimate now. Although, if the play worked out, we'd be singing his praises, but...
Sure.
Yeah, so just how that coin flip happens, I guess. This is what the tails looks like.
Well, you win some, you lose some, but for now, Honeypot need to have one hell of a defense. As we'll look for the pop shot here from Control. Nothing noted. Slightly different angle
revenge,
for him.
But...
Yes, okay, Arpen just doesn't get to play the game once again. Not sure if the hack was even there, but either way, he just gets brutalized right off the rip. Very much like the beginning of Gardens. Control, put the pressure down. Yep, Soggy doesn't have the translocator, so ends up falling. His Maka just clips him with that Bionade. Fast run back for him, but needs the rest of the team to go ahead and hold the line. Lemonade down, Sleep Dart into the bubble. Color Hacks under some pressure, playing so far forward. They are going to pay the iron price for it. Sleep on an Adam, the cleanup comes through, and NT can get themselves on to point A.
That's probably a cap there as well. Soggy's the only one there alive, and while losing the translocator, losing Soggy, it's a really strong trade for NT because Arpen dies early, sure, but his respawn's right there where Honeypot is. So he's instantly back into action. And Honeypot at that point overcommitted 4v5. They failed to convert any further kills, so it's equalized to 4v4. And the first point is done. And it took Honeypot a while to get that A point. Yeah, doesn't take NT any time at all.
Yeah, I mean, about a minute and 40 faster here for the side of NT. As waiting up patiently, eventually just sends it. They get the pinch, and that's going to be Saga taken down. Good comms coming through his Lego again.
Legos are popping off.
Yeah, just coming up with kills left, right, and center. Adam now eliminated the cart. It's just going to be full pushing, as this has just become an absolute sprint for NT.
I was going to say, if Honeypot have any real chance of holding B here, they have to bleed some good time off of A. That is off the table now, and what seems like almost half of B is off the table. That payload is picking up pace, and Honeypot consolidating their defense. Soggy's just swapped off Sombra entirely.
Yeah. Back over the Echo, trying to bring down this Winston.
Yang's
dive
off
forward.
the map.
Yang, I'm not, yeah, off the map. No, I think he actually killed himself. Yeah, self-pulse.
Yeah, he did.
Probably on a Bertlo, or onto Lego shield or something like that. Either way. Ends up getting taken down by his own pulse, and the wheels are coming off.
This is looking real over. And speaking of wheels, NT, they're not slowing down. This is pedal to the metal. And they still have 3 ultimates plus an EMP. This is looking as done as it can be. Not gonna lie to you.
Soggy greeted by that anti-nade. 3 meters left to go. The contest does get found. The dash out, the charge forward hidden, just rushing in, gets the hack, gets Soggy. EMP now at the ready as Arpen is just looking to beat and bat some people off the side of the map. I believe he might have just gotten one. Nope, doesn't matter. Hidden killed him off, and that is just going to be the end of the map. So, yep, they get their pick. They get their win. And that is going to tie us up now at 1-1. But we are setting the stage for this from the very beginning. Going into Escort, Honeypot, they do have that map selection. And given what we've been talking about here for Arpen, this could prove to be Struggle Street if Circuit Royale comes up.
What if we're just entirely wrong and Honeypot are just like, you know what? Nah, they just go to Dorado or something. Just completely missed out on the opportunity to force a Sigma where NT can't play Sigma at all. I mean, come on. This is like T-ball. This is an underarm throw. Honeypot, are they going to hit the ball or not? We'll find out.
Yeah, we will. Either way, tied up 1-1. A bit of more of an expected result there with the map pick of Eichenwald. But even then, as dominant as it was, still quite shocking. NT absolutely showing up to play, waking up after that first map loss. But now, Honeypot will get their selection for Escort, so we'll see if it is in fact going to be that Circuit Royale when we come back from the break. And we are back and tied up at 1-1. NT were playing in a big way there on Eichenwald, their map pick for Hybrid. They get the hold at the bridge, and they have a relatively easy push now. Onus is on the Aussies to try to get the lead under their belts once more with their pick on Esport.
Still 1-1 here, but a very dominant, I would say, Eichenwald for NT, which is in stark contrast to where that lead jungle was, especially the Garden. So one pretty dominant map per team so far. Great map choice coming through from NT. And honestly, a fantastic series so far from Lego. I've not seen a Brig pop off this hard in quite some time, but now I think it's time for maybe Adam Sigma to pop off, because we are headed to Circuit Royale, the map that I had teed up since the very beginning here. That maybe would be the map to kind of crumble NT a little bit here due to Arpin's lack of hero pool, and we're about to find out whether he's been practicing that Sigma or any off tank since we last saw him. Or I last saw him, because we just last saw him on map 2.
True. Well, Circuit Royale is going to be coming through, so let's see what NT's got ready to go and whether or not they can hold a candle here in this matchup where we fully expect the Sigma to be coming through. Do they opt for it? Do they just try to pilot the Winston and hope for the best?
That will go very poorly. I can promise that much. You'd need to play again. To be honest with you, one thing has been remained consistent. Regardless of what patch we've been on, you know, we're a year later rather than what we had in 2022 release of Overwatch 2. The Circuit is still a Widowmaker Sigma dominated map. That holds true the entire way through.
True.
The only time on Circuit Royale, I think the entire history of this map, the only time it's not been a Sigma dominated map is during the one stage of Jungle Queen dominance on release, and she was totally busted. That was it. Aside from that, it is full Sigma the whole way through. So if you ain't playing Sigma, you're having a tough time. And you should also be playing a combination of Hanzo, Widow, or Sojin, 2 out of those 3 heroes for the DPS.
As you can see, Merit stepping in for Birdlog here. But I gotta say,
Merit 2Ts.
it does feel good to, or feel good. It feels weird to be going to this map and just not seeing Color Hex play sniper.
Oh, he's a full support man now. A little surprised Soggy's playing the Genji. It's maybe given the case that NT are playing this kind of brawl composition. As I've mentioned, Arpen's not going to be playing any off tank, so Ram ends up being the choice. So Soggy's going to play a little bit more close up. I still think you just outrange them, play the full range heroes, and work that way through. Speaking of being outrange,
yep.
there it is.
Okay, Lego going to be taken down. The shots continue to roll through. As I mean, even
Oh, what is that? What is that? I didn't even see that kill. That just showed up.
I forget what I was about to say. That was just disgusting. That was just utterly disgusting from Dion. Holy hell. Just absolutely dominant. Oh, I was going to say, you have this ramp, you've got a shield, but given that there's a Hans on the opposite side, it's just going to get broken down so quickly by the Storm Arrows. And as a Widowmaker, trying to get through or around the Sigma shield, it's just such a pain in the ass. Either way, shot in, Hidden will be able to find one. Soggy going to be taken down. As Arpen can start pushing forward, does have that Annihilation ready to roll. When he decides to use it, as for now, he's just getting in behind Adam, trying to pressure him out as much as possible. This will get raised. Put some damage down here onto the Hanzo, and okay, Merit going to fall, so it will be held off for now, as Adam will eventually get crushed.
I was going to say, I think Honeypot, you had Window coming online. Merit should have just deployed that, punish Arpen, and really brawl into him. I think maybe Merit didn't quite have enough distance yet, but the reason why I said Arpen overcommitted is once you round the hairpin, unless you have, like, obviously your Brig needs to be right by you, but a couple of your plays, I mean, Marka could have been too far behind, Hidden absolutely would have been too far behind. You're kind of playing out of LOS, and you can get punished by the Window very easily there, but didn't get pulled out by Honeypot, and he won a fight pretty considerably as well.
Window comes in from Merit, just looking to keep them done back around the corner, but I think that, you know, NT are kind of more than happy to just give up that space. They still have that cart under control. They can't really utilize the Window too much.
It's a nano full Window trade, so I think it's a fair one-to-one there.
Flux out, Immortality Field comes through, does help save Color Hex's life. Dragon Strike now going to be chucked through, Lego going to be falling low. Adam taken down, however, off the back end of that one, so it's a support for a tank. Shield raise, the fists out once more. I don't know how you deflect a punch as a cyborg ninja, but Soggy's able to do it. It'll still be very slow building here towards that Dragon Blade.
I think the Honeypot, they've not played the most range-heavy version of this comp, and I think that means the comp is a little bit lacking. They've played too, to my opinion, a little too deep in the hands of NT, where they went for a brawlier version, they play the Genji, they play the Brig, and they just failed to really smash through the outranging versus NT. So I don't think Blade's going to be too useful here, but we'll see.
Poison Trap right here under the corner. Waiting to see if somebody steps into that one. Soggy down a bit low, but Merit gets some headshots across, and that's going to be controlled, taken down. Now Arpen stand up here into the front line. Rally rolling to try to keep him alive. Maka's still a ways away from having that Nano at the ready. The dive forward, Soggy able to find one, does get antied out, but 9 HP. Dashes through, manages to keep himself safe. The Blade picks up two, the Accretion gets another one, and that's going to be the cap coming through. So nice little 2.5-minute bump up as Soggy continues to show off a bit here with the Genji. Finds an additional kill, and the cap is in.
Blade ended up being pretty damn good. I was thinking maybe the lack of ability to gap close could have been an issue, but they pressured out Arpen, played the Flux in there. Soggy found the gap in the window, dashes through, collects both supports, and cuts down the rally. That's pretty damn good in terms of what you can hope for, I should say. A little bit of free push as we wait for the payload to move its way up the ramp and then into window territory. The later Merit can delay this window, the better. They want the window to overlook the finish line if possible.
Swapping over onto the Hanzo, tries to take the fight, but yeah, I mean, Arpen's just absolutely annihilated. Window goes out, he disappears, he's broken down instantly. The push can now resume, and they still have this Flux as well.
Yeah. I mean, I respect that.
Nap, he's fine.
Another nano for Window trade, and a Window that now this time instantly shreds Arpen. Yeah, you take those. Final fight here will be Rally Flux to finish the cap, and I think Honeypot full spend. You got it.
And because the nano was used, you can't. Oh my god, he's dead again. I was gonna say you can't have the combo with the annihilation, but it's not even needed. They just melt him once more. The Storm Arrows doing wonders as Nyang will also come up with another headshot here under control. And they are just wiping the floor with them right now. 3 minutes to go for the final stretch here on circuit.
I'll tell you what, though. C now should be much better for... Okay, they've changed comps. I was going to say that if you're going to keep playing the Ram, C's going to be much better for that. But it's also much better for the Winston. So we're starting to get into slightly more comfortable territory for NT. Good news for Soggy is, by now you would have probably have swapped off your, let's say, Widow if you started the Widow to play something like Genji. So now we're in good territory for Genji as well. Adam's going to go play towards the Diva. A little bit of high ground, low ground. Merit might eventually go Ana, I would think that's probably the better pick, but currently holding on to 60% ult charge.
And now going to be trying his hands here with the Sombra. Back into the back line. Gets Merit, but I mean, there's absolutely zero follow-up at the moment. Kind of getting juggled around here on the coast side. Railgun's going to be sent off the side of the map there by Adam. Just rushing through, charges back across again, and now Maka is dead. Immortality field set up, and it's just a meat grinder there on the stairwell. The one that Honeypot are able to walk away from, but not so much for the side of NT. They get taken down, the push continues forward. Just a minute gone from when they got that cap on a B, and they're getting closer and closer to the finish.
I'll say it. Adam got his revenge for the boop kill on Icon Vault. He got one to Lego as well. It's a 1-1. I've been keeping score. I remember. So he's trying to blade now. Window come through this fight as well. Honeypot in a good position to look for the finish here, but big ultimates on NT coming through as well. This EMP can be deadly. If the EMP comes out after the window, it can cancel the window as well, so watch for that interaction.
See when he decides to go for it. Now it's just going to go ahead and use it in advance, and instantly 3 kills going to be found. Color Hex and Adam now. Bit of a rough spot. Looks like Adam's just going to try to go off the side of the map. Will be able to do so. Some more time bought. Minute and 15 remaining here for the side of Honeypot. And it's just the one ult use. So really good value here from the side of NT, but still plenty of ults to deal with on the opposite side.
I think they could have gotten more value if they waited for Honeypot to ult. So it's not the worst situation for Honeypot. I think they were probably going to lose the EMP regardless. And if you're going to lose the EMP, just lose to it early. Hold the ultimates. The real downside is, well, first of all, NT, like you mentioned, didn't have to use anything else, which is great for them. They also got to scout out the ultimates. They know which ultimates are online for Honeypot now. They probably don't know that the rally's coming online soon. It's actually very holdable. Given how much resource NT have, it's not guaranteed that Honeypot can finish in that.
And just doing damage to try to put some pressure here around the backside. The control will break this open. Pulse bomb in. Color Hex going to be taken down. Adam now.
Adam ults.
Using the self-destruct, but Arpen will finish him off. So self-destruct not going to be able to find any value there. 25 seconds now remaining. Cart just in front of the finish line. Honeypot. Bleed, a window, nearly a rally. Will they be able to get it done?
That's a real tragic way to lose one of your ultimates. Adam would have liked to have had a self-destruct for the final fight, especially given they're going for the cap. Still waiting to see if this blade and window, which don't actually combo together, can do any real work here. I mean, super easy for Arpen just to drop behind the window and play the nano. It's probably what NT will do.
Back on Young. Zoggy down to half. Rally's going to be rolling down. Young again, still going to be the focus fire. They take him low, but they can't finish him off. Zoggy now looking for a target. Zoggy pulls the blades, getting beaten up against the wall. Still, however, staying alive, persevering, but not finding too much damage. He chases back onto the high ground, looking to take out the enemy Winston. Drops low, though. Messages of that rally will help keep him sustained. Cart again free pushing. Honeypot getting a little bit more distance. Hack on the Merit, though, to clean up onto the Immortality field. He's down to a sliver. Color X doing his damage, trying to keep him alive, and it looks like it is working. Kill found, though. Soggy taken out of the fight. EMP now comes in, and instantly they disappear. The hold will come through. The finish not found. A win condition set up here for the side of NT if they can have a strong attack.
I think they just, they being Honeypot had the win taken out of their sails from the initial EMP by Hidden, and then the huge amount of resources left from NT. And as I sort of mentioned, Blade, I generally have fairly low expectations for Dragon Blades, which I was pleasantly surprised by it on the attacking side for A. Adam also losing self-destruct a little bit earlier hurts that composition. Window, there's a lot less value in that fight given how deep NT can just dive into the back line. Top it all off, another EMP. Just for NT to finish things out. But, despite all of that, where the difficulty of this map is going to come through for NT is in the first 2 points. So, if NT's offense here can get past A and B, I think their chances of winning the map are certainly out there. It's possible. But the real difficulty is, can they even get past the first 2 points? It's going to be tough. You're playing into full poke range. That first lane, that giant lane on A, that one big long push before they happen. That's the point for Honeypot to really send it home, completely outrange NT. Arpen might actually play this Orisa. Great, Orisa has a lot of defense, but how are you going to live up against it? Now it's going to be actual double flick support. This is what I wanted Honeypot to do, right? Double flick support, double long range hit scan. Forget the Genji, forget the Brig. Just fully outrange NT because you know you can.
They're going for it. Hitting up the gate here with a Widowmaker, seeing how long he sticks with it. Not very. I'll just go for the Sombra now.
And by the way, it's a hard map for Sombra. NT got a swap now. I mean, what did they expect? Of course, this is what Honeypot were going to play. Yeah, get rid of the Sombra. Sombra can't flank at all here. Like, this first point is super hard for offensive Sombra. Forget about it. Arpen now, he's going to opt into this segment. This is my question from the beginning. Can Arpen do this? Because when I looked at this guy in the past, his hero pool was just Winston. Has he improved his hero pool since then?
Okay. Time will tell. This for now, just bringing the cart up. A real big forward commits. The cart's just at least going to get itself up here to the first corner. Up over the top, though. Killer Hex gets the headshot. Control taken down. Soggy pushes up onto the high ground and instantly domes hidden. And things start falling apart a bit here, at least for the opening volley. The rest of the team just trying to back out where they can, but they're in such a forward position. It's looking pretty rough. Cleanup's going to be coming through, and Honeypot will win out the first volley. Forward. Yeah, I mean, why not? Control was dead. Hidden was dead. I don't think he was too concerned.
Yeah, Soggy played the high ground beautifully there. I mean, you know he's got so much to work with when both Hidden and Control have no idea Soggy's even looking at them. There's that. Now, Hidden is playing the Widowmaker, which I respect in this matchup because it's the one kind of extra tool in terms of outranging Honeypot that Honeypot don't have. The Overclock is very good in this matchup, so I think the Sojourn is much improved once Ultimate's online. The neutral Sojourn, not great.
For now, well, neck and neck here between these two Sigmas, so, I mean, Arpen's doing a good job trying to keep up, but Hidden gets that body shot across, and Young's going to be taken down. Looking for a little bit more of a color assist again. Another headshot set up. Straight back through the window. Finds an elimination. Control, however, will get some revenge for his fellow DPS player. Arpen finds out that Accretion, also takes out Soggy. So for now, the fight victory looking quite strong here for the side of NT. And that should just about get them to point A.
Yeah, probably will allow the cap now with Adam being the last one dead here alongside Merit. There's just no way they can touch. Adam needed to not die there. They need to kill Arpen. Arpen I saw was on 1 HP, but they couldn't clean him up. I think the shield might have just come online. Just a little bit of extra healing. Something happened, but Arpen did not die. And if Arpen dies, I don't think NT cap. Because Adam holds the ultimate, Arpen doesn't.
So
yeah, but that's a super worthwhile flux, right? I think if Adam could have counter flux, he would have, but the chance of winning that fight was just so low.
Sure. Does give them this opening though, as instantly gets the pickup. Two players disappear. Mortality field going to be cleaned out now, so they can go ahead and get the follow-up shots. As Naka under some pressure will end up just getting it taken down. 2 kills on the exchange. Accretion going to be dodged out here as Lego showing off some fancy footwork, but eventually will crumble. And Hidden, unless he's got a grapple hook ready to go, might also die, but it seems like Adam's going to back away.
Yeah, he has to do a little bit of dodging here because he was on less than 300 HP for a little bit now, which is just about within range for a one-shot from Hidden. Now, I'm not sure if Maka had the trance or not, because if he had the trance, he should have used it during Adam's flux. That would have actually saved the day. We'll assume he didn't. Otherwise, he made a huge mistake. Speaking of trances, both teams do have them. Talked about the Sojourn ultimate a little bit earlier. Niang has Overclock now. This is where the Sojourn actually shines in the matchup.
Overclock out, jump up over the top, dodges the Accretion, just some shots over towards Lego, trying to get rid of that enemy Baptiste, but it's actually going to be Hidden.
Time on the Widow.
Actually, he was shooting a Hidden, never mind. Manages to find the shot and takes him down. Control going to be traded out, and now Maki dead as well. Maki, another headshot. Puts him on the floor as Adam scoops up too. Niang now also going to be opting in for the Widow battle. Honeypot will hold the line. Lock in position here on the ramp.
Adam just giga chatted off and just walked up on him. Alright, I think that's good. I think you're getting outranged a little bit. Niang wanted to play through the Sojourn ultimate of the Overclock there. He spent the whole Overclock just trying to shoot Hidden. I don't know about that one. But we'll move away from that now. Onto the Widowmakers. Like I said earlier, look, if NT can get past B, I think this map is fairly winnable, but they've slowed down quite a lot now, lost a lot of momentum. 2 minutes left to go. Honey Potter back on to another cycle of ultimates. Nearly 4.
Accretion's out on the other side. He's going to be noted off the flank. Flux now coming through as Adam has been able to just go ahead and completely lap Arpen in that regard, who now gets his own online, and France from Color Hex not going to be there to try to save Adam's life. He ends up falling. Sagi, however, gets one back. Thank you for a DPS. Accretion stuns. Color Hex on the floor. He gets taken down. Sagi now in a rough position here alongside Merritt, just pulling back, trying to stay alive. The Widow on the pillar revealed by the poison trap, just trying to get the kill. The push forward. Arpen will just go ahead and take the boulder right to his face. Start now going to be pushing forward, and that should be the cap here on a B.
That's looking die for Honeypot. 1 ult left to go. Team is completely spread.
I mean, they know where he is.
Merritt is in no man's land, and Hidden cleans them up. Great couple of shots coming up through Hidden. Playing super well. And like I mentioned, I think Hidden was really the hidden weapon for NT, given that he had the early Widow where Honeypot did not challenge that. And even in that last fight, I mean, it started with the window from Lego, countered by Adam on the Flux, but despite a 4-man Flux, Hidden gets a kill into Adam. That was a humongous hit. And Color Hex held trans. I don't think Color Hex believed that Adam was really going to die, but died he did.
Adder, he was just out of range of the healing. Either way, he's not on the Zenyatta anymore. He's going back over to the Brigitte. He's still stuck through here, so these Discord Orbs could find some good value. The brief reveal there onto the enemy Widow. And trying to get that kill. Control under some fire here. Just try. But Adam hounds him down in the end, it would seem. Bouncing these extras forward, finds that kill, and that's going to be some decent high ground control here established for the side of Honeypot. We can very much drain the clock. Minute 45 remaining.
They're certainly pushing NT all the way back. And Honeypot will take full map control, so positive in terms of actual, again, map control. Waiting for some ultimates to come on through. Merritt still has this earlier window waiting to deploy that. There it goes.
Body shot through,
Soggy
sets up for the
will
kill.
call it.
Control. Takes out Sagi. 50% now going to be popped on either side. The Flux coming through, looking for the drop down. Drops him right into the Immortality field, but he gets stunned away
Adam
from him.
moves.
Just trying to keep him body blocked, and he does. He still is backpedaling, manages to get himself out to safety. Kinetic Grasp, just offering up a little bit of shielding. Stunned in the corner. Arpen has to backpedal, has to break line of sight to try to stay alive. Gets the stun and cross over onto Color Hex as well, putting him on the floor, but the kills just are not found. Answering Flux sound coming through. Maka pops the trance to keep everybody sustained. He's able to do so. There's a rally rolling on the opposite side now. We just have a complete stalemate here on the corner. Stun for stun, but no kills found.
I mean, a stalemate works for Honeypot. They like the stalemate because they hold the payload. No distance for NT at all. Ultimates are all gone at this stage. Dragonblade about to come on next. Soggy needs a little bit of healing. Once he pulls the blade, that could actually be it. I don't know the status of Lego with the lamp. If there's no lamp, the blade could end the fight.
Lamp's going to be used on the one side. Merritt popping his own. Looks like Lego should just about have it off cooldown now. Yep, Immortality Field does get thrown in. Maka down to a sliver of HP. Gets finished off. His Hidden also gets cut to pieces. Lego will fall, and with 20 seconds remaining, this is the perfect timing here for the side of Honeypot.
And they can play
Should just about do
aggressively.
it.
They can position aggressively. They can stop the respawners. They can do a lot here. All they got
know.
to do is make sure they don't C9.
Okay, well, he's been spotted. Recall is going to take him quite far away. Needs to get a touch here onto the cart. I don't think he's going to get it. He's not. They kill him off. No touch found. And that's going to be Honeypot wisely decided to go to Circuit Royale and coming away with the win once more in the lead, now 2-1.
But I got to admit, that was not clean from Honeypot. They got a lot closer for Honeypot than I think they're comfortable with, given how much more one-sided probably should have or could have been. You know, the fact that they didn't finish a map means that Honeypot had to really pull out a good defense and C and be thankful that they did manage to pull that through. I think the Genji Brig change at the end, playing that corner, playing a bit more of the ground game, Genji has a much better favorable matchup on C. That made the difference for me.
Well, they scrape by with the victory all the same, but once more it's going to be NT with the map pick as we get ready to go into push. And they will look to tie us up once more and force out a map 5. Otherwise, Honeypot, if they can get it done right here, getting ready to go into push, this will be a 3-1 victory for them. And they will stay afloat in the tournament. We'll see what happens when we come back, so don't go anywhere. And we are back. Honeypot once more in the lead, now up 2-1 after a close victory, we should say, on Circuit Royale. But NT now get their map pick, getting ready to go into push to try to even it up again.
Match point for Honeypot versus Seed 1 from Korea. Wow, that was a line I did not expect to say. NT, I think they've maybe underperformed this tournament so far, given they lost to FM, but FM have been playing out of their minds. And in the lower bracket here, they might get sent home early, and I believe this actually might be, if I'm not mistaken, if they would be to lose, they'd be the first Korean team to lose to a non-Korean team as well. When I say that, I'm not counting ODH in here, or rather MDY, who they played in Contenders Korea, but it's a full Chinese team, so I'll figure that one out. But we are going to Esperanza for map number 4, where it could all come down. This was map number 4 was a very tight affair, by the way, between Rose and Honeypot, which came down to the wire 0.1 meters.
Everything to play for here now. NT needing to fight back as we get ready to move over to Esperanza here. See if they are going to be able to get the job done, but plenty of Winston play to be coming through here on this map. We should be feeling right as rain, though. I think for what it's worth, I mean, we did see Arpen kind of get lapped maybe once as far as the Flux was concerned in Royale, but overall, they had a pretty decent Sigma.
Better than I thought. Impressing me for sure. I mean, I was thinking that was going to be a very one-sided affair, and at the beginning it certainly was. At the beginning it was like, man, this is not going well for NT at all, but they certainly picked it up towards the end. They made that one very close, and excited for Esperanza now, where I'm pretty certain RPM will get back on the horse once more and play his beloved Winston, as you'd expect. A little bit more of the dive coming through. What will Honeypot respond with? Could be an opportunity for the Diva to come through. I think a lot of teams previously would have considered a Ram here, but as the meta moves forward, I think Winston is just becoming the clear winner of that meta race. Looks like Adam and RPM both agree.
All right. Log back in. See how they fare. We will just have these mirrored compositions across the board. No one going for anything cheeky. There's Hidden just slinking his way around the back side here, looking to try to get on top of Color Hex after a bit of a mega pack. But no, actually, no. Does spot the translocator set up there for Soggy. Kills it off, and yep, he instantly gets taken down. At the same time, however, will still fall. Lego trying to stay alive as the jump comes in. Shield bash over the flank. Keeps himself in this for a little bit longer, but then eventually Young is able to find the kill. But it's a bloody back and forth here as Adam will also be caught up in the mix. Arpen finding that elimination. Block for now, just tagged, but everybody widely having to abandon as there's just casualties on both sides.
I mean, I think, generally Honeypot would be considered the winners there, but with no tank, they can't really push. So, funnily enough, it's NT that gets the push up because they lose double support, so healing battle goes the way of Honeypot, but no frontline presence at all. Hidden. Soggy gets his revenge.
And that he does. Caught out, killed off. 12 meters established for the side of NT, but right back into control here for the side of Honeypot. You can start gaining some distance for themselves, not very far for them to take the lead, obviously. As for now, it's widely uncontrolled to keep this lock in position. Arpen will get the top back up, join in. Just diving forward, looking for any kind of picks that they can possibly get. Control with the pulse bomb and 10%, though, could be a big break point for them.
Huge lead. Color Hex leads marker as well. Niang dead, this is the opening.
The gap will get bigger. Here. Dash in, sticks found. Britlog's taken down. Control now can start working his way on a lap here. As the cleanup continues. And finding Color Hex will also help him maintain a very slight lead, or at least pace alongside Soggy. But the lead is going to be growing now for NT.
2 kills, 2 points there. Control with the slam dunk, and 2 following kills afterwards as well to now certainly have the lead for NT as they start threatening the cap. And they're on gear to get that as well, given the lead on the EMPs. Brilliant situation for Hidden to find himself in. Both nanos are about to be online soon. Look, Honeypot can survive this EMP, but if it gets a kill, it could just be over.
No cross, Color Hex spins that towards Adam. EMP strikes, though, managing to find 3. Both supports going to be taken down right off the rip. Sleep on Arpen, but it does not matter, as the bot will get stolen away very slightly here. Young just trying to mitigate their losses as much as possible. He's actually gotten this quite a bit of decent distance, but eventually
Adam's like
has to recall. He's got nowhere to go, so he'll die.
So you bought time for Color X and Burtlock to come back, and look, it is going to take a little bit of time for the payload to come back in. Adam has to really come back quick because they can't really contest without the Winston, and they need the rest of these offensive ultimates. Soggy's turn to EMP next. And I think they might just touch in time. Yeah, it looks like they will. Good steal from Niang. Well played.
Away. Man, EMP control the first to fall. Lego trying to stay alive. Banano still have that rally, but with Hidden getting taken down as well. We'll just opt to hold on to those. Lead still very much considerably in their favor as Honeypot looking to push and start off from their 4.20 beginning point here.
Spending more. Honeypot had just put in an extra ultimate from the rally as well, but I mean, among all of that, they're getting more kills, so it is eventuating in results. That will eventually push Honeypot into potential to flip. Not quite, though. I think NT should be able to get a forward response. In fact, everyone's alive now. So the contest will come through momentarily and big time as well. Nano straight onto R-Pen. That'll buy you the entry, and then control to swing around into the back. I believe Soggy actually saw a translocator there as well.
They have Hidden out, opens up, pulse bomb out from Young, not going to be able to find the kill. Primal here from Arpen does take down Burtlock though. It's already a really rough start. Color Hex comes away with one off the back of that anti. That enemy tracer, but ends up getting finished off. Arpen going to be traded at the same time, but it's still going to be NT widely walking away with the win. The bot locked into position now, shifting back over towards Honeypot's side of the map. They'll get it close, but not close enough to gain the lead for themselves and work at that checkpoint. So again, have to go back onto the fight.
Adam's going to die late here if Hidden finds him. See him through the wall, but no, I think Adam's back to the team now. Okay, has survived. But now they threaten the cap once more. Barely contested. Look, if Honeypot didn't contest then, that would have been the cap for sure.
Oh, Adam antied out before the bubble can come down, so has to jump away. So that's just going to be checkpoint having to be surrendered here by Honeypot.
It's a shame because I think if Honeypot were going to lose the checkpoint, which is likely, force another ultimate, force either the Nano or ideally the EMP for that. It should cost NT something for that point, but it didn't.
Still just looking to hold this contest. The hack getting ready to come across. Nano does connect here onto Adam. Keeps him juiced up as the bot gonna start shifting away. Hidden, waiting for his moment, goes ahead, pulls the trigger, catches both supports with the EMP, and they get the cleanup. Maka does get taken down, but Lego's still here, still has that rally, and Adam's just got such low HP. Dives back over to the side, and has to go for the quick reload, hacks the Mega Pack just to...
Yep.
I mean, Adam was already dead, but I think he was gonna do it just to try to make sure Adam could get healed. Either way, NT win out the fight.
I can't confirm this, but it feels like Hidden has left Soggy by now. We've just seen more EMPs out of Hidden. Honeypot have been slower on the trigger to get their own EMPs out. I think both teams have had reasonable EMP wins, but NT's EMPs have felt quality. They felt like they've really given them some really decent wins to make distance here.
Spotting the enemy on him, but with Burtlock gone, it's just not worth the commit here onto the EMP. Color X as well, just going to get taken out, so has to just make their exit. This bot has been stolen again.
Niang has kept this game alive.
I mean, he's doing his damnedest.
Force of stealing payloads.
Just trying to be zest as best as he can, but eventually will fall, and the bot is right back over towards the checkpoint, so it doesn't take long.
I think an NT would have had another like 20 meters, maybe 30 meters.
Oh, it's definitely the best play.
If it wasn't for the now 2 steals, 100% is the best play. It's keeping Honeypot alive in the series. And the other reason why we haven't seen as many EMPs out of Soggy is because, well, their timing is getting ripped apart by the fact that they just want, like, situations like this where Soggy has to translocate away. The previous fight as well, Burtlock and Color Hex just die. Like, when are you supposed to EMP? You need to be dropping this ultimate in.
Pulse stick, Primal Force, Adam stays alive. Anti out onto Burtlock, however, and that's going to be the rally. Cut short, Hidden will find the kill. EMP does come across. He's taken down. Hex finding the one. Bot, or being locked here. In the archway as Arpen gets taken lower and lower, and it does pop that Primal Rage, but Lego's now eliminated. Adam spotted Maka, maybe trying to get somebody to come over here and finish off Adam. The anti goes across, and Control does join in the fight long enough to go ahead and get the kill. Now down a tank. Jump forward, the bot is going to be continuously held here. NT not allowing for any further steals.
This time, I've confirmed that Hidden has absolutely lapped Soggy, because Hidden got another EMP when Soggy actually EMP'd, so... There's a huge EMP gap at the moment again, but it's not necessarily Soggy's fault. It's Honeypot's tempo with this map has not been good. Consistently behind the 8 ball, they can't get a dive going. Always NT initiating first.
Forces the Nano, goes over the Burtlock, but now Soggy going to be taken down. A little bit more room here for Hidden to try to catch back up. Adam just has to leap out the safety as best he can. Drops back down after receiving some heals, but is instantly hacked by Hidden, and it's just absolutely mauled.
Yep.
Takes him down. Asleep will help spare Bertlog for a little bit longer. The anti does expire. He'll be fine, but Young now dead once more. Constantly trying to harass around the bot, but it is
Triple
pushing
digits.
forward. NT looking for the finish.
It's about quadruple distance. I mean, Honeypot have given up on the dive of this round. They just can't get a dive going. They're always behind the 8 ball. Hidden's playing out of his mind right now. Constant hacks for kills.
Soggy and Hidden
And
noting
it started with Hidden finding the translocate on the Soggy, and it hasn't really ended from there. Adam's gonna die.
Yep, knock under fire. Riley comes in. Adam now dead. The push continues. The Soggy
Like
will
full
finally
cap.
get the better of Hidden. It takes him down. Color Hex over the top of the roof, just trying to stay alive. Soggy again going to be spotted. It's a very short translocate out to basically nowhere. Darpen will finish him off. Well, just trying to ride the wall, trying to stay safe. Pulse Bomb still in the back pocket here for the side of control, but it's like, given the HP bars getting whittled away at, they do want to go ahead and give up some space. They realize, yeah, we've already done quite enough. There's only a minute and 8 seconds remaining. Lego taken down, Pulse Bomb out from control, not going to find anything. Answering one should get Maka, and it does. It's a bit of breathing room here, but a run back from here for Honeypot to close the map would be absolutely miraculous.
It will be maybe the greatest push comeback we've ever seen. One of. It's, it's certainly more difficult for NT to get these dives off, but Hidden's about to find another EMP. Look, Hidden and the rest of the NT only realistically need to win one more fight. We're about to head into OT here as well. Honeypot's about to get their first little touch of the payload distance in quite some time. If they can even actually get that, they might not be able to touch in time. NT could just intercept that immediately.
Oh, the hack in the back, the EMP let loose. Color Hex immediately evaporates. You see. Sound barrier invested here. Shielding now expiring. But look, just helping to keep them alive, but they cannot maintain presence on the bot. 8 up over the top just to ensure that Leo is going to be safe, and they do go ahead. They manage to bail him out. Couple shots going through. Look at the bot. Just continuously moving away. Almost gets over to the checkpoint. Finally being ushered back here from the side of Honeypot. Control going to be taken down, but Adam again is going to be lost. Without the tank, it just feels like it's nigh impossible. Looking for the hack, manages to find it, but the primal's still going to be popped. Arpen cleaves down Color Hex instantly, and now looks for just a little bit more. All he needs to do is clear the bot. Kills me damn, still will be able to come away with one. As, I mean, the man's just losing his mind. Jesus. Hurting my eyes for that high of DPI. GP forward, Soggy sends out the EMP. And he will be greeted by death as NT will tie us up now 2-2. Once more, we are going to a map 5.
And 3 map 5s today. What a day. 132 to 32 meters. NT had everything going their way and more on that particular map of Esperanza. That was a pretty poor look from Honeypot, to be honest with you. I mean, they gave up on the dive partway through. They just went Jungle Queen. They couldn't handle the dive mirror at all in that particular map, and unfortunately that is going to cause some issues, I think, for map 5 as well, which likely will be another dive map.
Well, it's been back and forth between the two teams. It was a really strong start on control for Honeypot. Can they finish the series in similar fashion? We're going to have to just wait and see as we do get ready to go into that, whatever map it is, their map pick. We'll see what happens when we come back for the break. And it all comes down to this 3-5 mappers here today. The APAC Open, and it's not over yet. We've got one more map to be played between Honeypot and NT. NT answering back in a massive way, besting Honeypot by about 100 meters or so there on Esperanza. Now it comes down to Control, where Honeypot very much started off the series hot. Can they finish it in similar fashion?
Can't believe Simprisa and Kraken didn't go to 5. You know, we could have had the full 20 maps today. We got let down. It's only got to be 19 because you can't draw on Control here. So it's just gonna be 19. No draws today. Look at that. Let's find out where we're gonna go. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Dive City, the old Winston Mirror, or maybe not. Ilios is really good for Honeypot because, well, you get the Adam Diva. Diva really good on this map.
Okay.
Actually, I think it's a good opportunity. This is actually kind of insane for Honeypot. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Their map pick. So if you're going to go to any of the control maps, go to the control map where you can force an off tank and put Arpin into a weird spot. Makes sense.
Setting themselves up for success, even doing so on Circuit Royale was very narrow, very close. So perhaps this time, Ilios for control map, we'll see it go all the way to 3. We'll have to just wait and see, though. It was the closeout for us in our previous series as well. So it's a pretty good map to finish the series on, you know?
I would like to see if Soggy goes to Echo again, because I think Echo is preferred on Ilios. I know Sombra Tracer's kind of flavor of the several months now, many months. But Ilios is a very good Echo map. Echo Diva, I'm thinking it, I'm feeling it.
Already had a decent amount of looks on that Echo previously, so let's see if it's going to rear its head once more.
I believe Hidden also started Echo on Lijiang as well, so maybe both teams will look towards it. Oh, well, actually, well, it's Ruins, so, okay, Ruins is not really the Diva or Echo map, so possibly bad RNG for Honeypot, but if this is going to go to 3, you're going to play this map eventually. Control slightly late on the swap there, and it looks like Soggy got the hack first, so Honeypot have coast control.
Forward. Young had his moments, has been huge here for the squad. Needs to go big here. His control's going to be picked off. Color Hex find to the opening elimination here. Setting up for Honeypot to go ahead and get that initial cap.
Gigantic. That was off the damage from Niang as well a little bit earlier on, forcing Hidden back control. Linger on the front lines, caught by a stray dart from Color Hex, and that'll be the first cap coming on in. Slight lead by Marco though, so despite Color Hex getting a kill, Marco still leads on healing. Which is what you want to see for NT. Ew, Arpin so low there, stays alive barely.
Stays in this one for long as well. Anti on the opposite side. Himself safe for the time being, but Color Hex picked off, hidden as well as Arpen just diving into the back line, managed to find that elimination up long as well, going to be taken down. They call Linus cautiously as much as they possibly can, and take a fairly fast flip here. It's going to clean up a little bit more, but with those kills coming through, especially, they all have to be able to gain control for themselves. So 37% going to be set up here for Honeypot. As Hidden just waiting for his time to maybe grab this mega pack, but it seems like he's going to abandon it.
Long. Yeah, it's going to take too long. Whatever, move up. Get ready for the EMP. Set up for the EMP. 5 ultimates, nearly 4. Actually, both teams EMP backline, double sports caught. Alex lived though.
One. Sleep on an Arpen, but just, I mean, no hope at a punish. He'll just be able to wake up and jump his way back out. EMP's used by Soggy here, but it catches him. There's just no follow-up. They still had people dead waiting to respawn, or they were in the dropship.
Yeah, Hidden got out. I believe he translocated. That would be what I assume. And gets the reveal though, which is reasonable, but okay, Adam just dies.
Yep, down. Ends up just getting killed through all that added HP. Finished off, Arpen diving into the back line is going to be anti-down. He's waiting for the very last moments, but actually still does hold on to this Primal. Does not pop it. Trusted in Lego and Maka to keep him sustained, and sustained he is. Still very much
this
alive.
game is getting out of the hands of Honeypot right now. Nan onto Adam to buy space and time, and can they get a kill though? That's the question. Struggling.
Double anti, but Rally keeps him alive. To control Young, just kind of dance around the pillars. Stun does come through. Pops the recall, stays alive for the time being. Rally now used from Lego on the opposite side. Arpen still has this Primal in his back pocket as it is getting closer and closer to this next EMP. Let's Sleep for now. He's not going to need it. Drop down into the bubble. A little bit of side pressure coming through. Soggy trying to save Adam's life, but even just distracting Hidden is not nearly enough. Arpen is able to find him in the end.
NT have plentiful opportunity, bountiful opportunity now to extend this lead further as they get that lead off a honeypot once the 54 crested over. Big EMP advantage, and Hidden has just had better EMPs than Soggy today, I think. Faster,
Yeah.
higher in quantity, higher in quality.
That last one especially very weak, and oh my god, Hidden is spawn camping the supports right now. They just can't get out of the dropship. Just shuts them both down. And this is just absolute brutality. This is, I mean, this is akin to what we were seeing on Gardens, but it's the opposite side. It's NT who are delivering the pain.
Well, with Niang kind of just down there, that's the play you most ideally want to touch the point. As we're heading to OT, Burlock can't play the game. He's constantly dead.
Okay, Hidden keeping out the match. Translocate up onto the high ground and answering Translocator, but I mean, the healing is there. Hidden and safe. Soggy cannot find the kill. OT forced out. EMP can come through, but now Adam is dead once more. Pulse bomb lobbed out, not going to find that kill, but it doesn't matter because Soggy also dead. Uses the EMP, instantly gets killed. Hidden comes up huge, and that is going to be the first round going 154%. A fantastic start from Honeypot, but as soon as they got away from them, there was just no recovery.
It's like the same as what we see on Esperanza, where it's that their tempo is not as good as NT's. But once they start getting really cycled and NT is just full control of the map and their tempo has gone crazy, there's just nothing left to say about it. I mean, NT have full control. This is one of those last dives that we saw as well. Just EMP on the back line. Kalex and Bertlog constantly dead. It's the Sombra differential coming through, I think, is a little bit too much for Honeypot. But as I mentioned earlier, Ruins was going to be tough. It's the following 2 rounds, if Honeypot can force them, that'll be much better for them. I did say the Echo was likely to come on through, but Adam is actually going to stick on the Winston as well. I thought the Diva might come through, but it's going to be the Winston.
Just not opting for it. What comes down to this, though? Soggy off the Sombra needs to find value here with this Echo. Shots raining down from above for now. Jump up looking to contest him out of the skies. Drops in, sticky bombs can find some decent value, but I don't think he gets the connection. End up just going straight between the split members of NT, dodging out on that damage. As for now, first cap starting to tick up. Contest is there, however, so NT not going to be able to get this one for free. Back in the color hex to zone them back. The supports both around the corner as everybody's under fire at the moment. Maka taken down low, does manage to survive. Dive in off the flank. Adam arriving, but the point is locked down. NT first in control. Recall used. Speaking of control, goes low, barely manages to stay alive.
Ooh, Soggy had a little bit of hesitation there. Doesn't want to just dive on top of Marker. Patience may be paying off. It will be Niang finding control. First beam. Not going to get the kill to Arpen. Again, NT still have this gap. Given that Adam was sleeping a little bit early, couldn't contest. NT just buying as much time as possible.
Okay, the flip does come in. That could be all hell let loose now. Color Hex going to be taken down, but Adam, I don't know if he just left off the side of the map. Either way, ends up falling, but Arpen's going to be taken down at the same time. Still a trade up here for the side of NT. As I say that, Maka will fall. Lego still, however,
Lego goes
time
for
to risk it. He pops this rally. Despite being so damn low, dashes forward, looks for the kill. Set up here alongside Hidden. They will be able to find Yang. Lead about to be established here from Honeypot as Adam does return here over to the fight. Nano now online for Color Hex. Use that should it be necessary, and it looks like they have deemed it so. Send that out. Lego quite far forward, ends up falling. Hidden sends the TP away. Translocates out, and that is going to be them maintaining control at this point.
Look, it's a gamble. I respect NT for going for the gamble play, but that one goes tails. Decidedly so. I mean, tragically popping in the extra rally when you were down players already hoping that was going to bail you out. But remember, Honeypot already had the cap, so if you lose the fight, it's awful.
Dash in Pulse just going into the shield, not going to find that kill, but Arpen still able to cleave down. Color Hex lands in on top. Bertlog as well. Once this kill, might not be denied it. Yeah, we'll be able to land, we'll be able to find it. Adam going to be cleaned up as well, so 60% at the moment with the majority of the team dead. Point flip will come through. NT back in control, but 40% necessary for them to take the lead.
Soggy definitely wanted a little bit more out of that duplicate. Copied over towards the Winston, couldn't find the primal. Died off screen. Meanwhile, Arpen got a lot done on that primal. Arpen was showing how that one was done for sure. NT now trying to extend this a little bit further off of Hidden's EMP, which is about to come online, and that EMP has been solid so far this series.
Adam nearly with with that primal of his own, but the EMP could shut it down.
Parkour.
Oh my god, just dodging around the sides. There's the dodge all through. Both supports instantly dealt with. Beautifully down here from Hidden. When contest coming back in. NT now just 8% away from taking this lead back into their hands and looking to close it out with a 2-0.
Adam, good opening kill. That's Nano off the table. Rally's trapped the corner. He's got a corner trap on the Rally.
Low. He's got the corner trap, but he just can't get the kill. It's just a bit too much survivability. Shield bash as well. Therefore, Lego control sends the pulse bomb off screen. Not going to be able to find too much of anything, but Lego staying alive is absolutely monstrous, which means that now Maka can run back in, reinforce them, and has that Nano to boot. Our pen taken down low, but yep, the Nano actually not going to come into play fast enough to try to save his life. Still an opportunity here for Honeypot to try to regain some semblance of control. Flip about to come back in. Last second contest there from Control, but eventually it does go over. Honeypot now back in the driver's seat and Control dead on the back end. Lego as well, antied out.
Oh,
Two huge kills from Young.
Yeah, this is going to put Honeypot into the 80s for sure. Might be equalizing on the 89. Could there be even later? It's Maka low HP. Can't think about going for the hunt, but will think better of it. Does want to overcommit here. And Ultimate's online. Okay, Hidden understands. Nano's online for collects. Honeypot could really pull through here. 4 big ultimates going to the final fight. Plenty of ways to delay as well. Soggy, another good copy onto R-Pen, finding the extra primal. Makes up for the fact that Adam doesn't have one.
Actually, the rally still going to be top of the net. Be committed onto him all the same just to try to keep him alive. And taking a nap. Gets woken up by a pulse bomb, and it's just a moment before that primal would have come into play. Now the copy out goes for the Ana. Froggy looking to try to bring this one back for them. Or keep them in this lead, I should say, as Maka's dead. Lego gone as well, and it seems like a third round should be coming through. Pulse bomb from Control. Gets the stick. Bertlaw going to be taken down, but so too is Control as Neon comes back into the fight. And just to help finish him off. Arpen rejoins the final rolling. Adam just 9% away from one of his own. Seems like this should very much be in the hands of Honeypot. Even if that flip is there for NG, they still have to hold it for 11%. Arpen down low, tries to exit, grabs the Mega Pack. The point still being contested. Hidden, however, has the TP away. Primal rolling from Adam, just looking to pick them away from this one. Stop them from being able to touch. Arpen back,
need Hidden down.
In from Lego. I mean, somehow this fight is still going. But Hidden is gone, as you say. Prime Member's still strong, stunning Young, but he manages to get away from it, stays alive. He's going to start plummeting, and he have to stay glued to this one. Maka trying to do what he can, but he just cannot help heal enough there. Lego probably under the pressure. Control, however, does find Adam to hack in on a Bertlog, having since swapped over onto the Lucio, but looks like he's going to play elusively enough to stay alive. TP out, Hidden. Translocates to safety, jumps back in, tries to get this hack, but he's just got no HP, and Young is able to finish the job. Point still contested. The fadeaway pulse, it gets him from beyond the grave, and that might just be the play that saves this. Control with the recall, the pulse bomb just 6% off. Our pen's still somehow alive. Lego rejoins with the Moira. Fight's still going. Bertlow getting closer and closer to having that beat at the ready. Pulse into the back pocket. Control waiting for his moment to strike. There's just not any great targets. And that Suzu could also come into play from Color Hex to just keep them alive. Bertlog under fire. He wants to chase in. He sends out the pulse. Not going to be able to find anything though. He goes into the bubble. And now that sound barrier, which has been steadily getting built up, comes into play. Lego taking down Maka as well. Eliminated Asagi. Finds 2 quick kills. No supports in the fight. Hidden. About to have the EMP, but there's just no damage to play off the back of this one. Nikitsune rushes in as well. Hidden throws it out, but Arpen is dead. They clear the point at long last, and Honeypot will extend this all the way to Lighthouse. My God, what a round.
Hold your breath, and you would have run out of breath there because that was one of the longest OTs I have seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And it was looking like Honeypot had that as well, but NT held on so strong. NT was, they were fighting tooth and nail. Credit to NT, that was insane. They nearly pulled that back multiple times. If Bertlog dies, I think Honeypot had done. And Bertlog got hacked. He went down to like 50 HP and did not die. Speaking of players that didn't die, Arpen didn't die for the longest time. Arpen was weaving in and out as Winston. If he dies at any point, the ability for NT to remain touching point is gone.
Yep.
So that final fight, which lasted forever, was on a thread, a very narrow thread for both teams. We're going to go the full distance.
Both of them just walking that tightrope, but Honeypot managing to get it done. Question is, can they have a strong start and then hold on to it? That's what they were lacking. Back on Ruins. Soggy again taking to the air. That Echo coming up with some huge kills in that last round there. Seems to be just a bit more consistent compared to the Solver Forum. Adam just going to be trading places, jumps back across, back over to safety. Soggy under fire, takes back to the skies though, and the heals are going to be good. They keep him afloat. The point still not capped by either side as Lego's going to be antied out. They get lower and lower. Jump up here onto the high ground. He's going to get Goomba stomped. Adam
Trade?
will find that kill, but Soggy's going to be traded. A 1-for-1, but down to support and still likely favors the side of Honeypot. But Arpet is just doing so much work. Dives back in, finds Bertlog. Now looks for a little bit more as Color Hex has got nowhere to go. He will fall, and that should be NT getting the first lockdown.
All over the map is Arpan, finding everybody you need. On a fadeaway kill from Niang there. But it will be NT capping first again. Now, look, Honeypot still managed to get the point back on well previous to this, despite losing the early cap. That kill by Niang of the Hidden, I gotta say as well, the final kill before Niang dies, does mean something. Will slow down the EMP and ruin the Hidden setup for the next fight at least slightly. So now Hidden's got to redo all of that. Bit of extra work.
Oh, Nano in, just trying to get on top of the supports. The double nade as well from Maka. He was really well set up, but a great denial with the whip shot. Stops him from being able to get in and find the kills. Nano now gone. Color Hex gets one of his own online. Young
He's coming.
Wise to take this point. Got a little bit of fire. Sleep Dart's going to be good. Adam going to be deterred there on that high ground. Nano not finding too much value. Color Hex now getting jumped on as Arpen looks to just go ahead and break open the support line. Verlog falls. Lego claiming the killing blow. Just looks to get on top of Color Hex and is able to do so. And it's only control that has been lost here on the side of NT. Point, however, the flip was through. Honeypot for now having this point for themselves ticking up and stopping NT in their tracks.
Well, Adam's going to go for this kill, and likely will get this kill, but they're about to lose the point. I don't know who's contesting right now. No one. Just 18%. Soggy played the duplicates also. They really want this.
EMP in though. And Soggy instantly taken down. Adam hacked. Rally rolling from Bertlog just to try to keep him alive.
3 ults on NT used.
Whip shot forward. The going so very low. Pulse bomb is going to be held. Let's see if he can get a high value target. They're looking to just pressure out Lego. Double chase forward. They will be able to get him before he can find the mega pack. Down to support now. Control as well. Half HP. Slept on the floor. Can they get the elimination? The answer is yes. Bertlog will be able to finish the job. Point, however, still ticking up. NT, 68% at the moment. They need to gain this for themselves ASAP. Arpen dives forward just to try to keep it contested for a little bit longer, but the 6 bombs will claim him in the end. Flip getting ready to come in. Again, Hidden pushing up. It's a little bit of extra percentage, but now Honeypot in control, but 21%. Still a long way to go.
And you were giving that one to Honeypot for sure, because they came in a lot more prepared. NT had, in my opinion, overspent the last fight. 3 ultimates used in. Maybe 3 too many, at least 2 too many, I want to say. So Honeypot eventually will get that. Some valuable delays, though. We'll push NT up to 76. It's a good lead, very valuable. Honeypot have to protect the back line, though. It's been Bertlog, Color Hex constantly down. There have been issues. And they've been targeted again. Color Hex caught. Will die here.
Yeah, no sleep dart sends up the nade. He actually gets knocked onto the high ground. Will go down, but at the opposite side, Adam trades out Lego, so it's going to be a 1-for-1. Hex able to send that Nano in his dying breath. Well, however, getting the better of Niang does not bode well for Honeypot, who's looking to maintain control at this point. That NT is so close to flipping. Joel finds a second. He's going to be taken down. Adam, though, with sliver of HP, gets 1% away from the primal before falling. They get within 13%, but NT are back in control and looking to finish this off.
And I think the EMP coming through from Hidden was always going to be quite strong. Control winning the 1v1 versus Niang is also going to be a difference maker. Typically, Niang's won those versus Control, but that's a very critical one for Control to get over.
Oh, on the hunt, but does get
scouted.
scouted.
Fight now.
It's the Pulse not going to find the elimination. Bertlog just trying to stay alive with the rally. Adam now, similarly, with that Primal here onto the high ground, looks for the knockoff, cannot find it, but now needs to turn his sights back over to the point. They're near the flip, 99% built up here. The flip comes through, Honeypot, they get a little bit of added breathing room. As Arpen will get taken down by the beam. Damage across on Niang, dashes to the opposite side, wants to finish off Maka, but seems they just can't chase deep enough to get that on him.
Yeah, not enough HP there, has to recall backwards, and Adam will also respect that, not enough damage output. And he will claim 1 extra player alive on their side for now. Could be double 99, so I'm feeling it in my bones. Soggy duplicate. Pulse coming out. He's gonna miss.
Doesn't get it. Would have been monstrous value for him. Given the game state right now, 8% remaining.
For all the marbles.
The flip getting ready to come through. Lego going to be taken down. Maka falling as well. Niang finds 2. The flip is there though. NT in control of the point, but likely not for very long. Little bit of breathing room here for them as the flip comes in. Honeypot just need to take this up to 100. Can anybody touch the dash through? Control forces out the overtime.
Up and next.
Are we in for another crazy one? The Duke comes through looking for the Sombra. Wants to try to build up a rapid EMP. Pushes up into the bubble. Spraying away. Arpen now going to be antied out. Taken lower and lower. He's still quite far away from having that Primal at the ready. Rally ready to go. Lego pops that one just to try to keep everybody sustained. They dump it on top of Color Hex. The Nano going to be invested over towards Bertlog. 2 kills found. Lego Artman taken down. Maka will send Color Hex off the side of the map. But this is very much in the hands of Honeypot. I think they've got it done. Hitting the last man standing. He's got to translocate away. And they will actually manage to make it happen. Honeypot taking down NT. What a monstrous performance and some crazy clutches to get them all the way into the 5th map and get the win in the end, 3-2.
Wow, it just could be the series of the entire tournament so far. Both groups, 5 maps, nail biter. This Ilios is one you gotta rewatch because these 2 back-to-back OTs, 99 to 99s, nail biters, both of them. And NT this time around, they just could not hold on. What a finish by Honeypot. Would you believe it? The first seed from Korea, NT, have been taken out. The first Korean team this tournament to lose to a non-Korean team, by the way. Because ODH is gone, but they got knocked out by another Korean team. This is the first Korean team to lose to a non-Korean team. And I actually think if you go back far enough in the history of Overwatch, especially at the tier 2 level, I don't believe there's ever been a case where an Australian team has beaten a Korean team. This might be the first. I'm going to have to check the annals of history for it. But in all the events I've casted, I've seen the showdowns. I've seen the gauntlets. I've not seen an Australian team ever beat a Contenders Korea team. Certainly not the first seed set. They took down the first seed.
Absolutely incredible, and a lot of it came down to this guy right here on the Tracer. Nyang, absolutely monstrous in their wins. I think a very well-deserved player of the match here at the end of the day for him. But good lord,
I'm right there
see
the Hanzo stuff.
Yeah, the Hanzo stuff. That's where the nominations came through for sure. That and this nice little opening kill didn't lead to too much of anything, but you know,
No.
It always looks flashy.
I think this is history made. I mean, I don't think an Australian team's ever beaten a Korean. You rarely see any team do it. I think Rhodes have certainly done it before, but
right.
you know, top players on teams like Rhodes, that shot I still can't get over.
Yeah, that's just disgusting.
But like, you know, you've had the cases of Ground Zeroes, the Orders, go up in the internationals before. Ground Zero famously beat Billy once. I think 2020 was the year. That was a Chinese team though. Still a good victory. But typically speaking, you know, you see teams like Honeypot and Australian teams going to these competitions. They do okay, but they're never considered that strong, never the favorites. They weren't even the favorites going into this game, not by a long shot. I expected NT to perhaps wipe the floor with Honeypot, and I think we are all incredibly surprised by the fact that Honeypot came through and deservedly so, 3-2. What a final map. What an opening map or what a final map. It's 2 controls that really sold it for Honeypot.
I mean, it was very much the same thing for FM versus Rhodes when it got back to that control map. That's where things started off so cleanly for them. And yeah, they managed to get it done. Not clean, though, between these 2 squads, but it was tooth and nail. It was down and dirty, but it was some damn good Overwatch. But with that, I think we have to send out the rally and cry, Aussie, 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 because what a performance.
Oi, oi, oi.
I'm right there with you. I can't think of a time that they've been able to take down a Korean squad as a region. So I think that this is, in fact, history being made, and in such incredible fashion as well.
An incredible game, and I mean, it's just a wildly good game. And in Group A as well, Kraken's still in there as the only non-Korean representative in Group A, currently in that top 3 position, and Honeypot doing the same thing over in Group B. So you have first seed from APAC Kraken, first seed from Australia and Honeypot. Both teams up against 2 Korean big dogs. That actually, I lied. Rhodes is also not a Korean team. Sure. Rhodes is a Chinese team. So this is it. But yeah, Honeypot have just they've completely they've altered the timeline set. They've Doctor Strange this entire situation. What timeline are we in? There's only 1 Korean team left. It's just FM.
I'm being told by Unknown that this is the first time a Korean Contenders team has lost to a non-Korean Contenders team since the 2019 Gauntlet, where Atlanta Academy 3-0'd Gen G. So
and we were there. We were there for that game. So we saw that game live. And that was the last time a Korean team saw a non-Korean team.
I think I cast that game.
4 years.
It's been
and an
quite
Australian
a while.
team did it. That was Atlanta Academy. This is that XQC meme. No money. They didn't go to Korea. You know, my goodness.
everything else that was going on in that year. That was the last year in the Blizzard Arena. That was the first year that we saw homestands. It was the first time that we had the Gauntlet on LAN out here in Korea.
By the way,
that was a historic year, and
I got
history's been made
a
again.
score to settle. I got a score to settle as well. People keep saying it's like, oh, Australia isn't that the weakest contenders region? Guys, you need to shut the hell up. After that performance, I think you need to just zip up right now.
I mean, hey, Macca's greater than Macca. That's just the way that the math works out. You know,
Wow.
with the power of McDonald's, they will persevere.
I'm getting some after this. I don't care. Well, that
Yep,
was insane. I can't get
celebratory
over
Big
that
Mac.
win. I can't get over that win. This is the
Yes.
only day we're on for this tournament as well, and we
That's
got
true.
to see that. Worth it. Totally worth it.
Yep,
My
get
goodness.
in, get out. Absolutely
Wow.
nutty performance, and something that didn't expect. But what a day this has been. No clean series. Everybody just fighting
Wow.
tooth and nail this whole way throughout. Obviously, Kraken versus SPG, that was a 3-1, but otherwise 5 maps, 5 maps, 5 maps the whole way throughout. And to top it off, that cherry on top of the 5-mapper is history being made by an Australian squad. Absolutely incredible from them, but that is going to do it for us. It has been a very long day of games, so we must bid you all adieu. Myself and Avril, of course, will be back for some APAC Overwatch action this weekend, so we'll see you guys then.